All right, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, March the 12th. We have the great honor of starting our meeting today with a proclamation acknowledging March as American Red Cross Month. Would you like to join us up here and introduce yourself? And I will go ahead and read this on the board's behalf.
I'm Mike Griot. I'm one of the volunteers for the Red Cross, and I got my brand new Red Cross shirt. So I'm official. Yeah. I'm a I was going to say medical liaison, but I'm a government ops liaison, and I work with a bunch of other volunteers. During March, we celebrate and honor local community heroes who help ensure their neighbors never face a crisis alone. This is made possible by 55 volunteers in the Roaring Fork Valley, and they dedicate thousands of hours, much more than I do, over the last year. This includes 11 home fires assisting 13 families. We installed 71 smoke alarms and making 46 households safer. The Red Cross is proud to be part of this community, and we thank you again for the opportunity to recognize and celebrate our amazing local volunteers and turn compassion into action every day.
Wonderful. And let me go ahead and read this. So, whereas this March we celebrate American Red Cross Month by recognizing the compassionate acts of people in Pickens County and by renewing our commitment to lend a helping hand to our neighbors in need. And whereas, since Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross more than 140 years ago, generation after generation has stepped up to deliver relief and care across our country and around the world, bringing out the best of humanity in times of crisis. Advancing this noble mission, the volunteers and supporters who now give back through the Western Colorado chapter remain unwavering in their commitment to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of today's emergencies. And whereas their voluntary and generous contributions shine a beacon of hope in people's darkest hours, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, supporting service members, veterans, and their families, or saving lives with first aid, CPR, AED, and other skills. This work to uplift our community is truly made possible by those who selflessly answer the call to help whenever and wherever it's needed. And whereas Pickens County hereby recognizes this month of March in honor of their remarkable service, and we ask everyone to join in their commitment to care for one another. Now therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners recognizes March as American Red Cross Month on this 12th day of March. And thank you for all of your service.
Thanks.
How could someone volunteer if they wished to? Do you know how someone
you can sign up through the Red Cross online.
Okay, wonderful.
And they have occasional meetings locally, and I don't know how they find out, but that's how I signed up. Just local meetings.
Well, here, I will give this to you to share with the chapter. Thank you.
And I would like to add that I've been around a lot of emergency services area, different counties. This is an excellent emergency service this place, Pickens County, Aspen, and in the Valley. You guys are very, very good. I'm completely impressed with what you guys do. So thank you.
Well, that's great. And you do the work of angels. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I
Absolutely.
have to have a picture to prove that I'm
Yes.
here.
Happy to.
Okay.
Do you want to go over with the rest of the board over there?
Okay.
Yeah,
From
come on
there,
over.
Or
Yeah.
just stand in the back with,
No, you come on up here.
I want to get all of us. Yeah, happily.
well, we could be in the background.
Here we go. Come on over.
Do you Scott and
Jeffrey,
Tracy
and
and
Jeffrey. Thank you.
This is great.
These are the fun things we get to do. Yes.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. I'll take one more on this one. 3, 2, 1. And I've got one more phone here. Okay, 3, 2, 1. And one more. 3, 2, 1. Beautiful.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
Okay,
coming.
okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks for coming.
Okay, thanks.
Take care. Thanks for coming in.
Photographers take about 100, so that was pretty efficient.
I work in IT, Francie.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, if Abby had been in here, that'd be a different story, right? All right, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda?
Got it with her
Sorry, I
mouth.
got you with your mouth full
Yeah, no,
there,
excuse
Kara.
me.
Sorry.
There are no additions or deletions on my end.
Okay, and then I know we are going to add exec at the end of this meeting to discuss a potential housing acquisition. I think we can call that at that time. Do we need to amend the agenda to indicate that?
We do not. I do want to raise for the board's attention, there's a couple members of the public that are apparently having trouble viewing the meeting. There's no link to the meeting or something on our website.
Website? I'll take a look.
All right, thank you.
Should we give that a moment?
If you can.
Let me check if it's on YouTube.
Okay. All right,
They
we're just going to have a
contacted
brief
you?
pause because we know people join and the press often joins from
Yeah.
home or their office, wherever.
Just give me one moment.
And the meeting information looks correct.
I'll verify that it is correct online.
Is anyone on Zoom?
Oh, let's see.
There are folks who are on Zoom, yes. But you're saying they're having trouble with
Might
like,
just be that individual's issue, so
cell phone numbers? Yeah. Okay.
I'll let him know.
You can send him IT's email or BoCC moderators at pickingcounty.com for troubleshooting.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's keep going. I'm going to open up a public comment. This is general public comments for items that are not listed as public hearings on the agenda today. You're welcome to approach the board and you'll have 3 minutes. And if there's anyone online who wishes to give general public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand. Oh, go ahead. I see an iPhone. Hello there. Let's see if we can you unmute yourself? We'll see if we can hear you.
All right, let's see if this works.
Yeah,
This is
we can
Rodrigo
hear
Fernandez.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yep, this is Rodrigo Fernandez. I live in Redstone and just want to support Justin and his operation that he's setting up in Redstone on the Boulevard Barrel. I think it's.
So you'll be,
I think it
sir, I'm going to just
Yep.
interrupt for a moment. I'm going to ask you to join us when we have that public hearing. That will be the appropriate time. This is now
Okay.
is for items that are not listed for public hearing today. Can you hang on for a
Okay,
few
sorry,
minutes?
my-
It's one of our earliest
Yeah,
agenda items.
my misunderstanding. When will that happen?
Within the next 10 minutes, I think.
Okay, I'll stay. I'll stand by then. Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll be sure to recognize you then. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there any other folks here for public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close the public comment and I'll turn to commissioner comments. Yes, Patty.
I just want to let the board know that as soon as we have a chance, I will debrief from my trip to Washington, D.C. I went back for the National Association of Counties Legislative Conference and got to spend time on Capitol Hill at a time of a lot of protests. It was the day that the president spoke in front of Congress. So I'm still in recovery mode from all the energy that was flying around Washington, D.C., but I'll fill the board in when we have appropriate time frame. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we do have, I think, board updates
Next
next week, 2
Yeah,
weeks.
2 weeks.
Next one, but maybe before
Yeah.
that. All right, other commissioner comments? Francie.
Yeah, I'll just say that I know it's painful not to be getting a lot of snow right now, but it has been an amazing season for calving. I just have to say, no storms on the little babies has been pretty amazing. I definitely want more snow, I want more soil moisture content, but it has been an awesome calving season for pretty much everybody.
Are you gonna be able to grow enough hay for them?
Yeah, well, we'll see.
And you have lots of babies.
What?
You have lots of babies.
We have lots of babies, yeah. They're very cute.
They are.
Any other commissioner comments?
Just
I'll reserve mine for last.
I just
Go
saw on the eastern slope down in southeastern Colorado, the snowpack's at 26% of normal. They really are having a hard time. So we're doing very well by comparison.
Yep.
And I don't know quite where we are with snowpack. I'm sure it would be easy to find out. But yeah, there are parts of the state that are really, really desiccated. So I'm hoping that they get some snow. Hopefully
About a week ago, I think we were just under 100.
Yeah,
But
so
I
the
doubt if
Roaring
that's
Fork
still true.
Conservancy, update they put out every 2 weeks, I think was 92%.
Right. That's still healthy.
So that's like Baca County and,
Where Fano.
yeah.
The complicating factor, though, is the warm weather melts the snow earlier, and so it doesn't hold it in the soil as well as slightly slower snow melt.
Right, right.
We'll still have snow. We've got another month of snow.
Yeah, this is the big snow month, this in April, so
Oh, I
fingers
can't
crossed.
wait.
Except for Friday.
Jeffrey?
So I have two open discussion items. One is whether this board wanted to conduct a site visit at Bayou.
I think that'll come up at the hearing.
So I will table that till then.
The hearing is just for the liquor license.
No, we have both on today.
Continuation.
Oh, the continuance.
Yeah, we can discuss that when we do the
Happy to table
continuation.
that
Is
till
that
then.
good? Okay.
And the
great.
second request would be board support for a letter to the Colorado Department of Fire Prevention and Control, DFPC, regarding a firehawk located somewhere on the western slope that would include an 18-person advanced firefighting team as well as fire suppression capabilities, namely water.
And a mechanic.
And a team, yeah. DFPC has already purchased Firehawk. The letter is in support of the Firehawk being located on the western slope for advanced firefighting capabilities.
And the Aspen Fire Protection District is organizing this letter of support and the request directly to the Department of Fire Prevention and Control. And we reviewed this yesterday in open discussion, and Jeffrey and Kara made some excellent and improved edits to the letter to more accurately reflect the regional nature that we think would be a success for this program.
Yeah, well done.
Is everyone in
Yeah.
support of signing this? Because they have a
Yeah, it's really
2
great.
p.m. deadline.
Thumbs up.
So, okay, would you mind letting them know? That? And you can, Charlotte can use my electronic signature.
Thank you so much for your work on that.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
all right. Any other?
Well done.
All right, well then I'll jump in here and, as the chair to the board, I am ultimately responsible for the formulation of our agendas, reflecting sort of the board's priorities and, interests, as well as the work that the staff needs to bring forward to us. And so I want to take a moment to apologize to the public. It was brought to our attention that when we had our retreat, we do an annual board retreat, and we did that on February 18th and 19th. The agenda that went out did not properly list the location and time of when we were convening in the Mid-Valley for that retreat. There's a couple links in how you access the material, and the very first one that shows our board meeting place and time said we were meeting here, and we were not. You would have had to then take an extra step to open the detailed agenda to show the correct information. And so, that was an unfortunate miss. And I do know that put some people out who had wished to participate and attend that meeting. Law requires us to meet strict noticing requirements. And, I want to apologize for not having caught that and reviewed that ahead of time. And to anyone who did miss the opportunity to join that who might have liked to. For anyone who wishes to look at that detailed agenda, the presentation that we received over the 2-day discussion and the minutes of that 2-day retreat, you can find those on our website. You go pickenscounty.com, open up the government tab along the top of the page, go to Board of County Commissioner Records, and there is a folder there for BoCC retreats, and you will be able to find that detailed information. And again, my apologies to anyone who, and in general to the public, but to anyone specifically who may have relied on that incorrect information. Is there any further commissioner comments?
Okay, good.
Just thank you for saying that, and I just want to assure everyone that our interest is transparency, and that this was a mistake, and that's really all it was. And I don't think anybody missed anything crucial that won't be aired in public at some point anyway. So, but thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, and that presentation really is a good guide for all of the topics that we covered during that discussion, as well as the minutes. All right, with that, let's move on to the consent agenda. We have the minutes of the February 26th regular meeting. Any corrections or additions to those minutes?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And then we are going to go to individual consideration items. These are public hearings, 1 reading. So we have 2 items where the BoCC is sitting as the liquor licensing authority, which is a delegation to us from the state. And so I'll invite Sam Ingen up. And the first one we're going to hear is a liquor license and takeout and delivery permit for Down Valley Hospitality, doing business as Boulevard Barrel. I think this is our 3rd hearing on this item. Justin, welcome back.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, Sam, do you want to?
Yeah, hi commissioners. Sam Ingen, again, your liquor licensing admin. We did hear this at a public hearing on February 26th, and it was continued to today, mainly due to just the timing constraints and getting a response from community development on the site plan. So attachment A, I did include that response from community development in here. To go over this, this is an application for a new liquor license. It's a beer and wine liquor license, in addition to a takeout and delivery permit, which would allow for both on-premise and off-premise consumption. The applicant does currently hold a separate license, which is a fermented malt beverage and wine retail license for off-premise consumption currently. In addition, we did revise the site plan. The applicant sent a revision just of the liquor license premise for the boundary based on the site plan from community development. So that was also included in your packet as attachment K. I updated the public comments that were received, and then I also included a response from community development as of March 5th. They did do another follow-up site visit. As I understand, Justin has made some strides to come into compliance with those concerns addressed. So those were the changes from the last time you've heard this. Are there any questions for me?
Okay.
I have a question.
Let's see. Yes, Patty, go ahead.
Just in general, so clarify for me, since this has been going for quite a while and there's been a lot of information going back and forth, what is the current status as of today of any violations on the property?
There are no known violations from state inspections that we've done.
Related to the liquor license?
Related to the existing liquor license,
But
correct.
what about to the site plan?
There are still existing violations that has not been signed off on and approved.
Okay.
I know they're in works on doing some revisions, I think mainly due to the parking, and Justin can speak on this a little bit too, but they did need the county engineer to sign off on changing the parking to pull out into the Redstone Boulevard.
Instead of pulling straight in?
Correct. And then I don't know if you did get final approval from Susanna Reed on the exterior lighting, but there were some discussions going on with that as well.
I can provide insight if you'd like, Commissioner.
I just want to see if there's anything outstanding that would prevent us from hearing this application. Our general policy is if there's any outstanding issues on a property, we don't proceed with the application. So I'm kind of looking at staff and RI or ComDev or the status.
And there's existing violations of the site plan for the property. Whether the BoCC or the Liquor Licensing Authority Board wants to proceed in the light of those violations, that is totally within your discretion to do so.
Okay.
If you want to continue or take an action based on those violations or a component of any action, you can do so as well. So, like you said, you have some discretion to move forward on this.
Okay. And I'll just remind, we did continue this because we needed to have some exec session discussion about sort of differing recommendations that were coming to us. And we did have that meeting in the interim between last hearing and today's hearing. I think what I'll do, Patty, if it's okay, we'll come back to this
Okay.
question. We'll let Justin address
Okay.
some of this, and then I'll check in with the board on sort of the appetite for moving forward, knowing about the site land use stuff, and then we can decide if we proceed from there.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, Justin, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. Yeah, so in terms of the site visit and Susanna Reed is currently on vacation, so I haven't received a response back from the latest email. But prior to that, I had submitted samples of lighting fixtures that fit within the guidelines for historic guidelines. She said that those would be approved, and submitted that as well to Joanna from Community Development, whose last name I'm forgetting. Thank you. But she did come out and she saw that the parking spaces were restored. She informed me of the things that may be a concern. But after those email exchanges, the last email I received from Joanna said that everything looked good and she was appreciative of my efforts to get compliant, but that they needed to still come back out and come look at the parking spaces specifically.
We saw that letter, so thank you. Yeah, we got to see
Okay,
that
yeah,
letter.
that's what I was referring to essentially. It was just making sure that and as well as the pictures that I submitted of the new space of the space, reflecting the diagram that I did my best to try and reflect that as well. It's not quite to scale. Excuse me. To scale, etc. I don't have those resources, so I'm sorry. It's not exactly I guess official or whatever, but pretty official, I think. But yeah, that's to address that. Would you like me to address anything else just in general before public comments opened up, or?
Not at this
Just
time.
wait.
Let's
Yeah,
focus on
sure.
this question. Greg, go
course.
ahead.
Only that other comments are, I remember in the last, maybe one of the last two meetings we had, I asked if you were doing any outreach to your neighbors and talking with the people that have issues with your operation. Has there any progress been made in that?
Again, I haven't made any direct contact with my neighbors. I know that recently from the last meeting up until this meeting, the neighbors who live directly above me submitted 2 letters in opposition to public comment, which frankly I was surprised of because I submitted just this morning. They were and continue to be generous, gracious people, and were very supportive of the shop and seemed to be continually supportive of the shop up until a financial issue that I think arose. But I've just submitted a picture showing the loyalty program that I have at the wine shop, and the family that has submitted new public comments against. You know, they're the number 3 visitors since I've opened. So again, I'm very confused about it. I haven't been made to feel very welcome at this point, been called a liar in these public comments. It was the first notice that I saw were the emails that they submitted. So I was, took that as a note that they did not want to engage with me any further. So I'm here to state on record that I'm continued to commit to working with them and being less impactful if they'd like. I'd very much like to do that because we're committed to staying here. But, I'd like to try and be civil about it. It's hard to do that when I find out that anyway, I'm doing my best, and I'd like to continue to do so. Happy to do it right now on the record with them.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
Well, I've been by the site quite a few times, and I have to say nothing about the violations with community development stand out when you go by. It looks fine. I know there's a little bit of trash, but we all have a little bit of trash. That is not my issue at all. I want to be clear about that, Justin, that even though we could use that as a reason not to hear your application right now, that is not what I'm concerned about. So I think you are making an effort, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Francie. All right, Justin, I'll go ahead and give you an opportunity if you want to, make a brief presentation to us. We're all very familiar with this record, and then I'll go ahead and open the public comment. We'll come back and address the issue of, the violations that we have on record for the land use approvals, and then we can talk about the merits of the permit request at hand.
Yeah, so I'll keep it very brief. Thank you, Commissioners, again, and I appreciate you taking the time over the course of the last month to hear my application, consider my application, and not just the application on its face value, which I do believe on its face value merits an approval based on the outlined guidelines from the state as well as the county. But I want to thank you for taking the time to consider the application as a whole and the circumstances in which they exist. I want to put for the record again that my daughter and I are committed to staying in this community and building a future in this community, and that we understand that it is a small community. And I'm willing to continue to try and work with those that can be civil with me. I would ask them to do the same. I think I've tried to demonstrate every effort has continued to be made when issues are brought up. I've tried to remain as transparent as possible in the entire process, and operated and continue to operate within what I understood to be and understand to be the guidelines of my license. The instances in which people talk about the shop as being a place where they don't feel comfortable for their children to come and things of that nature, I find to be exceptionally hurtful, not just to the business, but to my family. Because many of these people who've made these comments have brought their children to this space, and our children play in this space together. So for me, while I'm continued to be asked, will you work with your neighbors, I'll continue to say yes, but I would love to try and find a little bit more decency in how we have that conversation. If there's a simple opposition, then I'm willing to continue to work with any way that I can, whether it's in my existing license to monetize the tastings, which I intended to do in the first place, and some other kind of exception or capacity or avenue to do that, that's fine. But I'm trying to operate within the bounds of what I was understood to be able to serve by the glass, which is why, and do tastings, which is why I invested in the food license, invested in the infrastructure, went through the process, and continuing to go through the process. So whatever the decision the commission comes to today, I do want to, again, thank you for the time and that consideration, but also state that I am continually, and I will continue to pursue what I need to be able to create this future for our family and create, a great addition to what I believe is a very, very special community that we have a right to belong to as well. And I believe that the public support that has been named far outweighs those that have been named in opposition, both in number and in content, as well as the anonymous contents, if you just go by the numbers, which the anonymous contents, I am glad that on both directions we can't really consider, hopefully. But again, I want to thank you for your time and consideration this far, and I look forward to pursuing the process moving forward.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions for Justin right now? Okay.
Jeffrey has one.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
One question. Your village commercial, so you've got neighbors like Propaganda Pie, and I don't know their hours, I apologize. How do your hours compare? I mean, so the question's really, I'm not worried about you close at 8 or close at 9, but just from a community character standpoint,
Sure.
When does Redstone get to relax from its sort of commercial self to a bedroom community, or however you want to characterize it?
I don't want to, I'm not 100% sure on their closure hours, but I believe they close at about 9 o'clock each night. And I believe my application is pretty much mirroring that as well.
But
yeah.
all I was looking for was like consistency with neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean,
consistency
and again, that is also something that I'm again happy to work with the community members on. And if I need to close when prop closes or an hour after the sun sets, that's great. But I need to be able to operate and be able to function. And in the spring and the summer, if the sun is setting at 7 o'clock, an hour to me seems reasonable to be able to run the courtyard. And not be a disruption. The kids are all still out running around for another 2 hours, at least in Redstone, after the sun sets. So
Thank you.
that's, but I'm more than willing to do that as well. I want to put that out to the record as well.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, Jeffrey, thank you for bringing that up, because that was my one concern, because it's open till 10, and I think we might want to look at some modification of hours to see if we can't give people some respite for some time without anything happening there. But I think that's a further discussion. I'd like to hear the public comment first, but I'd like to bring it back to looking at maybe hours of operation.
Propaganda closes at 9.
Yeah, but then this one here says till 10, so.
Okay, other questions? Nope, then I will go ahead and open up the public
Thanks, Justin.
hearing. Justin, if you don't mind, if you'll just sit back there, and then we'll call you up if we have any questions. Thank you. Members of the public who wish to comment on this liquor license application, come on up, please. And then we'll go to, yes, sir, online. I'll come to you right after we do one here in the room. Sorry.
Sit here, I guess?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that-
good.
okay.
Thank you. And your
So,
name, please.
my name is Matt Schumacher. We are the neighbors upstairs. And we are open to any correspondence with Mr. Abad. We have had correspondence in the past with him. My wife and I have been at the residence for 4.5 years. We've got 2 smaller kids, not as small as Justin's daughter, but they're smaller. When we moved in, we understood that the space down below was commercial. We were told that it would operate during normal business hours. Had we moved in above a bar, we would have expected that disruption. But given the hours that Justin is seeking, to the point that you all have made, we find it overreaching and invasive. We've gotten some resistance from Mr. Abad when it comes to certain things. Won't go into detail on that, but there's plenty of evidence in the documentation that Mr. Janes has provided to the Board of County Commissioners. Clear violations in photo evidence, site plan submission. And it's because of these things that my wife and I can no longer continue to support the Boulevard Barrel. We are always open and willing for communication. That's what we all want. We just don't feel like we're getting the same in return. To assume that I wouldn't speak with him is an assumption that is misguided and not fair to me. And so my wife and I just asked the board to carefully consider the space, what's being proposed, the hours, and the previous violations that were there. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, and let's go online. I think I may have gotten the name wrong. Mr. Rodriguez, is that right? Are you still there with your hand up? You wish to speak on the liquor license? Yes, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. And I'm sorry, please tell me your name again.
Yeah, Rodrigo Fernandez.
Okay, sorry, I got that a little jumbled.
And I
Please,
live
go ahead.
and I live in Redstone, so and I've been there for a few years now. But yeah, I just want to give a vote of support. So, if just a few words of support for Boulevard Barrel, and kind of what it adds to the neighborhood. I think it's I would describe it as a classy operation. I think it's it reflects really good taste, and it's nice to have that up there. There's a few other nice places there that we frequent, up and down the boulevard, starting at the inn and down to his neighbor across the street, Propaganda Pie. But overall, I think it's a classy operation. I think it's well done. I think it's very tasteful and net a positive for the community. So again, just nothing but support for Justin and his operation. And I hope we can all, get to a point where this works for everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, other folks, come on up.
to you again.
Hello, my name is Courtney Janes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I would like to just quickly say that Justin has not reached out to us since maybe September or October regarding our concerns or our grievances. Thank you for your time and for considering the multiple perspectives on this application for a new beer and wine liquor license. I really do appreciate your effort in balancing business interests with the well-being of our community. Today, I want to highlight a few key concerns that I believe are important for you to consider. I value integrity, respect, and honesty, qualities that are essential in building strong businesses and communities. Based on my personal observations and experiences, I do have serious concerns about whether these principles are guiding the operation of Boulevard Barrel and its owner, Justin Abad. From the start, there has been confusion surrounding Mr. Abad's licensing status. Many of us initially believed he was fully compliant, only to learn later that this was not the case. Even after county involvement, conflicting information continued, creating uncertainty. Additionally, I personally recall hearing him say he chose Redstone, one of his reasons, because Pitkin County would focus enforcement in Aspen rather than here. In Redstone. This raised concerns for me about his commitment to compliance. Beyond licensing issues, I and other residents have experienced significant disturbances. During the summer and fall months, I regularly heard music from outdoor speakers and loud patrons throughout the day and evening, often exceeding what I personally deem acceptable noise levels. I've witnessed customers shouting at passing cars to slow down, sometimes using profanity, and there's conversations from the business frequently including disruptive and inappropriate language, making the area uncomfortable for families and children nearby. The property itself also raises concerns. There is overflowing waste of cardboard, excessive clutter, and furniture that's been left outside for weeks, and it continues to contribute to an unkempt appearances. These issues are not new, but have been ongoing since the business opened. Some have described Boulevard Barrel as family-friendly, but in my experience, that perception is based on brief visits rather than long-term exposure. As someone who lives next door, I don't have the option to leave when things become disruptive. The reality of this business's daily operations is far different from what visitors may observe. Unlike larger establishments like Propaganda Pie or the Redstone Inn, which do have ample indoor and outdoor seating and multiple parking spaces, Boulevard Barrel is a very small space with only 2 parking spots and a limited outdoor area. Those businesses can reasonably accommodate patrons who sit and consume alcohol, but in my opinion, Boulevard Barrel can't realistically function the same way. Questions arise, such as how many people should be in this space at a time? Is the space truly suited for a drinking establishment, or would a retail store be a more appropriate fit, as was initially approved? Who will enforce guidelines? How clear will they be? A liquor license is a privilege, not a right. It requires an owner who is responsible, transparent, and respectful of the community. Based on my observations, I do not feel that granting this license and expanding hours would be in the best interest of our neighborhood. I respectfully ask you to consider the well-being of our community and to deny this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Courtney.
All right, come on up. If there's any folks online who wish to give comment on this, please go ahead and raise your hands. We can see you online. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jason Janes. I live next door at 440 Redstone Boulevard. Those in the community who know us and our family know that we don't go looking for conflict, and we would certainly prefer to have constructive, positive, peaceful relationships, especially with our neighbors. Our lives are full and busy enough that we do not engage in these discussions for entertainment, and I know we've all spent a great deal of time trying to understand the merits of this application. I do want to take a moment to express to those who might be listening or who may review the record that we're grateful to our neighbors who have reached out to understand what our experience has been and sought to form their own opinions by reviewing the materials. We're also grateful to our neighbors who we have known for many years who disagree with us on this application but still look us in the eye and greet us on the street in Redstone. We very much appreciate that. There are 3 things that I would like to highlight that I don't believe are new information today, but I do think are extremely important for the board to consider as you deliberate on this application. I want to highlight, as you know, that due diligence is Justin's responsibility, and understanding what the rules are, what the expectations are, what the permitting processes are, and what the timelines may be. And it's, in my opinion, not possible for him to have the CV that he touts without understanding these requirements and the limitations of the specific site code, local codes, state codes, and licensing requirements. Any suggestion indicating otherwise should be considered very critically. I still believe that the site plan continues to leave out notable and substantive information about the physical constraints of the property and the physical needs of the business. In the site plan, there are labels for courtyard and garden within the proposed license area, but no clear delineation of where those begin or end or how they will be treated. They occupy space that are identified on the approved site plan as lawn. The proposed license boundary is significantly constrained by the landscape buffer and the parking. Given the very well-documented use of this space for drinking prior to the existence of a license in this area, the proposed boundary raises serious concerns about enforcing the division of the unlicensed versus the licensed area, which relates directly to the functional occupancy of the space. There continues to be an identification of an easement between the courtyard and the street. This is not a part of the private property with some special public access designation. It's simply the county right-of-way. Justin has worked hard to emphasize that there have been no violations on the state liquor license, but he has notably avoided talking about why there were routinely people drinking in the front area of the property in an area that was clearly improved for, connected to, and used by the business. He's notably avoided talking about the omission of the original intent to develop the courtyard, the intent to identify, advertise, and use the courtyard as a part of the business operation, and to encourage patrons to use the courtyard to drink as an extension of the business. It is clear to us that Justin knew what he was going to do with this courtyard while he was making his way through the permit process with application materials that obviously omitted this information and statements to this board that did the same. It is our opinion that he has not been a good steward of his current license, and it is clear to us that he should not be rewarded for that behavior by being given more latitude, more responsibility, and more freedom with this new license. We recognize that it's staff's responsibility to process applications by the standards set forth in front of them, and in that way, Justin has received the fair treatment that he's asked for in his own comments. We have also learned that it's possible to manipulate or circumvent this process to achieve an outcome that may not otherwise be possible, and we believe that is why we are here today. We know that just as it's staff's responsibility to adhere to the structures of the process, it is this board's responsibility as the BoCC and the Liquor Licensing Board to evaluate the merits of this type of application, including the physical location, the context, and the behavior of the applicant. We believe on all three of those fronts that this application should be denied. Thank you again for your careful consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, is there anyone else online who wishes to comment on this liquor license? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm seeing none. Is there anyone else in the room? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back for discussion for the board. So I think we have two questions at hand. The first being whether the land use violations are concerned for the board to delay review of this license application until those are resolved. And then based on that conversation, the criteria for reviewing the liquor license request and whether we wish to approve or deny that at this time. Have I missed any other questions at hand, Mr. County Attorney? Okay, thank you. Move around for board discussion. We'll talk about the first one. I guess I'll offer my opinion. You know, I think that they have made progress on the land use violations, you know, sufficient for me to consider the liquor license now rather than put off consideration of the liquor license until the land use violations have been fully resolved. And I'll look for board input on that point. Patty.
Yeah, I would be more comfortable not doing that, but in light of where we are in this application, and where I think we might, well, where I'm gonna go with it, I'm good at moving it forward today, but I think that it's going to have to come back to us again, because I'm asking that we really reevaluate and come to some different terms on the hours of operation, which I don't think we can settle here today. I think it's up to the applicant and staff with input from the neighbors. Because I think the impacts are great enough 7 days a week that maybe we could give, like I said, some respite from the activity, especially on Sundays. I think people need a day of rest at some level, and it's a different atmosphere up there, and I think allowing people to enjoy that solitude as best possible, we can help assist with that here today.
Okay, thanks, Patty.
But it would have to come back probably with a change in the resolution with some different hours, and then at that time, I'm hoping that everything else will be resolved.
Okay, other input on?
Well,
Yes.
I'll just say that the land use violations don't preclude me from wanting to talk about the license today.
Other thoughts on that point? Jeffrey? Greg?
I'm going to echo, again, I think I'm on the same page as Patty, which is hours suitable to the neighborhood and consistency with the community character. So, and I don't know if that's a solution, but it feels like that would get at some of the angst and reservations we're hearing from the community.
Okay, and so you're okay to move forward with an approval or a denial today regardless of the land use?
Correct. I mean, I'd love to hear from staff whether parking perpendicular to a boulevard is consistent with the historic nature of Redstone, and actually wouldn't be a further nuisance to the neighbors vis-a-vis headlamps and car lamps. So we're creating a further nuisance to the boulevard by creating a parking pattern that's inconsistent with the neighboring community.
And it's my understanding that's what community development is looking into with the revisions to the new site plan.
Whether it would be obtrusive to the neighbors?
Which direction the parking should go.
Yeah, again, I think it's similar to the conversation about hours. I would love to hear how parking fits with the community character. And the last thing you want is that there's two cars faced at your house at 9 o'clock at night in your living room. So I'm concerned that the village zone district's land use pattern should be maintained through this application. Those are my two specifics.
Okay, Greg?
I can agree with that. I like what I'm hearing. I don't think this is about the land use violations. I think that's something that can be fixed. But I look forward to having the conversation about the permits, because I do have serious questions about that.
Okay, so we are going to take up the merits of the license, and I'll just ask Rye again, can you just refresh everybody so it's right at top of mind, the criteria for our review?
Sure. And I believe Sam included this in your packet in the AIS, is that right?
Yes, and I can go through them.
If you want to read them, that's fine, and then I can jump in a little bit too.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
the BoCC
Mike wasn't
should
I
on.
appreciate it, because I think we might be having some internet difficulty. Mine's not loading.
Yeah, it's a little bit slow. I've noticed
Okay.
that too, and I know
So
that
thanks.
might be contributing to some of the members of the public's troubles logging on and things like that as well. So.
Yeah, so when considering approval or denial of this application today, the BoCC should evaluate the following factors, and this is pursuant to CRS 44.3.312. The reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitants, the applicant's character, record, and reputation, including prior compliance with liquor laws, impacts on public health, safety, and welfare, including concerns related to traffic, noise, and law enforcement, the appropriateness of the location, including proximity to schools, residential areas, and other relevant land use factors, the number, type, and availability of alcohol beverage outlets located in or near the neighborhood under consideration, and compliance with all statutory and regulatory requirements under Colorado state law.
Okay, let's talk about those things. Who would like to start? Great, go ahead.
I can start. Yeah, thank you. You know, I was thinking back on the first time we heard about, you know, what was happening in Redstone years ago, before any of this came up. we were approached to put some money into a fund to help market Redstone, to create more of a lively, scene up there. They were saying they really needed help promoting Redstone, getting businesses some business, and I think we contributed funding to that. And so we have a history of supporting, a thriving community up there. But I think what we've come up with here now are trust issues, quite honestly, that I'm having trouble processing. I think we have the rules, the letter of the law, the spirit of the law. We're falling somewhere in between, and the issues to me are noise for the neighbors primarily, and in their ability to enjoy their property, whether it's noise or commotion or it'd be hard to be a neighbor and have a noisy bar next door when you thought it was going to be a quiet tasting room. I understand that. So I'm concerned. I'm trying to come up with positive suggestions on how, and I'm hoping Mr. Abad could come up with the suggestions on how he could be less impactful on the immediate neighbors that really have been disturbed by what's happening on the property. I don't think you can avoid acknowledgement of this any longer, and I'm not interested in hearing that. What I really want to know is what can you do to reduce impact, and that could probably be hours of operation, perhaps numbers of people, where the people are at given times, outside or inside. That's one of the questions coming before us, and noise. And I don't have a solution here, but I think you guys could reach one if you all work together, but I don't see communication. So my inclination on this would be to say, I don't think we're ready. I'm ready for this. Maybe there's a probationary period, but I want to see Mr. Abad demonstrate his commitment, and I also want to see a communication with the neighbors so we understand, the reasonableness of their issues, and I'm hoping we can reach some sort of resolution. Redstone's too small a town to have such conflict. So that's where I am. I also had a question probably for Rye. Right now we've got two permits. One is for a tasting permit where you can buy booze and take it off the premises, and that's what's got us into trouble, I think. Takeout.
Yeah, there's no tastings permit currently. He could apply for one with his existing retail license.
Okay.
With the new application, he is asking for a takeout and delivery permit, which would allow for off-premise consumption sales.
Somehow I got that backwards.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm wondering if this type of permit is the problem, and that we might be able to issue one and eliminate the other and create some better harmony. And I'm not sure how to do that. I'm looking to my board and attorneys and staff for suggestions. Is that clear what I'm getting at? Sam, do you?
I think so. Maybe it would be helpful if Sam redefined for the board or defined again exactly what Mr. Abad is applying for today.
Right. Okay.
In contrast, and how that differs from what he currently has today.
Thank you for that. I'd like that clarification. I apologize that I need it.
He currently operates under a fermented malt beverage and wine retail license. It only allows for off-premise consumption of alcohol. He could apply for a tastings permit, but he does not currently have one. That would allow for small tastings. It's limited to 4, and I think they're 1-ounce servings. I think that's where some of the confusion is. There is not an existing tastings permit at the property. He is applying for a beer and wine liquor license that allows for on-premise consumption of beer and wine, and then the addition of the takeout and delivery permit that would authorize him to sell beer and wine for off-premise consumption.
So this is both a retail establishment and a on-premise consumption establishment.
For the new license, correct.
And the tastings and the new is only applied to tasting level sizes at this point?
Correct,
That's
and
where
he
I'm
does not
confused.
have one. So he only is allowed to sell for off-premise consumption.
Right.
The tasting is really irrelevant because he doesn't have a current tasting license. And if you have an on-site consumption license, you certainly you're not limited to just tasting sizes because you can just drink within the bounds of that license on premises.
Got it. Okay. I could keep asking, but I'll let people go.
You're welcome to.
Well, only that it seems to me that perhaps the technical issues regarding the retail and of course people drinking somewhere near the premises is not directly on it. Sounds like they've been drinking on it, have been the source of the problem. The addition of noise and all that just compounds it. Is there? I'd love the board to consider an on-premise consumption license, pro or con, perhaps in place of a retail license for taking it off premise, only so we could contain the consumption of the alcohol to a specific area on the property. Is that something we can try to consider?
So the application that's in front of you today is for on-site consumption.
And that includes outdoors and indoors,
Yes,
but
so
we
if
could
you-
put limits on that.
Yes, if you look at the map that's in your packet right now, the defined area is where on the property you would be able to consume alcohol. And that does include some outdoor space.
Right. Thank you.
Can I add
Thanks.
a question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
But as far as being able to buy alcohol, beer, wine, and take it home, you can do that. You just can't take your beer and wine and go sit in the front yard and open the beer and wine you just purchased.
That is correct.
And that seems to be where the problems begin.
Well, he hasn't had a license really for, well, yeah. But, so, it's like I couldn't go to the grog shop and go sit out on their patio and crack my bottle open if they had a seating area for Short of Vet next door. You take it home with you. You drink on site what you order on site to drink, and you take home the bottle of beer or wine
Got it.
to
Thanks.
consume.
I was just trying to figure out how to get to
Yeah.
the heart of the actual problem. It's not the type of license, it's how things have actually turned out and how it's affecting the neighbors. And so, thank you for indulging me.
Correct. So if you grant the license today, to be clear, the license that's in front of you, unmodified or anything like that, people would be allowed to consume beer and wine on the property, both indoors and outdoors.
Great, thank you.
And Mariah, can you just clarify, because some of the discussion we've heard over the course of these hearings is relative to the applicability of, or the absence of an ordinance for drinking outside, open containers on the boulevard or elsewhere. And can you clarify for us, we had some conversation about this in exec, but why we don't have an ordinance addressing that and what functions in its place?
Sure. Our conversations in exec largely revolved around procedural aspects of granting or reviewing an application. So I'll break it out into
I guess let me just be more specific, so you don't have to go too far down a rabbit hole. There's no ordinance we don't have a county ordinance addressing whether you should drink outside because state law prohibits drinking outside.
Correct.
Right.
It is unlawful to
Because
consume
there's been a lot of
alcohol in
discussion
public.
about what is appropriate behavior.
It is unlawful to what?
It is unlawful to consume alcohol in public. So as Commissioner Clapper just alluded to, you cannot walk into a liquor store, whether you're in Redstone or in downtown Aspen or in unincorporated Pitkin County, anywhere, and walk out on the street and open a can of beer or a bottle of wine and consume it. That is unlawful. With respect to an individual property that sells beer or wine, whether for on-site consumption or not, that consumption must if it's for on-site consumption, that consumption must take place within the defined license area that is a part of their license. So the application that's in front of you today, and I think I've got it right here, you can consume alcohol within the dark shaded area on that diagram, but not on on portions of the property that are not identified as part of the premises. Similarly, with respect to an existing license, like the one that's currently in place for Boulevard Barrels, you cannot purchase alcohol within a within the defined premises and then carry it to another portion of the property and consume it outside of the defined premises. Whether you're on that property is relevant, but it's more relevant as to whether you're consuming it within the area that has been identified as the premises as defined by your approval or your liquor license that you have either in effect or what's relevant to you today, what's being applied for. So.
Thank you. All right, further discussion on the merits of the
Sure, I'll go.
license. Go ahead.
Well, when Justin first came to us, it sounded like it would be an incredible addition to Redstone. And the way that and we were thrilled to give him his license at that time. And when I ran into Justin later at Propaganda Pie, I let him know how enthusiastic I was about it. And some of the letters that have come in have made it clear that Redstone would love to have a beer and wine on-site consumption establishment because it's been operating as that. But unfortunately, that operation has been illegal. And even the letters in support of Justin's enterprise have referred to the fact that they've gone there and had glasses of wine. So, denying that this has been going on is kind of silly. We all know it's been going on. We've seen the photographs. And the discord that has been generated by the Boulevard Barrel in Redstone is really, really unfortunate. And, I don't believe that this place or any other place is appropriate for character assassination. So I'm not going to go into whether or not the misrepresentation of what was going on is part of Justin's character. I know that character is one way we can assess whether or not to allow a liquor license, but I want Justin to be able to live comfortably in Redstone and raise his daughter there and be a good neighbor, so I'm certainly not going to go there. But I do believe that the ignoring of the restraints on his license give us reason to deny further license. I think that if we continue with his no on-site consumption, everybody who has a liquor store knows you cannot serve liquor on the premises, and you can't consume liquor on the premises. It is in the window and on the door of every liquor store I've ever been in, and it's pretty bold to actually set up your yard to serve liquor without the appropriate licenses. And unfortunately, Justin himself told us in the first hearing, I think, maybe it was the last one, that the restrictions on the amount of liquor consumed under a tasting license don't work for him. And so that gave me pause that even if he had a tasting license, that we might very well see further violations. So I am not going to vote for the on-site consumption because I think while it has people who like it, and I would have loved to have had it. It would have been great if this had been brought to us appropriately and pursued appropriately. I would have loved to have had this business operating there and adding to the business profile of Redstone. I think it would have been great. But given the willingness to ignore what's required, and when Skip Bell wrote his letter, and he ran the poorhouse, owned and ran the poorhouse for 20 years, and I respect him a lot. And so when he wrote his letter and said that that it is a privilege to have a liquor license and you need to follow the regulations and comply with the codes, that went a long way towards my thinking, yeah, why wouldn't you abide by the licenses that you were afforded? So I thought we made the right choice when we gave him the first liquor license, and I'm really sad that Justin was premature in offering what he's been offering to Redstone. And had he taken the correct steps, I would have been happy to go by there and get other people to go by there and enjoy it. I know people have enjoyed it, and it's just really sad that that we're put in a position to not support business in Redstone. Being a manager of a small business myself, I know that it is hard. There are a lot of obstacles, but I can't imagine if Fat Belly just decided to ignore Garfield County codes and do whatever they wanted in terms of what goes on in there. I mean, just establishments need to abide by the laws that are placed before them, and most of them are for the community's safety. So I will be a no vote, but I will hope that he can come back to us after a certain amount of time of complying and talk to us again about increasing his license at another time.
Can I just have a question?
Yes,
But
go
he
ahead,
has no
Patty.
license to comply with right now.
He
can't
currently
hear you,
still
Patty.
has the off-premise,
The off-premise.
the
only.
retailer license.
So he would have to show that he wasn't doing tastings or any on-site.
He doesn't have a tasting license.
So I'm saying is he'd
Yeah.
have to show that he isn't providing that.
You have to show what?
He'd have to show that he's not providing anything he doesn't have a license for.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to jump in?
I
Patty?
can. Yeah, I have. How long is the license for? A year?
Correct. His existing license for the retail location, I believe, goes through June 25th of this year.
Okay. So, but if we issue a new one today, it's.
A new one would be for a year.
Okay. I would be willing, with some parameters, to provide for the new license for a year. Then it comes back to us with scrutiny again. But I want to see hours of operation addressed. I want to see the use of space or spaces, limited number of customers by fire codes or just by the state space that's allowed. I don't want to see him take a small space and cram 30 people in a space suited for 10 because of noise and disruption. The other issue would be noise, off-site noise generation, music, etc., or loud customers. He's going to have to, that's going to be one of the guidelines. Trash, I know we all have some trash, but apparently there's been concerns by neighbors, and we have a very strict bear ordinance. We know we have very active bears in Redstone. I want to see full compliance with trash and how to mitigate it so it's not offensive or against the character of the neighborhood. Outside lights, I think party lights are great. My daughter has them in her backyard, but they're in her backyard on a timer. I think that with our new lighting code is going to be an off-site lighting nuisance. So I don't think party nights, and if that has to coincide then with the hours of operation, when it gets dark, you're done. No party lights, because that could be, it's fun and it's atmospheric, but it's also got to be annoying and obtrusive to the neighbors. And then my other issue was the length of the license. So that gives him a year to comply or not comply. And we, I hate to have neighbors having to be big brother neighbors, but, people need to be more specific. And we need to find out a way to enforce or to follow up on any concerns about violations of any of the things that are in the resolution. And I have a feeling resolution would have to come back to us again with some better specifics about hours of operation, numbers of people, etc. So I wrote all my points down, so.
Thanks, Patty. I can go, and then I'll look to the gentleman on my left and right to weigh in. I'm more inclined to Francie's position on this. Not all commercial ventures are the same, and I don't, the other ventures that are serving alcohol in Redstone are primarily restaurants that have alcohol served with them. This is a bar. This is proposing to be a bar. Not a, with the food the minimum food that's required under law, not, a restaurant. So I don't think that this type of business is in line with what we are currently seeing. I don't think that when a wine shop was proposed to us that a bar was assumed to follow. And so, to me, the proximity to the residential areas is problematic. I think that, to me, there's been, violations of the law that have been clearly documented that I think are problematic, and I think can be resolved. And I would welcome resolution to those, and perhaps a further narrowing of what's proposed in a future application after a period of compliance and degree of better generation of support from the immediate community as well as the larger community that we've heard from too. So that's how I'm inclined on this permit. I would continue to support a retail license, and if a tasting permit can be workable for Mr. Abad, would we invite him to come to us to request that. So I'll look to Greg, and because we have a divided board, so we have to figure out where the divisions lie.
Just a question. I want to be clear, Patty, you're talking about re-upping the permit that's in place, or are you talking about the on-premise consumption? I just want to be very clear.
Would be approving the license he's applying for now with very specific parameters and the 1-year review, which we'd have to do anyway. But a violation of any of these, we can still pull a liquor license at any point during that year, correct? With good cause?
Be notice of a hearing.
You would hold a hearing on a potential violation.
Right.
Yes.
And I'm a believer that sometimes you need to give people the opportunity to make it or break it themselves. And I think a year with very clear parameters that we now will document in a resolution. So any violation of any of the things that I have listed, if anybody wants to add or subtract, that's kind of where I'm standing on it.
If this were denied, how long is there a period of time before it can be reapplied for?
I don't believe so. But
I don't believe so. There is an appeal process that he could go through with the state.
Great, thank you.
You're gonna have to tell us where you're at in one of these upcoming minutes.
You can still sell off for off-site consumption until June 25th.
I think that I'm inclined to side with Francie on this. I think that we've got till June 25th to see how things go from this point on. It's not a lot of time, but I'm not prepared to offer any more than that right now.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Jeffrey, would you like to please weigh in?
So, to me, this is a permitted use within the VC, within the Village Commercial Zone District, and all of the conditions within the land use code should apply. So that's nuisance laws, that's noise, that's lighting, that's parking, and everything should be demonstrated within that. So it's echoing comments I made earlier today. The tools that we have, CDPHE for the food and beverage service, so we're protecting public health, and then the BoCC basically saying, are we meeting the land use code? Are we meeting the zoning for that district? And I'm cognizant of really the neighbors, and this is not a standalone, this is not the grog shop in downtown Aspen. This is a rural zone district that has a mixture of uses. So the question for the new license is really, how do you conform to all of the parameters that we've already set forth within the land use code?
I just mentioned the grog shop because it's the only one that came to mind.
Okay, so I think if I hear you correctly, you, along with Patty, would put some parameters around approving the on-site the liquor license.
I would move forward with very detailed conditions of approval and very tight guardrails.
Okay, thank you.
That support, again, sort of the mixed-use nature of that neighborhood, or the neighborhood.
Would you like a motion?
Well, I just want to summarize, because I don't think we have a resolution or the criteria for Mr. Abad. It's not appropriate. Sorry, you've had your time. We've reviewed this hearing multiple times. And what I think we're going to do, and which will give you another chance to weigh in, is that we do not have a formal resolution before us for laying out the criteria for a denial, which is what I think I hear a 3-2 direction of the board to do that. And so I'm kind of looking to the attorney if we need to continue this and come back with very detailed language about our findings relative to that decision.
That would be best, not knowing where the board is going with this, and staff's initial recommendation, I believe, was to approve the application, hearing that potentially the board is moving towards a denial, and reminding the board that really the criteria boils down to the reasonable needs and desires of the neighborhood with respect to either granting or denying the application. To the extent that you were looking at directing staff to draft a written decision of the Liquor Licensing Authority, the Pickens County Liquor Licensing Authority, which this board is sitting as right now, presumably that that written decision would be based on on those two criteria, notably a insufficient demonstration of need for the liquor license in the defined neighborhood, and that a showing of, or a counter showing that the desires of the neighborhood do not warrant granting the application. So if that is the direction you provide to staff, the thing to do would be to set this out to a future hearing and bring that written decision back to the board, leave the public comment open, have that draft in the record before the hearing so that the public and the applicant can comment on it and take a final action on that day.
Okay. I would just add that, I would look to the board. I mean, we have some demonstrated concerns about compliance with the current permit and the state law, whether that criteria gets included in the findings.
Sure, we can include whatever's currently in the record with respect to demonstration of desire within the community, as well as the applicant's compliance or non-compliance with his current license.
Okay. Does that resolve at least
Can I ask for a
the
point of
majority of board
clarification?
concerns? Yes, Patty, please.
So currently, I know we've had concerns about violations of the liquor license, but it's my understanding that upon review by the State Liquor Licensing Authority, no violations were found.
Correct. The State Liquor Licensing Authority has not pursued any violations on the property.
Okay. So, which I think is concerning, since we've heard multiple issues of concerns for violations. So I just, again, say the onus is on the applicant to abide by whatever the board's decision is here today till the 25th of June with the current license to stay in compliance. And then with all the issues that'll come out from the community development, the zoning officer, with Joanna Schaffner's comments and efforts to bring the property itself into full compliance. So, but I am still going to support the application coming forward today, so we can move it to the formal hearing and denial or whatever we.
The motion will be for a continuance to bring back a resolution laying out our findings of a denial of the liquor license application.
I have a clarification
Yes.
question as well. So I'm wondering why we can't just deny this today, make a motion to deny it, vote on it, see where the vote goes, and then if people want to reconsider when he comes back in June 25th, if they want to reconsider then, but to have a fourth hearing in order to have it written down what our decision is. I don't quite understand why you're recommending that.
Sure. You ultimately the decision of the Liquor Licensing Authority needs to be made in writing. You do not have a written decision in front of you right now. You can vote on the application today, and if the vote is for denial, staff can render that decision into a written decision for denial, leaving the ability for the board chair to review that decision to make sure it complies with the general record that's been created today. So we can do that. So it's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The bringing back a written decision gives the board an opportunity, and staff as well, to draft the decision in front of you and review it as a group before you vote on it. But there's nothing preventing you from taking action on the license today if you do not want. The requirement within the liquor licensing rules is that the written decision is rendered within 30 days of the hearing. So assuming today was the last day of the hearing, as long as the written decision went out within 30 days of today, then that would form the basis, or I'm sorry, that would be in compliance with the law.
I see.
So you can do it either way.
Well, I would prefer to do it that we vote today and close the public hearing. I mean, we've heard a lot from the public, and I think everybody's pretty exhausted in Redstone with this discord. And I think if we make our decision today and Justin carries on his business the way he's supposed to, that there will be some room for recovery in Redstone, and for neighbors to become friends again, and for Justin to show goodwill, and it can come back to us as a written, come back to Kelly as a written resolution, and we can take the appropriate action then. But I would like to put this to rest for Redstone. I think it's disruptive.
Patty?
Real quick, I wanted to come back because I want to see that everything that we've discussed is in writing, so it's clear to the neighbors what we're doing to help protect the neighbors. If it, with the denial, it still going to have certain parameters in it, and I think I would like to view that again. And I don't know if the public wants to come, but I believe in public comment, so if we're going to move, I don't want to deny, but I don't want to deny the opportunity to see the denial.
All right, so many options. Greg?
I was just going to say that I honestly could go either way, and I'm not sure how I'll vote yet, but I appreciate Francie bringing that suggestion forward. If she made a motion, I'd probably second it. But I do want to ask, so we can be certain, so Mr. Abad knows a way forward. If we deny or approve, what representations are we anticipating or expecting from him in any new application that he brings to us whenever he does that? I think that's important. I don't want to leave him hanging. I want him to know what his course of action is, and I want it to be really clear.
Wouldn't those be the items that Patty and Jeffrey have been talking about? Isn't that what
if we can clarify that once again today, that would be helpful, and it would be probably helpful to staff as well as to me.
Do you want to see a denial and an approval resolution? Is that what I'm hearing? Just, I want to be clear.
I think you're hearing a denial resolution.
I was thinking it'd be a denial, and he has the doorway to come back to us with a new application at some point. Okay. But I'd love to know what representations we expect from him in that new application, so it's a success, hopefully. Is that something
I would caution the board about setting some hypothetical considerations upon which you would grant a license in the future for this location. To the extent that the board is leaning towards a denial, I would really have the board focus its attention on really the two main components and criteria for the grant or denial of an application, which is the reasonable needs and the desire of the neighborhood for the license that's in front of you today.
Copy that.
Can I have, my points were more for an approval.
I guess I'm just wondering, would it be appropriate to indicate in the findings, like, site plan violation, lighting, code compliance issues, trash code, instead of saying these are the things we want you to do in the future, these are some of the findings as to why.
That is typically how it would be handled.
It's just sort of looking at it from a flip side.
Typically a liquor license would be denied because there is either a minimum or no showing of needs within the neighborhood for the license that is outweighed by the testimony that is heard by the liquor licensing authority establishing that the neighborhood does not desire the application to be granted. The record in front of the board is likely sufficiently clear should you all deny the application to support those findings. The non-compliance with the site plan would be an additional reasoning upon which the board could rely, in addition to those other things, for further reason to deny the application.
Does that help, Greg, as a way to articulate?
Well, yeah, and here's the findings.
And one
again,
one
if you
could
wanna see them,
one could
Greg.
infer from that that if you came back with some of those
Those are the
conditions
guidelines
satisfied, you could get a granted license.
Yeah, but we're not making promises.
Okay, so I think, you know, I mean, I'm still inclined to do a continuance and review the resolution, but I'm not, you know, I'll go either way if there's a motion. But, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Patty saying that we'll give him a year to prove, you know, that he can do the right thing if we approve this. I just want to remind you that the state liquor license board and our local staff visited Justin on site and told him they didn't find violations, but at that time, in the record, it says that they told him he cannot serve alcohol on site, but he did. Anyway, he continued to do it. So,
Yeah, but he didn't get a violation for continuing to do it. So
he didn't
we
ca- he
are
didn't get
conjecturing,
caught.
we are assuming that what we heard is valid when we didn't go through the formal process of saying he was in violation.
no, but it is on the record that he was told that he couldn't. So somebody
right.
said, I think it was Jason said that he needs to know what the regulations say, that it's due diligence, and he was told.
Right,
Clearly.
right, but do we have any formal written thing from the state
No,
saying
we
he
don't.
violated after?
We don't.
That was
No.
my point.
But we do have photographs and my own testimony.
I was offering we could indicate that there are concerns about compliance with the law.
And we can look into the existing license too.
Jeffrey?
I don't think this board has demonstrated that this is a need met by somewhere else in the neighborhood. I think this board has demonstrated that, and the whole conversation's premise is that this is a needed use in the neighborhood. So to me, this conversation is, then is this business meeting the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood? And so that's why I keep coming back to the land use code and saying it's parking, it's lighting, it's noise, it's all these other factors. And how does this business fit into the community? So I'm gonna come back to say the same thing.
It's in the, yeah.
Can I just
Yeah,
focus
agreed.
the conversation a little bit on whether or not to bring this back as a continuation or to articulate the findings and
I'll make a
move
motion,
now.
since nobody else is gonna do it and we need to move on. I'm gonna make a motion to bring this back within 30 days.
No, but it would be
Okay.
best to do it either at the next regular meeting or the one that follows.
With a formal resolution of denial, because I see where, to be considered by the board upon reviewing the actual written document.
On April 9th?
Yes.
Would that be sufficient?
It's up if you guys will be here.
I will second Patty's motion. Is there further discussion on the continuance? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye? There are only two of us? Aye. 3, 4, okay. Any opposed? Please say, okay, we have one opposed. All right, we will continue this discussion for review of the findings of denial on this permit on April 9th. The resolution laying out those findings will be published in the packet the Friday preceding, and the public comment will also be continued to that time, and any members of the public can weigh in on that additional document. Does that all sound good?
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to our next liquor license. We are still sitting as the liquor licensing authority for Picken County. And we are going to hear an application for a renewal of a hotel and restaurant liquor license with optional premises for the Cast Iron Cascade LLC, doing business as Bayou Retreat at Diamond J Lodge. Do we have an applicant?
We do. Abby Stearns online. She had an emergency come up, and I believe Ashley Myers is here as well.
All right, Abby, you're going to be promoted to panelist on our Zoom link. Ashley, please join us here, and I will let Sam kick us off on what this license request.
This is an
today.
existing licensee that has applied for a renewal application, and this is being escalated to you all as local licensing authority due to the violations that have occurred throughout the year. So that is why you are seeing this in front of you. They were initially granted a hotel and restaurant liquor license with an optional premise in February of 2021. And then they had a state liquor enforcement inspection in June of 2024. That inspection identified that they did not operate with the food requirements that are required under a hotel and restaurant liquor license, which means they need to offer full meals between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. when alcohol service is available. So they were subsequently issued a warning letter from the state in September of that year. And then the county also had concerns of not receiving notice of their optional premise use throughout the year. We've heard rumblings through the public comment that, they are using it for concerts or other events. But what the state code requires is a 48-hour notice. It's like a light switch to turn it on to the state and to the county of the date and the times of these events. The applicants have been really responsive to this. I know they did hire their own liquor attorney as well to just help them get into compliance with these regulations. So we did do a combined site inspection on February 25th with the county and the state just to verify some of the concerns that were violated previously have been addressed. So that inspection did show that there are no existing violations. They have come into compliance with meeting the meal requirement when food service and alcohol are both available at the same time. And then they have provided us with a list of when they plan to use the optional premise throughout the year of 2025. Sorry, a little tongue-tied here. And that's not a list that can't change. If events fall off or they do add events to that, they would still have to adhere to that 48-hour notice to both the state and to the county. So based on these findings, I am recommending an approval. We did get direction from the county attorneys to draft resolutions for these, so that was not submitted with your packet, but I did lay those out for each of you, and I believe Rye got a copy as well. So it's just a resolution basically outlining this information that I just provided to you in the AIS with an approval to renew the hotel and restaurant liquor license in addition to the optional premise.
Okay.
Are there questions?
Questions for Sam? All right, I'll turn it over to Ashley and Abby to comment or offer additional information
everyone.
if you would like. Hi, Abby.
Sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I think the main thing that we just want to put forward is, as we've stated before, the licensing and permitting was handled by a colleague who's no longer with Bayul. Since it's got passed over, Ashley and I have jumped on to clear everything up. We hired a liquor attorney and to make sure that everything was clear of what was going on. When we first got this liquor license in November of 2020, or was not November, that's when we bought it. Maybe it was January 2021. Either way, when we first got the license, we were operating a restaurant every day of the year. And then from there, we transitioned to really just operating restaurants or the restaurant when we're doing retreats. But that was where we had fallen out of compliance. And as soon as we are notified, we are now operating where there is meals available at all times. And they're simple meals. It's something that's heated up by our staff, but it is available anytime the front desk is open. And that is the same time that alcohol is available. So if the front desk is not open, which is the time that you can get a meal, that's the only time you can get alcohol. And the alcohol is only available, it's like beer and wine poured by our staff and only allowed to be consumed in our main lodge. I would say just some other points is like alcohol is such a small part of our business and revenue. We are not a bar. Most of the alcohol that is consumed is for weddings, but we just ran some numbers about kind of just to track what was going on. Only 4% of our overall revenue is alcohol, and our restaurant is 33% of our total revenue. and we looked at like what we would, if it was the average of someone purchasing a day, what does that look like? And the average alcohol sale is about $24 a day. So that equates to about 3 beers. And so it's really, really small. Previously, the other thing I want to say is we always had food available. It just wasn't in the hot form that we have now and will continue to have. So previously we had ramen you could heat up. We had pasta sauce, mac and cheese, chips. Like we have a snack shop there that is abundant and full. But the difference was that when there wasn't a restaurant, our staff wasn't providing the food. Since it was brought to our attention, we've jumped on that and will continue to do that.
Okay.
And I'm open for any questions. Or Ashley, if you have anything that you want to add.
Not right now.
Questions for Ashley or Abby on their license request? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So with that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing for this application to renew their hotel and restaurant liquor license with optional premise at the Bagel. If anyone's online, you wish to comment, you may raise your hand now. Much less interest in this liquor license.
I do have a comment I need to make, but
I will go ahead and close the public hearing
You know,
on this
I'm
liquor
sorry,
license.
Kelly, to interrupt
Sorry.
you. I know
Yes,
there's
Rye.
at least one member of the public that wanted to comment on this,
Okay.
and that was Ms. Buckholtz, I believe. And she did send something earlier about having trouble connecting, so maybe that wasn't resolved.
I saw the email link where she says, thanks, I'm in, but I don't see her.
Yeah, so maybe she was not able to stick around or something. But I guess all I would ask is if is there anybody on? Okay.
I do have it. When you're done with public comment.
All right. Well, I'll leave it open and we'll just double check after we have some questions or discussion.
I do have a
Patty.
question.
Oh, sorry, Patty and then Francie.
I just have a comment. As we heard in the last application, we have outstanding land use issues on this property, but I've clarified that they are not directly associated with the service of liquor. It's not the same space, etc. So, our policy generally is if there's an outstanding issue, we don't hear an application, but I think this one is pretty clean on the separation of liquor and the land use. So I'm very comfortable in moving forward.
Thanks, Patty. Francie.
With her mouth
I'm
full.
caught you, right, with your bite in your mouth.
We did have a letter from somebody in the community who says that they don't get to go there. And so I wanted to ask you guys about that in terms of your liquor license and your food service, of course. It's pretty far up there. There aren't a lot of amenities for people to go out and enjoy in the Frying Pan. I'm sure they chose that because there aren't. But it does sound like having a place where the local people could go when other people can go there would be nice. And I'm wondering, what is the possibility of, I don't know, once a week having a locals our welcome night or just something so that you're a little bit more inclusive of the local community?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh, Ashley, did you want to answer?
It's okay. You can do it.
So I have been also chatting with a lot of the neighbors as this is going through, trying to get as much feedback as possible, and have been hearing that. One of the things that we're going to bring to the board once all the land use is cleaned up is the conversation about day use guests. And one thing that we aren't really delineating is like a day use of somebody who lives in the Frying Pan versus a day use of somebody who doesn't, because that feels like a gray area when a lot of the people in the Frying Pan are renting Airbnbs and such too. But what we are looking at is how many of those people can come per day? How do they come? What does it look like to be a retreat guest? We understand that people can't just come to our restaurant, and that's okay. We know that's the land use code.
Is that a county regulation?
The land, yes, it's a county regulation for a resort cabin. It says that the restaurant cannot be open to the general public, just to the resort cabin guests. And so what we're looking at is a difference between the general public and a resort guest. So that means that they're coming for more than just food. They're coming and they're also on a guided walk around property, or what does it look like to be a resort cabin guest. But it's something that we definitely want. Like, one thing that we've realized throughout all of this is the importance of the connection with the neighbors who are up there, and how we can make them feel more welcomed, and how it can be a gathering place for the community too.
All right, thanks, Abby. So why is that law like that? Do you know why?
I mean, I don't know I can only speculate as to the policy reasons behind that being, and I believe that's generally correct, that when you grant a license for a resort cabin use, an application for a resort cabin use, you're not inviting the type of impacts that might be associated with a more like public facing business like a restaurant or bar open to the public. So you have some natural cap, of course, because the only people that can utilize the restaurant or bar are folks that are staying there. So you don't have the attendant traffic and potential other impacts associated with that. But that's somewhat speculation on my part. But
the one thing I just want to add is the land use code for a bed and breakfast is slightly different. And the bed and breakfast land use code uses the word overnight guests. So the resort cabin uses the word guest, and bed and breakfast says overnight guests. So we are really looking at, what does it mean to be a guest? How do you, and at the same time, we don't want people just to show up for dinner. That'll stress us out. We order the food ahead of time. Like, we don't want to be a restaurant. We want to be very contained of who's coming and understanding when they're coming. And we want to make it so that it is accessible for the frying pan community.
Okay, thanks.
Can I
Okay,
take
thanks,
on?
Abby. Yes, Patty.
Just a point of clarification. It's my understanding, and maybe the person who told me this misunderstood, that in order to attend the retreat, you had to spend the night. You couldn't go up for a concert without spending the night. And the reason that they were not able to do that is because they have children and couldn't get overnight babysitters. So they were not able to take advantage of some of the great events that were happening at Bayou, and also costs associated.
Yeah, so we've been discerning of when we do day guests, and that's something that we're trying to figure out how to be more consistent with. But when in the past, when we had some of the bigger names, when there was different music events, we were careful to not sell a lot of day when we already had the overnight capacity there. And so, but there's certain, so we have, sometimes we allow day and sometimes we don't. It hasn't been like every single time there's something that day guests have been able to come.
Because of capacity.
Well, it's less about like capacity of the actual people on site and more of capacity of our team too. Capacity of the experience, like we're just trying to have as, like we already know that people are feeling that we haven't had a light footprint. And so we're just trying to be careful with everything that we do. So taking discretion within certain gatherings of, okay, does this gathering, should this, like for instance, New Year's Eve, we don't allow day guests for New Year's Eve. Like that's been something that we've held a strong line on. But then when it's like the mother's retreat that we have coming up, we are having some day guests come on Sunday for that, because a lot of those moms couldn't get away from their kids. And so it hasn't been consistent of when we have allowed people to come and when, but one thing that we have done is like people can't just show up. Like we're really trying to make it so we know there's a full registration and somebody signed a waiver before they've come on property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's check if we have any further public comment online. Okay, don't see anyone. So I'm going to close the public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the board. We do have this resolution of approval in front of us. I would note, I think we have to amend the first bullet point at the bottom to say it did not have meals. Whereas it says did not have means currently. And that's just a typo, no big deal. Is there further questions or discussion, or is there a motion from anyone?
So delete that, did not have meals?
Well, or just change means to meals.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I just crossed the whole line out. I am comfortable moving it forward, and we will see what happens on the bigger application that comes forward with us.
I have no idea what you just said.
I would make a motion.
Thanks, Jeffrey. All right.
Francis, you want to hear what I said?
A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, the BoCC of Pitkin County, Colorado, acting as the Pitkin County Liquor Licensing Authority, approving the renewal of a hotel and restaurant liquor license with optional premises for Cast Iron Cascade LLC, doing business as Bayou Retreat at Diamond J Lodge.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you,
Is that
gentlemen.
a motion to approve it? I didn't
That
hear the
is.
approve word. I only heard
Yes,
the
he read
resolution.
the title says approving that he read.
Okay.
Approving the renewal application.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks, ladies. Nice to see ya.
And Francie, if you ever want to know what I
Appreciate your
said, I'll
additional
repeat it since Jeffrey
info.
didn't give me
I
time
have
to
a quick
to do that.
question. I know later in the agenda, there's a talk about moving the, I don't know how you phrase it, but from this, moving the meeting onward
Yes.
from the original land use. Would you like me or Ashley available during that
No,
time?
you don't need to participate in that. Unless,
Okay,
unless
thank
you
you.
wish to.
Unless you wish to hang out with us.
Okay. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. How's the board doing? Would anyone like a
I
break?
want to take a little break.
Okay. Yeah, let's break till 2 o'clock.
Well, then I can finish my lunch.
And I think everything else will start to move more quickly than these have. So thank you. Grassroots, we'll take a break till 2.
Thanks for getting us through that.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, March 12th. We are going to take up our individual consideration items, which are first readings. These will be set for public hearing on Wednesday, March 26th. So the first one here is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement to join a regional planning commission for transportation planning with the Intermountain Regional Planning Commissioner representing the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region. And hopefully no one else has to say that today. All right, Brian, walk us through
Well,
what
there
we're
are
doing.
30 other entities that have to say that across the Intermountain region. So,
All right.
yeah. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director. But there are 15 TPRs in the state of Colorado, and each of those TPRs do transportation planning for CDOT. And we get together, we prioritize projects, we distribute money, and we help CDOT figure out where's the best place to place those funds. We also provide grant funds for specific projects. There are 5 counties in the Intermountain area. There's Pitkin, Lake, Summit, Garfield, and Eagle counties. Again, 30 governmental agencies are part of the Intermountain region. So this IGA is really just bureaucracy to join the region and participate with CDOT and the 30 other agencies. It's standard protocol. We've signed it before in the past. There was some delay in signing it this time because there was some effort from CDOT to divide the Intermountain region into 2 regions. That has since gone away, and so we're moving forward with IGA.
Patty and then Greg.
Today is a wild day here. I just wanted to let the board know that Brian and I did talk briefly about this since I have worked with Brian on the TPR, and you're chairman still, right?
I am chair, yeah.
Which, congratulations.
Thank
We're
you.
proud of you for doing that. So I just wanted the board to know that Brian did keep me in the loop on this, and it's pretty standard. And we discussed the delay because of what was going on at the State House, but we're good to go.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Greg?
Question just regarding the split that they were contemplating. Is that just because the geographic nature of the populations in the 2 TPRs are so different? It seems to me that we're an awful lot different, say, than Lake County, or in terms of our needs, our volume, our traffic, everything. And I'm just wondering, was there a rationale that made sense at the time?
The rationale from CDOT was that of the population growth in the Intermountain region.
So
They felt like it would be better represented by 2 different regions. The TPR disagreed. I think they felt there was synergies between the different areas to discuss these things. Lake County is much different than all the rest of the counties in the region.
Right.
Yeah.
Strength in numbers is what it sounds like it came down to.
Correct.
Thank
That's
you.
right.
Okay, that's all.
Other questions for Brian on this?
I will make a motion
Thanks, Patty.
to approve it. I'm going to read it all just because it's fun. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving intergovernmental agreement to join a regional planning commission for transportation planning with the Intermountain Regional Planning Commission representing the Intermountain Transportation Planning Region. This is first reading, set for second reading, public hearing on the 26th of March.
I'll second it.
Thanks, Patty and Greg. Any further discussion?
Thank you.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, next we're going to move on to a resolution approving another intergovernmental agreement with the Aspen Fire Protection District and the City of Aspen for wildfire air tanker support and coordination. And I welcome our airport team and Aspen fire teams.
And we'll note this is not about a helicopter.
Yes.
That is correct.
All right.
Hello,
All right.
everyone.
Oh, hi there, Andrew. How are you? And I'll just note we have Dan Bartholomew and Diane Jackson joining us on
who's that guy?
our leadership over at the Aspen Airport. Hi,
I'll
Andrew.
let them take it first while I get the presentation set up.
Okay. Go ahead, Diane. And Dan, nice to see you guys.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing Dan and I to be remote, as Andrew can kind of take over a PowerPoint for you all. We are here for seeking approval for an IGA for tanker-based support at the Aspen Airport. And I understand we have two special guests with us, Jake Anderson with Aspen Fire, as well as Aaron with the City of Aspen Water.
Hello, everybody. So we're back here again to talk about the Wildfire Air Tanker Base Support and Coordination Agreement. I'm just going to go through the presentation again to refresh y'all's memory. So the goal here is to provide a space for state of Colorado aerial firefighting resources to land at our airport and refill with water to continue fighting wildfires that are potentially in our area. What this will allow is single-engine air tankers to fly in from the Front Range and then use our airport as a refill point. One thing to note is that state-sponsored tanker bases such as Rifle and Grand Junction are only open for certain portions of the year. I think Rifle's only open for about 90 days at a time. So on those shoulder seasons, like right now, aerial firefighting resources would have to fly back and forth to the Front Range in order to get more water. This agreement will allow them to land at the airport, refill with water, and continue fighting the fire. So we would be using single-engine air tankers, air tractor AT-802s with a capacity of 820 gallons. There's two on standby for the state of Colorado with two additional ones that are on an on-call basis. They're based out of, I think, is it Centennial or is it Pueblo?
It's closer to farther north, like up by Fort Collins.
Oh, up by Fort Collins. So they'd be coming from there out to our area if we ever did need them. So how it would work is a local wildfire would start. The seat aircraft would take off from the Front Range loaded with retardant. They would fly to Aspen. Sardi Field Fire Department and the Aspen Fire Department would get the call, and we would start mobilizing our temporary tanker base at the airport. The aircraft would arrive at the fire. It would drop its load of retardant. It would fly to the airport, and then firefighters with Sardi Field Fire Department and Aspen Fire Department would load the tanker with 800 gallons or so of water. The aircraft would depart the airport and do as many drops as it needs and return as many times as it needs. So some things to note is that the tanker base alone will have minimal to no impact on airport operations. So we can still accept all of our aircraft. They would be aircraft would have emergency priority, but other than that, I mean, it doesn't shut down the airport just having the tanker base open. The tanker base does not affect our aircraft rescue firefighting availability. Our firefighters would be able to operate the tanker base, but divert to any aircraft emergencies that may happen elsewhere on the airport. The wildfire itself, depending on the location, may put the airport under a temporary flight restriction. So similar to Lake Christine fire that was right along our approach corridor and did put the airport under a temporary flight restriction. The good news with that is that these aircraft would be able to fly in that temporary flight restriction, allowing us to still provide that service for any kind of local wildfires. Tanker base would only be temporary and used for initial fire attack, about 1 to 3 days. Anything longer than that would require an additional agreement, and at that point, either state or federal partners would approach the airport and you folks for an additional agreement for any kind of extended operation. So any kind of long-term things could be decided by you guys. And that is if the federal and state partners even would like to put it at our airport. There may be other airports that could be more advantageous. We don't know. I covered that last point. So roles and responsibilities real quick. The Sardifield Fire Department would provide staffing for the tanker base operations. They would track and record the amount of water supplied to the aircraft, and we would submit that data to the City of Aspen Water Department. We would notify the City of Aspen Water Department when we are starting our tanker base operations. The Aspen Fire Department will coordinate firefighter training with Colorado DFPC. They would supply equipment for the air tanker resupply base, and they would provide staffing for the tanker base operations when they are able to. The City of Aspen will provide water for use in the air tankers when they are able to through the hydrant system. They will receive the same training that the firefighters would, and they are going to inspect the water system connection when they are able to as well. So when we initiate the tanker base and put the meter on and set this up, they'll come out and make sure that we did it right and we're able to support the aircraft. So one thing I do also want to add on, Commissioner Pushman, you had a question last time about providing support to surrounding communities, and that this governmental agreement would absolutely be able to allow us to do that. We would become a pretty critical asset for not only our community and our valley, but even the western slope. So this will be a really good thing, good way to give back to our greater community.
Greg, go ahead.
A couple of thanks for that reminder. One, it sounds like they'll come from the front range with a load of retardant, dump the retardant, and then they can only come to us for water.
Yep.
Is that a practical solution? Is that inhibiting them in any way? And how onerous are the requirements to actually service the plane with retardant here? We have facilities for capturing glycol and de-icing fluids and things like that. I don't want to complicate things, but I'm just wondering, is it practical to say, oh, you're only going to get one stab with the retardant and then it's only water?
I think that, and Jake could speak to a little bit more on the tactics, especially of the aircraft, but I think that it would not be limiting to supply just water. It would, anything with, unless we put, there's kind of two ways to do like a retardant base. We could do a temporary one, and then a more permanent one like in Grand Junction. Chief Anderson kind of mentioned last time that having a permanent one does have a lot of requirements and things like that. And I think in the long term, if that's something that we wanted to do, we could absolutely explore that. But I think in the short term, it might be, it would take a lot, especially with our ALP and things like that. So I think in the short term, it might not be feasible to provide retardant on a permanent basis. But if that's a direction that you think that would be beneficial in the long run, I think we could absolutely start exploring that. We can also bring in temporary resources, and that would be dependent on the state of Colorado. Jake, I'll let you kind of go into kind of like a temporary retardant base if that were feasible.
Sure. It's definitely feasible, and I think that's why we put in there anything that goes beyond that initial attack period of the first 24 to 48 hours. That would be something that the incident management team would be considering if they wanted to use that, and if they couldn't, say, get rifle up and running in that amount of time or, something else. Opening your own permanent retardant base, like he said, is somewhat complex. Even just storage of the chemicals, etc. You'd have to have that stuff on site. It does have an expiration date. There's a pretty substantial operation that goes into mixing and proportioning all that stuff. If the fire went into extended attack and you ordered a temporary retardant base, that would essentially show up on a semi-truck trailer, and they would set it up probably in the area where you're talking about. But I couldn't speak to the fact as to whether that de-icing catchment and all that stuff would be compliant with those types of regulations, but I do know they're pretty substantial, and that would be something for other experts to figure out if we ever kind of went that route.
Can I ask just about water? It's coming out of a hydrant at the airport, or will it come out of a truck that got it from a hydrant? How does that work, and how quickly does... There's only 500 gallons per load, so it's not a big ask, is it?
Correct. Good afternoon. So from the water department's perspective, it is a pretty minimal request. which I think is what makes it a pretty exciting collaboration opportunity. There's a hydrant on is it the air side? Am I correct in that?
On the air side,
on the
right
air
by
side
the
of the
control tower.
airport, which would be connected to. And so the flow out of that hydrant is probably in the realm of about 1,200 gallons a minute. And so the flow could fill a tank pretty quick, and it's a relatively small demand need for these tank fills. The water system will be managing our demands at the time of year if this were ever stood up and needed, and could alert airport and fire if, for whatever reason, system demands didn't allow for filling of the seat base. But given the 800 gallon per fill, we feel like it's a pretty reasonable ask of our system.
It occurs to me that if there is a water scarcity, you can always go to Jeff here and ask him to use the Verve Clicquot stash the ski company has.
I'll keep that in mind.
Okay, other questions on this IGA? All right, we will have a public hearing on this on March 26th. Is there a motion?
I will make a motion to approve a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, the Aspen Fire Protection District, and the City of Aspen for wildfire air tanker support and coordination. Second reading, as Kelly said, March 26th.
I'll second that.
All right, Greg. Any further discussion?
Thank
you all for the exemplary demonstration of collaboration. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not to mention awesome uniforms.
Thank you.
Yours, Aaron, yours included.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to a resolution approving first quarter budget supplemental requests. And we'll invite Connie Baker, our budget director. And we reviewed these in detail with presentations from individual departments yesterday during our work session. But please tell the public what we are being requested to approve.
So today, some of the requests I'll just quickly review because the board did not have additional questions on them. But we do have a couple of items where there were follow-up questions, and I have a little bit of extra information for the board. And the board may need a bit more discussion. And then I do have one addition. So we will have some changes for second reading. I was not able to incorporate changes for this first reading, but I anticipate second reading to be a little bit different.
Thanks.
So just starting at the top of the list, the first request was from the Translator and Public Safety Radio Fund for a network management system. And this is a system that would send alarms or notifications if any of the sites were down. It helps them manage the functionality of their systems. The second request was from the Healthy Rivers Fund for the Lincoln Creek Working Group. And as that group collaborated together to discuss the scope of their project and all of the testing and everything provided to assess Lincoln Creek, they have increased the scope of what was originally planned and then also the cost of the project by $57,000. Next, in Human Services, there's a Family Voice Grant. This is a net zero budget impact, a $20,000 grant that will be passed through to Aspen Family Connections. In the Capital Fund, we have the Elk Lane Electrification Project. This is one of the county's housing units, and it was determined that the boiler was failing, and so instead of just replacing the boiler, they are electrifying the unit. The question to the board was whether the board wanted to use REMP funds to reimburse the capital fund for the $175,000 cost of this project. And if you remember from our budget process, the REMP fund was a little tight on funding. However, we were able to Kara emailed Alex in community development, and with the additional deobligated revenue in 2024, that fund has about $585,000 more than was anticipated in the budget process. So there is enough funding available beyond what we saw in the budget process if the board wanted to use it for this purpose.
Okay, let's check in on that. There's $500,000 more than we anticipated. Do we want to reimburse the capital fund for this electrification project?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do too.
I think we can justify it.
Okay,
Thank you for bringing that to us.
thank you.
Okay, the next supplemental request is the airport fund, the Airport Operations Center retaining wall, which the board has seen a few different times. Total cost of the new project scope of $750,000. Then in the general fund, there's the Madison AI pilot project. This is just a little over $30,000, and Kara spoke to that yesterday. In Public Works, parking lot management for Buttermilk and the Health and Human Services parking lots. On this one, we will have a change for the second reading of the resolution in that I will remove the revenue from the budget so that we're only showing the expenditure side. And then if the board decides to move forward with charging fees, we can add the revenue at a later date.
Thank you.
And the last request was the procurement specialist, a new FTE. And the board had asked how many of the RFPs so far this year were under $100,000. This was in line with wondering about the limits on RFPs. Currently, anything that's $50,000 or above, we require a formal request for proposal or request for qualification process. And out of the 23 RFPs so far this year, there are 3 or 4 that will probably be under 100,000. There's the aerial photography for GIS, the community survey, short-term rental impact study, and then the Wapiti Meadows irrigation project, which may or may not be under 100,000. So I think the board was asking just in consideration of what kind of impact it might have changing those limits.
Questions?
Yeah, that would be a policy change or a
It would be a code change.
code change? Okay. So bigger step than,
So if we were to increase it to 100,000, for instance, we could reduce the number of RFPs by 23 at least at this.
well, like
No,
4.
by 3 or 4 this year.
By 3 or 4 this year. Oh, that's it this year. I think you said
Well, so
20.
far this year.
There have been 23 this year, and only 3 to 4 are under that
Okay,
amount.
I didn't catch the last part. Thanks.
Okay.
But it's a matter of what level of control the board thinks that the county should have over procuring contracts, and what can be just informal, where a department head would ask for 3 or 4 proposals, get that in writing, and then make the choice without an official process.
Connie, it seems like there might be best practices around that based on organizational size. Is that, this is sort of out of our wheelhouse a bit, right? But is that something that makes sense for staff to consider?
I think within county staff, there are some differing opinions on that and a bit of hesitancy to change the limit.
Even with the increased cost of doing business?
Yes.
Okay.
That's all I need.
But it is something that if the board is interested, we could bring that back and have a work session on it and be able to present something to you that's really does present best practices, what other agencies in our valley are doing, and have the board make that decision.
Kara, do you want to weigh in?
Well, and I think Connie's hitting on it. I think the conversation is really about what's the risk and kind of control that the county wants to look at, and that's, when did we last revise the procurement code?
I think it was a while ago,
Maybe
2016.
Yeah, and we had revamped it at that point.
No, it was not that long ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was 2018 actually.
Yeah.
Sorry. So.
Yeah.
Well,
So
our
I think
budget
we
has
could
doubled since then.
absolutely. So I think some of it is to look at the risk. I think as it relates to the procurement position, I'm not sure increasing that threshold is really any impact to the workload that happens, because there still is, even below that threshold, a level of work that comes through the procurement department. So some of it's just again, the intensity word we like to keep using here, and the increase all around.
Greg?
My inclination would be to leave it alone until you come back to us asking for us to change it. But, it sounds like what I'm hearing is there isn't enough momentum to ask for a change and that'll make a difference. So I don't want to fix something that's wouldn't be a fix.
Patty?
The only other concern I might have in not changing it is the time frame. We have some projects now, especially with trying to get supplies, materials, where we need to turn things around. If we have to go out to the process of RFP, that whole RFQs, that might be something to consider with what's happening on the international level with materials. And sometimes we have to get a project up and running quickly so we can get what we need to get the project done.
And we do have the provision for sole source depending on what that need is. I think I would caution that most of those are probably not going to be under $100,000.
Well, we never know these days, but just
Yeah.
food for thought. Okay, thanks.
To further complicate things, there's a limitation in the Home Rule Charter requiring approval of the BoCC for contracts over $1,000. So, as you're contemplating potential Home Rule Charter amendments in the fall, that may be one to put a pin in.
$1,000?
$1,000.
That's like coffee.
1972, $1,000 went a lot farther, I assume.
Okay.
I didn't even go down the street and ask them.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
So-
So I don't hear any
And food
interest.
for
It's
thought.
not going to hold up, I think, the FT request, and we will rely on you as managers to determine if a code change is merited.
But we should do clean up.
On
the
its face, it
Home Rule
might make
Charter.
sense to me, but that's out of my wheelhouse. So
We'll have some discussions and see whether we bring it back to you in a work session.
sounds good. All right.
Are there
Go
other
ahead.
questions on the position?
I would still voice my concern about adding another FTE, but in light of projects we have pending in front of us moving forward, I think we need additional help to make sure we get things done and we get them done correctly. And then we'll see where we go when we have even bigger projects looming before us that are coming to fruition. So, thank you.
And then I have one other request, which was just brought to my attention today, that the airport has an opportunity for an additional employee housing unit purchase. There was one unit included in their 2025 budget for, they budgeted $1.3 million, and I believe that was already purchased recently. There's another opportunity that they're looking at, which could be just under $1 million. And so I would like to, with the board's permission, include in the second reading of the resolution $1 million in the airport fund as an appropriation for housing. Of course, the purchase itself will come back to the board for approval should the board decide to go in that direction and if everything were to work out. But this would set up the budget so that if that comes to fruition, the appropriation is there and available.
Okay. Let me just turn to Rye because I'm not sure if this is the subject of our exec this afternoon.
Partially is. We haven't closed on the first airport purchase. I think that's coming up in the next week or two here. But yes.
So is it appropriate to
I think it is appropriate
do
to
this?
give, if we don't spend the money, I believe Connie can account for that, so.
Okay. All right. So
Right,
we have
I
an
know she can account.
amendment to the budget supplemental requests to add this. What is the exact amount?
I think we'll do an appropriation of $1 million.
1 million. Okay.
And then remove the revenue from the parking. And those will be the only changes on the resolution.
Sound good? Questions? You have a question, Jeffrey?
Just minor. Can we
Yes.
dot the i's on the parking? Because the parking actually doesn't match the contracts that we signed or the contracts that were in front of us. They're just off by a couple $1,000s, but
Okay. I will
it just
check
kind of
on
bugged
that.
me as we read through this a couple times. Thank you.
And the exact amounts are included in our packet later under emergency resolution.
So it's just dotting i's, please.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Further discussion? All right, we will have a public hearing on this on the 26th. Is there a motion?
I will make a motion to approve on first reading resolution of the Board of County Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2025 budget and amending the 2025 budget first quarter and adding additions to come back on second reading, $1 million from the airport fund for airport housing purchase, and to eliminate the revenue section under the parking issue, and to
Adjust the
adjust
dollar amounts.
the I's and cross the T's.
Adjusting it as per contract.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks,
Please.
Patty. Is there a second? Thanks, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Connie.
Connie.
Okay. Item number 6, an ordinance of the BoCC amending ordinance number 8, 2017, establishing fees for the Community Development Department. Hi, Alex.
Hello.
You are here in person. Hi, Jeff. Welcome.
Yes, yeah. We got.
Lurking.
Okay, and I will note there was some conversation about whether we align this conversation with the item further down on, let's read it correctly. Oh, wait, it's not here.
I think it's number 9.
Oh, yeah, thank you. The energy code, because the energy code will be heard on second reading and has some fee incentives that we are considering in the fee ordinance on first reading. Now, should we reject that portion or the energy code ordinance later on, we could amend this fee ordinance in second reading to pull those out. So I just wanted to acknowledge some of the procedural elements
Sounds
here.
good.
Okay.
Sorry, getting technology
Hi.
going here. We've got a presentation we'll bring up for you all.
Question, Kelly.
Yes, Patty.
What happens if we pass the fee ordinance today on first reading, we pass the energy repealing and reenacting ordinance on second reading, and then on second reading of the fee ordinance, we don't pass it?
I don't, that's a question for the attorney.
Say that one more time.
That was a tough one to say the first time.
I'm sorry.
If we pass the fee ordinance today
Yes.
on first reading,
The ordinance,
we-
yes.
when we pass the energy code reenactment and reenacting and repealing the energy code on second reading, so that will be done. And then on second reading of the fee, we deny it.
Then that ordinance does not go into effect, and
We have to come back and amend the ordinance we pass on the energy code reenacting and
No, they're separate.
Yeah, it would, correct me if I'm wrong, it would default to the current fee structure for building code.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so we wouldn't have to go back and adjust anything on the fee, on the energy code repealing and reenacting.
It's not a part of the building code or the energy code adoption.
Okay.
The fee incentive is not a part of that.
Okay.
Agree with all of it everybody just said, and I think essentially it then would just mean that incentive does not exist.
Right.
Because the fee ordinance is not adopted.
Okay.
Thank you.
But there is no mention in the energy code about the fee incentivization.
Okay.
All right, awesome. Hi there, everyone. Alex Sanchez, Pitkin County Community
Gotten ahead of
Development Analyst.
Yep, and I'm Jeff Erickson, Chief Building Official.
We are here today to talk about the fee schedule specifically for building permit. And thank you, Kelly. As you mentioned, this is directly related to the work that Jeff has been doing regarding Title 11 and the Energy Code. And just right timing of it seems a little weird, but we'll continue on. We'll talk a little bit about the background with community development fees, how we got to the place we're at currently, and then we'll talk a little more specific around the proposed fee change. So for everyone here, just something to know, It has been the long-standing direction of the Pickens County Commissioners that community development or development pays its own way. And so what that means specifically for our department is that the revenue we generate should cost the expenses that we have every year. And so anytime we're looking at any of our fee schedules, that's always the primary thing, is ensuring that the fee that we put in place will always cover our expenses year over year. Now, the current fee schedule that we have in place was adopted by Ordinance 012-2016. At that point, what happened specifically, and we'll be talking about building permits because this is obviously what the discussion is, but this holds true for a lot of those other fees that were adopted. So at the time, building permit fees were looked at for the last 5 years, and a valuation multiplier was added. The hope of that was it would stabilize our revenue year over year because development tends to be volatile, and 1 year you could have a surplus of revenue, the next you could have a deficit, at which point, right, this really spurred a lot of the 2008 at the time. So originally what was landed on was a 2% valuation multiplier. So whatever the cost of the construction was times 2% would be the fee, and there's a little more math on how we apply that. After about the first year of this being implemented, it was understood that that 2% was too low. And so in 2017, the fee ordinance was amended to increase it to its current 2.7%, which is where we've been at since 2017, and all building permit fees have been charged that. So to kind of fast forward to what we're talking about today, a lot of these slides you've seen in previous presentations from Jeff and his team. This is really connected with the house-sized tiering system that is being proposed in the Energy Code. These various tiers and then components around their energy source, fuel source, will dictate how the fee multiplier will change going forward. And so this should be something that I believe all of you will remember from Jeff's previous presentations, and I'll just, at the bottom of that, all electric and not installing exterior energy, really highlighted where we have a 1.6, a 2%, or a 2.3, and to make it easier, I kind of just removed all the unnecessary pieces for this specific fee discussion. One thing that is up here that will be a change when we come back for second reading, in the red line fee ordinance that you see before you, we did not call out the fossil fuel the way in which we did call out the all-electric or not installing exterior energy. So that is something, and I've got a screenshot later on in the slide where I'll specifically show what we're talking about, but that will be a change. It was just an oversight. Jeff was at Education Week, and we didn't have a chance to make sure that all of the various potential paths that homes could come in were accounted for when we wrote up that document. So that will be something that I'll just spend a little more time here in these next couple of slides to really make sure is clear for you all and the public as well for that proposed fee change. And then this, I think, is just another helpful piece. Again, it was brought previously. We looked at historical permit data. We tried to get some averages. So when we're talking about homes in these different tiers, you can understand what is the square footage on average that is seen. And I see we have a dollar sign next to those. Apologies. What's the average price for square footage? What would a current fee be charged for those? And then if they were reaching an all-electric and not enrolled in REMP, what would be that reduction in fee? Again, pretty substantial in any tier you're on if you are meeting those requirements. And we're pretty proud to be able to come back and offer that as a potential option. So is there any questions on everything? Just kind of catching up historically where we've been and some of the data you might have seen previously. Okay, perfect. That is good. Yeah.
How does this compare to municipalities and other jurisdictions in the valley in terms of percentage of construction? So it's directly related to fees, sorry.
Yes, yeah, right. Fee the let's see, do you know Aspen's?
I don't think they're valuation based. A lot of jurisdictions, I think we're one of the few that do it that way.
And this
I'm not totally sure what the city of Aspen's fee rate is.
So my follow-up question was, you just finished the slide. I'm Jeffrey. You just finished a slide that said 2% was too low, and yet you're arguing for 2% or lower for reduced fees. So it just
Well, it would be reduced fees for all electric and no ramp. So the review times are significantly decreased for those specific projects. And we're looking at maybe a handful, maybe 2 or 3 per quarter that these would apply to.
Out of 125 a year, a dozen would apply?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it incentivizes folks to build in that fashion, but historically that hasn't been the case. But we're trying to incentivize it with this step here.
And I would say 2% was too low for the valuation in 2016. The valuation or cost of construction has definitely gone up since then. And just using a 2% across the board, that was when we were seeing revenues coming in too low and went to the 2.7. This specific approach that we're outlining here, we did similarly the same analysis, looked at permit data for the last 5 years, homes within these buckets, if they would have opted to be all electric and REMP, and there's still a question mark as right how many will, but just using, broad brush strokes. Once we did that and introducing the different multipliers instead of just an across the board same one, that's where we still saw we could reduce revenue but still cover our costs. Because that to me is the biggest thing. I was here when Brian and Cindy had to talk of layoffs in 2008, and I wasn't a part of that, but it definitely is an opportunity or a scenario where I don't want to see community development in. And so I can say with confidence that a 1.6% fee multiplier on a tier 1 home is not going to be something that would, raise red flags or, hey, we're going to be in a potential case where, revenue is not going to cover our expenses. So I do think there's a little more nuance too of, and cost of construction in 2016 when we're comparing it to 2025 has gone up. And so that is why we're able to bring it down. And I think breaking it into different tiers gives us a little more flexibility as well.
Thank you.
All right. So here is the red line fee ordinance that was attached in the packet. And this is, again, we'll just want to spend a little time. I've got an updated version that wasn't included in your packet, but that will be included in the follow-up meeting. So as you can see here, we list the valuation multiplier as well as the various tiers. But what we saw in the oversight in my part was we didn't include in the case that fossil fuel or REMP was being installed, that kicks them into a bit of a different path. So their square footage alone puts them into the tier that they're in. But if they are all electric and no exterior energy being installed, that's where you have that 1.6% as the multiplier. But if you have fossil fuel and or exterior energy involved, then you're back into the 2.7% that we originally had. And that'll be true for tiers 1, 2, and 3. If you're in either of those options, fossil fuel or installing exterior energy, you would be at that 2.7%. To be eligible for the reduced fee rate, it has to be the all electric and not installing exterior energy. So that is something that will be included going forward. It wasn't in the original packet, but as we were reviewing, saw that that needed to be called out and a little clearer for everybody going forward.
So just to be clear on the exemption, 64 square feet plus life safety are still exempt? 64 square foot prepackaged spa plus snow melt for life safety?
5,000 watts of heat tape. Yep.
Those are both exempt still, even under an all-electric?
If you're all-electric, no REMP,
right.
No, you're exempt 5,000 watts of heat tape and one prepackaged it's not 64 square feet, it's a prepackaged hot tub.
We will be sure to get that included too.
So I can have a 128 square foot prepackaged spa then? Cool.
I think it's a small trade-off for 2,200 square feet of snow melt, which is not feasible to electrify, and prepackaged hot tubs are electric. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Well, that is all I've got on this, very targeted fee update. It'll be brought back before you. And then just another note, the reason we amended the existing ordinance is because we do know at one point ComDev will need to come back with repeal and, bringing a comprehensive ordinance together. But again, just the work Jeff doing, we want to keep this very specific to that. But at some point, we'll have a cleaned up fee ordinance for ComDev, and we won't keep amending the existing one. So.
first reading. This will come back for second reading on March 26th. Is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks, Francie. Any further discussion?
I still have concerns about why we're doing fee reductions, but in light of the whole package, the whole ordinance, et cetera, I'm willing to move this forward to second reading and see how our discussion on the next part of this later today.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
Just wanted to say, if you have any actual, opportunities to see someone being incentivized by this, it'd be great to hear about them when the time comes up. Just, does it work? Is it doing anything? That'd be good to know. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and just because my mic was off, that was a pass on first reading, 5-0. All right, so moving on to public hearings and second readings. We have an ordinance of the BoCC approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Redstone Castle. And the next one is also an ordinance approving and accepting the Pillar Ice Climbing Trail and Access easement. And I would anticipate you'd want to talk about both at the same time, and then we can open the public hearing and take votes on them separately. Does that make sense, Paul?
I would love
Is that
to
a
do
good
it
plan?
that way.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure my mic was on.
This is
Um,
welcome, everyone. Hi.
Yes, I have Mark Hamilton and Glenn Horn right here. I was not at the first reading, but I did watch it, so I know there were some clarifications that people needed, and I'll go over theirs. But first, I'll bring up some maps here because it always helps. While those load, I'll let you know. So this is the end of or a due diligence item from a application for the Redstone Castle property to come up with an appropriate development plan. And part of that development plan had a condition of approval to dedicate some land to be eased with a conservation easement, and also a ice pillar access recreation easement. And here comes a share. Yes, although it doesn't quite look right. Here, this is a good view of the neighborhood here. So where this is here's the castle property. This yellow hashed area is an existing conservation easement that's actually held by the History Colorado. This is the town of Redstone. Here, these other yellow hash mark parcels are the Sawmill Hill conservation easements owned by Bob McCormick. This light green is open space, Sawmill Hill open space. And then this area is Forest Service, and then the darker green is the wilderness boundary. The conservation easement, I know there were some questions about that, about what that actual boundary was going to look like. And we did come to an agreement with the applicant. We are going to extend the easement as it was shown kind of on that previous map. The area in question was kind of this area here, and I'll let Glenn and Mark talk about that a little later. But this is what the easement's going to look like. We were going to include this draw that's not shown on here since this is just an outline, but it created a connection for wildlife from essentially the river to publicly owned lands. And even on the, it's actually the west side of the river, this is tilted, that links to Powerhouse open space as well. So it creates a nice corridor for elk and deer to get to the river and
be protected and not have to deal with any development from people, except for this line right here, which is a little hard to see on this map. It is Lover's Lane. Let me zoom in.
I think
Maybe.
that's the funniest name for that.
It's been on the record
It's like
for a while.
right in everybody's face.
Well, I'll figure out how to zoom in while I let these guys talk. But we've represented Lover's Lane on this because we did add to the conservation easement the allowance for these guys to maintain that as an emergency ingress or egress for the castle residents. And I think maybe the neighborhood too. It's going to be available as an emergency route. So since that is available there, the conservation easement allows them to maintain it, clear it, make it available and open for four-wheel vehicles and that kind of thing. The other thing that I want to show is this is the carve out that we talked about that is now excluding a debris flow fence that is going to be constructed. It's part of the condition of approval to keep the cabins and employee housing safe from any sort of events. So we did cut that out. In the end, I think originally we thought this easement would be 88 acres. With these additions and subtractions, it comes out to be about 92 acres. So it's essentially the same. We're coming up with 4 more acres of conservation easement. And I can move on to the ice pillar, or we can just have some questions about this.
Yes. So the carve out for the debris flow, it was decided, even though we could write it in the conservation easement, that they could still maintain the debris flow, the fencing, et cetera. You guys were just, the applicant was more comfortable with carving it out?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And we were fine with that as well. It doesn't make a difference.
And so now we've agreed upon, though, adding that little Lover's Lane section in to come across. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, the ice pillar, this red line is the new access easement that Picken County is going to obtain for public use in winter months for ice climbing. The pillar feature is actually right here. It's kind of right on the border between Picken County open space property and Forest Service. It does get used, and the way folks access it is they will normally park at the inn right over here. This is the inn. Walk down Redstone Castle Road, and then cut around Bob McCormick's house and then access it as we've aligned it right now. Before we brought this alignment to the board, we walked it with an ice climber, and we just wanted to make sure this is what they needed. The applicant has agreed to it. The only change we have from what is in your packet is that there is a change to a recital. The recitals of the ice pillar access make reference to all 3 parcels of the castle, and you can see it really only affects one. That's parcel C, the barn parcel. And the other thing that we are close to, and we haven't quite finalized the language, but we've made some tweaks to the registration requirement that the applicant wanted to include. It has some additional language saying that there's not going to be any parking at the easement. That is going to be off-site. It says that the registration is going to be incumbent on the grantor. Say if the property sells to somebody else and they don't want to maintain a registration, they don't have to. Picken County Open Space feels comfortable just holding this easement as it is. And I can answer any questions about that.
Questions for Paul?
I think all the issues have been worked out.
Yeah. I'll let these guys.
Yeah. Mark or Glenn, anything else? Anything you'd like to say on either of these two?
Stefan Debates asked me to just put on the record that he doesn't recollect the boundary of the conservation easement on the south side of the gulch. being included in the easement. And we went through the record, and it's really hard to discern what was intended. But Stefan doesn't think it's worth, reopening the Redstone Castle hearing and going through all the deliberations again, which would be required. But he asked me to come here and say that he didn't remember it the way the county staff did, and he never intended the land to the south of the gulch to be part of the easement. So I want to state that for the record.
Oh, well.
Can you point this out? Just point out, this is that section there, right?
Kind of right here.
So that
I can zoom in on this one.
north is
too.
to the left on that, is that right?
It's kind of
It's just the land below 7,400 foot in elevation that comes down to the river where that peninsula is.
Yeah, it's kind of this area here.
But it was signed off on.
Yeah, and both me and Glenn looked at the video, and I think we were all kind of we kind of assumed we were all talking about the same thing, but
Now we're talking about the same thing.
we're talking about the same thing now.
It's 2.9 acres. Virtually all the land is between 30 and 45% and 45 and over. Accessibility would be very difficult, but Stefan just doesn't recollect it the way everyone else at the meeting did.
Is this a problem that we need to solve?
It's solved.
It's solved.
It's part of the easement.
You just wanted to say that.
Either that or we open everything and go back to square one.
Well, thank you, Stefan.
Yes.
Let him know we thank
He's a
him
generous man.
for lots of things we thank.
Mark?
Paul already mentioned it briefly, but just to make sure the record's clear, there's a recital in the ice climbing easement A that refers to a plat book. There is no plat for these properties. There are what we call meets and bounds descriptions. I thought I had it on, sorry.
I know, red is on, it's a little odd.
There is, anyway, as Paul said, it should just refer to the barn parcel because that's where the trail easement is. So any references to a plat will be scrubbed and be replaced with the description of the barn parcel, which will be, a legal description that's attached.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. We have two ordinances. We can do one public hearing on both. Related to the deed of conservation easement for the Redstone Castle and the trail easement for the Pillar Ice Climbing Trail. Are there any members of the public here in person who wish to comment on this? Are there any members online who wish to comment on this? Please raise your hand if you do. All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearings and I will bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion on ordinance for the deed of conservation easement.
I'll make the motion.
To approve?
Somebody has discussion?
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance approving and accepting the deed of conservation easement for Redstone Castle.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. And for the ordinance on the Pillar Ice Climbing Trail.
I'd make a motion to approve that one.
Thank you, Greg.
Second.
So formal.
And with the note that any references to the plat will be called the barn.
It'll just be replaced with the legal description
yeah.
of the parcels. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. I'm sorry. I have Greg made a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, I second it.
Okay. Thanks, Francie. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Is that an aye or? Okay. Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice to see you. Okay, item number 9, an ordinance of the BoCC repealing and reenacting Title 11 of the Pickens County Code, Section 11.32, the 2021 International Energy Code, Conservation Code. And, hi, come on up, building
Building people.
department officials.
Hello, again. Yeah, he's gonna be driving, and then August has. Can you
We saw him online. There's August.
promote him to Oh yeah, Shauna too. Yeah, just in case. Hello, I'm Jeff Erickson, Chief Building Official. I'm joined by John Houghton here and a couple folks online in case there's some technical questions that I can't answer. Yeah, so we're looking at amendments to the 2021 International Energy Conservation Code. We last did the 2020 code adoption was the biggest change. This is the next change from the 2020 code adoption. So we'll be looking at a second reading here. In the attachments, there's attachment A that you all have that includes each code amendment and the commentary that goes along with why we're changing. I've just added those to each slide and we'll go through those individually. And at our first reading in February 12th, there were a couple additional feedback questions that you all had, specifically to existing buildings, and we've mostly rewritten those sections, and we'll get into those as we go. And then the building permit fee restructure we just talked about. So here's the summary of the code changes. The green check marks are the ones that you all had no changes to, or there were no changes from first reading to this reading. The 4 red X's are the ones that maybe we need to talk about a little bit more, and we'll do that as we go through the slides. So the first one is the refunds. There's no change to the code language. That last sentence in the code here, requests for a refund must be submitted in the form of a change order if the building permit is issued in the issued status, or a new building permit application if the building permit is completed. As you all know, there's been some hot building permits that have paid a rent fee, and then they got solar after the certificate of occupancy was issued, and they didn't apply for an appropriate refund within the 180-day period. So we're clarifying in this code language that you need to either install renewable energy to offset the exterior energy uses, or your payment in lieu goes to the rent fund. And the staff commentary is where I believe you all wanted some communication with the applicant. So in the certificate of occupancy document, we will state that a rent payment was paid in a certain amount, and they have 180 days from the issuance of this document, and it's signed by the owner to apply for a refund if they want to do so.
Patty has a question.
I appreciate that, but I think it needs to be more specific. It needs to be a date, not just 180 days. Does that include a holiday? Does that include a Sunday? Just to be clear.
Yeah, no, the certificate of occupancy has a date, and it will specifically say 180 days from that date. Yep.
And is there any way we can send a letter, like at date 160, say you have 20 days to apply as a reminder? I don't want us to get in another situation we just found ourselves in.
One thing we've discussed is sending emails. We have all that information already with our permitting software, and we can set that up to send emails.
I would like to see that as an extra level of notification.
Okay.
Just to clarify anything from coming back to us.
That can be an internal policy, but it's not going to be written into the body.
I would like to see it come back
Sure.
as an internal policy, if the board agrees with that.
I don't think it needs to come back as an internal policy, but I think we can direct staff.
Well, it doesn't need to come back to us, but.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll check that one off my list.
The next few slides I'll kind of breeze through because I think you've all have seen these, and they're more housekeeping items rather than the meat and potatoes of this code adoption. So we've added in a section for clarification or communication between us and the contractor and the HERS rater who's doing the energy assessment on the home. We really want to see the HERS rater come out, you know, before the walls are closed up, so they can look at the ductwork, they can test the ductwork, they can look at the insulation, because a lot of times what will happen is the HERS rater won't be involved during the project, and then the walls will get closed up, and then they're involved at the very end, and we're finding that they're not being able to meet their energy rating index, and so they're having to do things retroactively, which is not a really good time to do insulation when there's drywall up. So that's why this is written into the code now.
Patty?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but I did have a note. We talked about additional cost to the applicant, the property owner. And it was this rent reimbursement of $600. And so is this gonna, you can only apply for rent so many times. I don't think you can apply every time you have your.
Are we talking about rent now, or?
No, I'm talking about how much more is it gonna cost the applicant if now they have to have this HERS rater come out
This
throughout the
is
whole project?
we are already practicing this since 2020.
Okay.
So this is
You're
just
just putting it into writing.
Yep.
Okay.
I think, Patty, that question about cost is when we get to the existing buildings, which is a different
okay.
section.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm just following through my notes on the yellow outline.
Yeah. So how the HERS energy rating index works is there's a certified HERS rater who gets the construction documents from the design team. And right now we're HERS 60/30. So that means they have to meet a 60 pre-renewable energy, and then they put enough renewable energy on the house to meet a 30. The HERS rater takes that information and takes the windows and the walls and the appliances and everything, and it gets this HERS rating. And they also do a blower door, projected blower door test to say, okay, the house should be this leaky, or you know. So we just want to make sure that HERS rater who has designed or helped design the house is actually involved in the process.
Sees it as being done as the process goes on.
Instead of like getting through the submittal, getting your building permit, the contractor builds the house and does it on their terms.
Back in retro.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right.
And we've had problems where folks will install the wrong water heater, and then it's already installed, and I'm having them rip out a brand new water heater because it doesn't meet their.
Become their not new best friend.
Yeah. It's not a fun
Okay.
conversation.
And then I'll bring up my other one. Thanks for clarifying that. Thanks,
Okay.
Kelly.
We're good?
Jeffrey, do you have a question?
Good, sir, that was it.
Okay, so tropical climate region option, that's obviously deleted, and we're adding in the residential building provisions here. The reason is since 2020 we had this Appendix A to the IECC, and it's housed the residential building provisions, rent, both residential, commercial, and government. And that's not the proper place for it to live. So we've just moved it to the right section, and we've dissolved Appendix A. The only change to this table came from Mr. Woodruff here. He noticed an error in the skylight U factor. We had a more restrictive requirement in the passcode. And I've just amended that back to the more restrictive requirement. Everything else has stayed the same since first reading.
I just want to say anybody would have caught that.
Yeah, that was. I'm glad he did.
Give him
Previously,
2 children, a dog, and a cat. And he wouldn't know.
So the table that you're looking at here typically applies to additions and remodels. So this does not apply to, it's by component. This does not apply to new residential development. Okay, these two sections are for garage insulation and windows. We think that all conditioned spaces should be treated equally. So if you're heating a garage, you need to be able to, the walls and the windows need to be up to code. They shouldn't be able to be reduced to a lesser value. And the reason is we've seen a lot of garages wanting to turn into conditioned space, and they can't do so because the insulating qualities in the wall and the windows aren't as good as the rest of the house. So we're deleting the exceptions, saying that lesser requirements are not permitted. This section is just being clarified. We want gasketed doors on wood-burning fireplaces and gasketed flue dampers. That way, when a fire is not being burned, air is not escaping the thermal envelope. And then also masonry-built fireplaces that have automatic gas log lighters. We want them to have electronic flue sentinels for the same reason as the wood-burning fireplace. Whenever the log lighter is off, we want the damper to be closed. And also it's a fail-safe for safety purposes. That way there's not a gas accumulation in the house. So whenever you flip the switch for the gas logs, we want the damper to be in the open position, allowing gas to escape. So that hasn't been in the code, and we are now writing that in. This section is for mechanical systems, large mechanical systems. So we would like commissioning, test and balance and commissioning on large homes. These mechanical systems are way more complicated and complex than the average home and more akin to commercial. So the exceptions here are for Tier 1 development. We obviously don't want that cost burden on the average home, but also holding large homes to a higher standard. And this section works in parallel with the previous section, just stating that if you do have a large home with a complex mechanical system, we want it to be designed by a registered design professional. So design build mechanical systems for large development is no longer permitted. This is just section 407. Again, tropical climate region deleted, residential dwelling unit provisions inserted into 407, dissolving Appendix A. So 407 here, this is where we get into the meat and potatoes. This is where the energy code adoption here is really going to make a dent at our 2030 climate action goal. So in order to comply, all new residential developments have to apply with R407, excluding barns and detached garages and things of that nature. So it has to be a dwelling unit. And as we talked about earlier, we are currently on a HERS ERI energy rating index of 60/30. So you all know, you've heard me say a million times, the lower the number, the better the house, the more efficient the house, with 0 being a net zero energy house. So that's how we have progressed here. And this is the table that will supersede the HERS 60/30. And I guess the most important, or one of the biggest changes, is moving from a HERS ERI of 60 down to 50. And once you get below 50, you're starting to change the architecture of the house. You're starting to reduce the glazing percentages, and it's really hard to achieve. I think mid-40s is around the passive house requirements. So 50 is a really tight, really well-built house, and it is, I think, 5% better than code. So you have two options if you're building a house. You can go all electric, or you can go fossil fuel hybrid, fossil fuel electric. If you do choose all electric, and you choose to not install or not enter into the REMP program, and you're all electric, we will exempt 5,000 watts of heat tape and 1 prepackaged electric spa. One of the biggest incentivizations here is in the tier 1, and that is that all you have to do is meet a HERS ERI 50 now. So currently, if you were building a 2,000 square foot home, you'd have to do a HERS 60 and then put solar on the house and enough to get to a 30. And you'd also most likely have to install battery storage, and that's a huge cost increase to the construction of the house. So here we're saying, okay, if you're all electric, you don't have REMP, we'll exempt you from the post-renewable score. So that's tier 1, 50, where you see the C and D. Tier 2, or also in tier 1, if you install gas, any kind of gas, you will be held to the post-renewable score, and that has moved from 30 down to 15, and that's halfway to our zero goal in 2030. So tier 2, 50, 15 across the board. I guess it's important to note here, if you do put solar on your house, if you fall into one of those tiers that requires solar, you have to back it up now with battery storage. And hopefully that incentivizes folks to build all electric. And then the biggest change overall, I think, in this entire code adoption is here in tier 3. We are requiring homes to not only meet this 50, but install enough solar or renewable energy to reach zero. And the thought here is that this is really, really close to our 2030 goal, but there's still gaps in the tier 3. Once you get into these large buildings, you start to see these internal amenity loads that increase the electrical service size. So again, the HERS ERI was created for the standard American home. It wasn't created for these large houses that have all this extra stuff in it. So that is something that we'll need to tackle between now and 2030 on these large homes. And we have a study going on right now with REG and with the 2050 Vision team trying to figure out how to tackle that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
You may have said this, but you've said a lot, so I might have missed it. What if you have a tier 1 or tier 2 and you have gas?
Yep. If you tier 1 or tier 2 with gas, it's basically the same thing. You have to have HERS ERI 50. That's your baseline, and then you have to install solar to get to 15. So you're disincentivized.
So if you're at 50 and you install solar, that takes you to 15, solar and batteries?
You have just solar, yeah, and then you have to. We'll get into the energy storage requirements, but you have to have some sort of storage to back up that solar during non-usage hours.
So you can still have a good ERS rating even if you have a really efficient gas system.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
You have to have a HERS 50 across the board and for all homes in Pickton County. But if you install gas, now you have to install solar.
Okay, great, thank you.
To offset your gas,
Yes.
technically.
Yeah. I guess you could say that, but it's non-renewable, so.
Yeah, yeah, but I mean.
What did I miss here? Off-grid homes.
Sorry.
Can you go back one?
Oh.
Off-grid homes of any tier fed exclusively of renewable energy shall only, so that's a tier 1 home. I think Jeffrey had asked for that or brought that to our attention. And then off-grid homes relying on fossil fuel for electricity, those are going to fall into that lower where you do have to install renewable energy. Is this clear?
Mm-hmm. As mud as they
Okay, so off-site renewable energy production, we recognize we've seen a number of circumstances where site constraints, it's at the base of a mountain or the sun's not great for solar at a specific site. We want to give the option for folks to be able to if you need solar to go from 50 down to 15, it's not a great site. Or if you need solar to go 50 to 0, is probably going to be more of this scenario. We want to give the option of off-site renewable energy, and these options come from the IECC definitions. So 2 of them are 2 and 3 are Holy Cross, and then the first one is a community solar farm. Electric energy storage provisions, those have lived in the land use code since 2020, I believe. And the requirement is if you install 0 to 10 kilowatts of solar, you don't have to have energy storage. If you install over 10 kilowatts of PV, then now you have to back up 25% of the daily output. And we've heard from Holy Cross that they don't want any more solar that's not backed up. So we put a minimum requirement on solar of 5 kilowatt hours, and now we've moved those requirements. Well, they still live in the land use code, but we've added additional requirements here in the building code. Section 409, this has been added to the body of the code, dissolving Appendix A, as we've already spoke about a few times. It's just a better place for the residential REMP section to live. REMP hasn't changed at all. The uses are the same, and it just moved from one section to the other. Now these are the 2 red X's that we've changed the code here quite a bit for extensive additions and alterations, and the most notable here on this slide is we have previously recognized large extensive additions to be 1,000 square feet and more. We've moved that to 500 because that aligns with the CJC recommendations. So this section here is for additions, large scale, 500 square feet and more, a floor area. And we're categorizing those into 2 categories, Tier 1 and Tier 2, kind of like the new residential provisions. Tier 1, 0 to 3250. There was some concerns at first reading on the cost for an energy rating index, HERS rating, for smaller homes. So we've reached out to CORE. I'm not sure if Jamie's online, but Jamie votes, I believe, with CORE. He's not, okay. He was going to talk a little bit about their program, but anyways. So Tier 1, 0 to 3250 homes, we're now wanting a home energy assessment, and that can be through a third party or it could be through CORE. And I understand that it's a $600 value, but with CORE incentives, it's around $100 for this assessment. And basically what happens is a HERS rater or some other certified third party comes into the house pre-construction and says, you can update these windows, you can do all these, they provide us a list of recommended upgrades. And the hope is that they incorporate some of those recommended upgrades in their extensive addition or remodel. That energy rating index is now not required in the smaller development.
That's where my question comes in. So if I have my pre-construction rating done and I get a CORE rebate, and then I have to have them come back after this certain phase, I can't get another CORE rebate. I'm paying a full price?
No. So you get the home energy assessment,
right,
pre-construction. They tell you all the recommended upgrades, and then they do a blower door test.
Right.
And let's say it's 7 air changes per hour. It's really bad. And then you do your extensive remodel or addition. The only thing you have to do is have that rater come back and do a blower door test, which I think it's very cheap
So
It's a fraction of the cost of a energy rating index.
But, so you don't have to have the energy rater at this phase of construction, that you just have the
Correct.
beginning and the end?
Yep, you got it.
That's the clarification
Yep.
I needed. And how much is it, a blower?
For a blower door test?
So the energy assessment with the core onboarding is basically $100, and I think just coming back, and that includes infrared photography, the ACH, the blower door test. It's $100.
Yep.
And then an end of project ACH, they're just coming in doing blower door, is about $300. So you don't get a core subsidy on the out, but you do send it back to the building department.
Yeah.
So you're getting the blower door test twice, and you see your ACH pre and your ACH post construction. Sorry. Air changes.
The idea with the requirement is that you're not making the house worse than it was before.
Yeah.
All right, so, but your first one, you get the core rebate, so it's about $100.
Yeah.
Second one, you don't get a core rebate, it's about $300, so it's about $400 total.
Total, yeah.
I'm just thinking about what we're doing to the cost of building.
I can't quote you on the 300. I think that was
That-
Jeffrey.
I will let, that's a Jeffrey
I'll
call,
live
put
with
that on
it.
the record. Okay, we're good.
Second part of the additions is for tier 2, which is anything greater than 3250. And it's essentially the same requirement as I brought to you in the first reading, but for larger development. We want a HERS rater to come in and take a deeper dive into the house, more in-depth dive than the home energy assessment. And it gives the house a miles per gallon rating. So I don't think any of us would buy a car that didn't have a miles per gallon rating. And I think we need to start looking at homes that way, especially existing homes. And we need to understand how these large homes are performing and how we can figure out how to the 2030 net zero goal, that's great. And that's for new residential, but for lack of better words, the damage has already been done with these large homes, and they're being redeveloped at an unprecedented rate. So we need to understand what's happening there, and that's the idea with this. We want a HERS rater to come in and say, this is how the house sits. Once you do your extensive addition and remodel, this is how much better it will be if you do that. And then they come at the end of the project and say, okay, you did X, Y, and Z. Now your home has this miles per gallon rating. And
So question.
Yes.
So if I do a remodel for 450 square feet, I don't have to play by this.
you're exempt.
What if I do one this year, and I do one in 2 years, and I do one in 3 years? So I incrementally do a major amount of remodels.
There are limitations and loopholes here to everything.
Just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something. Thanks. Thank you. Go ahead.
Two minor ones. Thank you for updating the change from 1,000 to 500. I think you'll find that'll serve the county well, because the wildfire code's about to do the same thing. So I like the consistency between the two.
Great.
So I think you'll be well served when the wildfire code comes out. The only other addition or change I would say is requiring treating a garage door like a wall or part of the assembly. I would just look at jams and headers and anything else we could do to gasket those. And if you don't, then the wildfire code's going to come in and say that's the missing piece. Because basically saying, okay, I've got a 1 3/4 inch door, whatever it is, to meet the energy code, the wildfire code's going to come on the back and say, okay, what about the gaskets for headers and jams?
Yeah,
So-
that's a good point.
So just-
Garages are exempt from blower door tests, so maybe it's something that we look at if it's a conditioned space.
Yeah.
That it's also blower door tested.
Just and look at the consistency with what's about to come out with the wildfire code. So I think it's the movement in the right direction, but I think it's a garage door is leaky as all heck. Just because we've made it thicker doesn't mean it's a tight envelope, and so that's a wildfire risk. So, thank you. And then one battery question. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
NFPA 855, is that on our books or a requirement? So NFPA 855, and you can correct me, I could be wrong, is battery energy storage, and it came up when we were doing the microgrid, and we asked Pitkin County to comply with the requirements set out by NFPA 855 in that, because we didn't have anything in the land use code or in the building code.
Right. There is energy storage requirements in the building code,
Okay.
and there is in the IFC.
Okay.
And there's also in the
Including distances around the batteries, that's what we're really concerned with. Okay.
And the
Cool.
NEC too.
Sweet.
And also, so we haven't specifically adopted NFPA 855,
Okay.
but the fire jurisdictions have. And all of our solar energy storage reviews go to them for review, and they do rough and final inspections. Our electrical inspector will not pass a final electrical inspection without Jan Legursky or whoever's the fire marshal's approval. So they're specifically looking at those things.
Thank you.
Keep going.
I think we can, yeah, that's just. Alterations is basically the same as additions, so we can kind of breeze past this slide until it comes to these. For alterations, we want to provide some exceptions for like replacements. And then also number 3 is a huge change to this code. We've seen a lot of development tearing apart 10,000 square foot houses and leaving one foundation wall and calling it a remodel. We really want to consider that as a new build. So that's what number 3 is addressing. 75% of the thermal envelope, if you're exposing that, demolishing that, we want the house to come up to current new building requirements. Yep, good, thank you.
Why 75%? Not 51?
Just in our research, just going out and looking at sites that have done this and how much they're leaving. It was a number that we landed on after research.
And I think 75% we felt comfortable is somewhere where even if you don't touch that 25%, you can still meet the new build requirements, only touching that 75% you were already proposing to expose or alter.
Thank you. Great, you can go to the next slide. And this is just a summary of what you're getting in Tier 1 versus what you're getting in Tier 2. So Tier 1, you have that home energy assessment, and essentially you're getting that same home energy assessment in Tier 2, but you're also getting that miles per gallon rating, and then you're getting the duct leakage testing, and we're just treating large development a little bit different because we want to understand how they're operating, how they're performing. And then this is also in the alterations section of the code. If you're exposing or if you're replacing the siding on the exterior of a building, and you're replacing the windows, it's a good time to add continuous insulation on the exterior of the building. And the idea here is to also attack existing buildings and make them more efficient. And the best way to do that is to as my Tony Popish always says, you wouldn't wear your sweater on the inside. You wouldn't eat your sweater. You wear your sweater on the outside, and that's what continuous insulation does typically. So it's a good time to do that when you're ripping off the siding and you're replacing all the windows. It's a good time to plop up some insulation.
There's a saying that says whiskey is the sweater you wear on the inside.
Okay.
Now that one I agree with.
Of course, it's absolutely untrue because drinking alcohol makes you way more susceptible to the cold.
Not when it's good whiskey.
Yeah.
And you're sitting by a fireplace.
All right. I know I derailed it.
In the
but let's
Highlands
keep
of
going.
Scotland.
You derailed. Okay. I think, okay, so 409, R409, and C409. Again, we haven't touched, I don't know why R409's here. That shouldn't be here, but because we've already talked about that. But the REMP program has just moved. REMP and commercial REMP are separate. Mm-hmm. There have been no changes. We just moved it to a different section of the code.
So that was an easy one.
That was an easy one. And then we saw this with Alex. Mm-hmm. We'll be coming back for second reading.
That's what confused me because I read it in this and I was like, so it is in that or it's not, but you just referenced it in this.
Sorry for the confusion.
I was reading it.
Been there, done that.
I think that is all.
my presentation.
Questions for Jeffrey?
I will, but I think I will wait till we have public hearing, right?
Yes,
Yep.
it is a public hearing. Okay, if there are no staff questions, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this incredibly important ordinance. Is there anyone in the public that would like to come and give us public comment on this? If anyone's online, please raise your hand on the International Energy and Conservation Code. Yes, Jeffrey.
While you're waiting for hands, so the next time we'll see you is 2027 for 2026 codes? This is the last
The
major
20
update between now and 2027?
We typically,
Or 2028?
we're on a 6-year cycle, so we're on the 2021 series.
Yeah.
And so the next one will be the 2027.
Thank you.
Which is normally available in a year after. So 2028 will be the next time you see me, hopefully.
But this is the
Maybe you'll
last.
see me in the hall.
This is the last big change, though, between now and,
Yep.
I won't say ICC, but the next I-code adoption.
That is the plan.
Cool.
That doesn't mean
And
it might not happen.
So let's just tie up this public hearing. Joe? No? Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Can I ask for clarification on the, what's the date, the effective date of these changes?
30 days after the publication, which I think is around mid to late April. Suzanne Wolf is here. She may be able to confirm. We typically like to do these on my birthday, which is the 28th.
Right. We might target the 28th, but yes, basically it has to be noticed once you've approved. And then depending on when that is published, that determines the 30-day effective date. So we'll work with Sam and Jeanette on the noticing and come up with that date. But chances are, yeah, we're looking at late April.
Late April is the effective date.
Right, effective date. So yeah, it's about a 6-week
Yeah.
to get the notice out and then have that 30-day.
Okay. Any further questions?
And that would be effective for all permits that are not in the process. And we
Submitted after that date.
Yep. Intake accepted. So they have their pre-submittal meeting, and then our permit coordinators will take the permit and give it a permit number. If you're in that phase through the process, you're under review, you're not, this code will not apply to you.
Thank you.
Motion?
No, I have comments.
Patty?
Yeah, I am concerned about, first of all, I think this is a laudable and a applaudable effort. I think you guys did an amazing amount of work and research, and it's something we need to really, and I think we have taken under serious consideration. I am concerned about setting the 2030 goal in light of what's happening internationally and nationally with supplies and materials and availability. I don't want to delay people from having to build their houses. We don't want to drag things out. But if we can't get materials and supplies to do what we're requiring people to do now, we're giving them options to do now, that's, I think, going to maybe be standing in the way of our 2030 goal. And the cost, of course, of having to do that and what we're looking at, we don't really know. It's an uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen with our ability to get material supplies and where costs are going to go. And I don't know if we'll know in a year or if we'll know in 2 years. So I would rather not rush this, even though I think it's probably past due that we do it. I just have to express those concerns to the public that some things are out of our control right now. And I would rather delay this a little bit to see what's going to happen. But I think we've had so much energy and time and effort put in that, and your presentation was really good and very explanatory. So I'm going to wait to hear from the rest of the board and see where my support lies. But I think I'm kind of going in your favor here.
Okay. Thanks, Patty. Other comments? Jeffrey and then Francie.
Well, I'm just ready to make a motion whenever you're ready.
I just had
wanna
one
make sure
clarifying
everyone gets to say
question.
what they want.
Given there's going to be a lot of tension both on the wildfire code and insurability, I'm wondering, I'm going to represent the homeowners who come in right now and say, I want to replace my cladding from combustible wood to non-combustible. Are we driving up the cost of that when they're reacting to an insurance company that says, we're no longer going to insure you, or your new rates are 3x or 5x what they were last year? So and you could say, we'll take it offline, separate from energy, but I think it's related, which is cladding and roofing. You know, the company comes back and says, your roof's 10 years old, even though we know it's perfectly fine. Are you going to make me add continuous insulation at the same time, driving up the cost of a re-roof or a reclad when all I'm trying to do is keep my insurance? And so it sort of goes back to Patty's question, but it's sort of the timing, affordability, you know, how are we looking at that?
Don't have an answer for that, but maybe it's something that we can address when we adopt the WUI, which doesn't have to be adopted by next year.
Yeah, it's approved in Glenwood Springs in 6 weeks, so it'll be signed by the governor, and it'll be adopted by the local jurisdiction. I think it's late this year for implementation in 2026. So it's a prescient question. I just want to make sure we don't have a conflict between what we're now adopting in energy and what we're about to adopt in a couple months in terms of wildfire.
Thanks, but I just something doesn't set right in my gut, and I get those weird gut feelings, but I want people to be able to do the right thing, both in light of the fire code and in the energy code. And I'm concerned we might be getting in our own way on some of those with these increased costs to do the right thing, even though you have to look at the bigger picture, such as the environment and what these homes, especially these older homes, are doing with our greenhouse gas emissions, etc. So it's a tough one for me to make that decision on.
Other comments?
I would say I'd be inclined to approve this, and not, you know, circumstances may come up where you get appeals or things like that, and hopefully we have a mechanism to hear appeals.
We do.
Regarding, these are great hypotheticals, but we could throw those out all day. I think we need to move it forward and adjust as we go, because I don't think anything is going to get more certain anytime soon. So we can either shelve it all together or keep moving, and I'd prefer to keep moving.
Yeah, I'm under no illusion that removing siding and windows and then requiring someone to put continuous insulation on the exterior doesn't increase the cost. It does increase the cost. I understand that, but I think the idea is that the energy savings that you have over a period of time would offset that.
And the insurance savings, if you're going to throw insurance in there, perhaps
If you
there's
can get insurance anyway. But can I just ask, Greg, what appeal, I mean, that opens up a whole nother question. What could you appeal in this? I don't have to replace my insulation because, number one, I can't get it. Number two, it's not in my budget. Or I don't know. That sounds great, but I don't know how it applies.
That's a good question.
Well, I think two things I would flag, not direct to the appeal, but so this was intentional as that first step. There still is a whole building code audit that is part of the Vision 2015, my guess is the WUI. So this is the first step, and we will be continuing to evaluate. So as this goes forward, and if we're starting to hear and see there are really big supply chain issues, that's always something that can be brought forward for the board as a revision or a consideration, right? So can always change it. So I would just say that if you all are hearing it from constituents, it's something we can be evaluating as we're going through the building code audit related to WUI and Vision and the rest of the 2050 goals.
And I didn't hear it I heard a lot of talk about when I was just in Washington, D.C., about supply chains and costs. I didn't hear it specific to if we do an energy code, I heard it just in general for any projects, any road and bridge projects, repaving, any of that stuff. So Yeah, it's an opportunity to discuss in the future, but then we have to come back and revise everything again, so.
I guess I would offer there are things that we know that are within our purview, and then there are things that we don't know how they may be in our purview. The cost of aluminum and steel may affect how much people will propose to build anyway, if that changes things. But what we do know is that climate change is real, and that we have a purview on which to affect that, and how big of a problem that is. And things like responding to mitigation for fire is in direct response to the problem that this seeks to get at. And so, I wouldn't delay trying to solve the problem that's within our purview for things that we don't know yet, or have to mitigate for in the future. And so that's, I'm prepared to pass this out of all the good work that's been done over many years on it. But I also want to,
Kelly,
let's hear further discussion.
I appreciate that, and I don't I don't disagree with you on climate change. I'm just fearful that what we're doing may prevent people from doing the right thing because of cost, if they're going to be living in a house that should be upgraded in some way, shape, or form to, be more conservative about energy use and greenhouse gas emissions. So that's my thing about, are we getting in our own way to try and do the right thing? So I think I can feel how this is going to go, and I may just make a statement that I want to bring it back and keep an eye on the things that we now are questioning on a national, international level, and keep that door open. So that may be my position on my vote.
All right, any further discussion? Otherwise, I'll look for a motion.
I'd make a motion to.
Close the public hearing.
Oh, did you close it?
Nobody wanted to
No.
comment.
Make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Just saying, I've been waiting a while to make.
Oh, were you waiting? Did you want to?
I've been waiting
Oh,
to make this motion.
what, do you need an invitation from me?
Instead of everybody blaming on her, she's going to make the motion.
Francie, I'm calling on you.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance repealing and reenacting Title 11 Buildings and Constructions of the Pitkin County Code, Section 11.32, 2021 International Energy Conservation Code.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Anyone else want to second it? I don't want to get in front of anybody. I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to be a no based on the fact I support it. I applaud you guys. You did an amazing job. But I just think I want to do that no, so reminds people that we need to keep an eye on where things are going in this world as far as our ability to accomplish our 2030 goal.
So you were an A?
I'm an A.
Thank you, John and Jeff and August and whoever else online. So thanks for working on this.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, board, how we doing? Everyone good to plug?
I think we should make the ski company wait a lot longer.
All right, well, let's move on through. We are revisiting 2 emergency ordinances. And these are confirmatory readings. So just to remind folks how emergency ordinances work, they went into effect when we first adopted them because of generally the nature of the timing on these things. And then now we will take public comment. So I'm going to invite our airport crew to talk about our emergency ordinance approving a lease agreement with SP Plus Parking. And I see Dan and Diane. I don't know if Kara, are you? Is Rich or Brian? They're going to run it? Okay. Hi. Because this doesn't just affect the airport.
Taken over.
So this doesn't just affect the airport. That's why, I wasn't sure if we had other staff who were going to tag team on this. So nice to see you, Dan and Diane.
Oh,
And just
good
so
afternoon,
everyone knows,
thank you.
It already took effect.
I did just say
Okay,
that.
So
I
Dan
didn't get
Bartholomew,
that.
Airport Director, and I'm joined by,
Diane Jackson, Deputy Airport Director.
and I believe Brian Pettit was also going to join us, but I believe he has a meeting conflict. So hopefully we can ask any questions you may have had of him. So we're here requesting your approval for a service and license agreement for parking management services at the airport, at the Buttermilk parking lot, and also at Health and Human Services. And this would be with SP Plus, who is a new parking provider for the county or for the airport specifically, replacing our past parking management services. The license agreement portion of this is really for that shack, shanty, hut thing that we have out there that serves as an office for the parking management company. We have a license agreement with them because rent needs to be paid for airport property, and to prevent any type of revenue diversion with this also being connected to the Buttermilk and or the Health and Human Services parking management, a rent is charged just to keep the books clean with this. So we're really asking for, I guess, your approval of that license agreement or the lease there on this. And I know Commissioner Woodruff, you had some questions perhaps on some numbers.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, no, the question was the budget supplemental didn't match the contract that's in front of us. Period.
Okay, I can.
So I can probably answer that if it was the minor discrepancy that came before you in our previous emergency read. It did not include the lease of that said shack out in near our outlet at the airport. And I believe it's a $4,000 approximate increase in the total expenses for all three lots.
Same page, still doesn't resolve the differences between the budget request and the contract. So the question is just dot the i's with Connie on the budget supplemental and make sure that matches what's in our packet. I still don't believe they do, even with the removal of the Shake Shack.
That's Laguna Beach,
Sorry.
California.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We can go around and check those numbers one more time. I know we ran through them after we heard your comments from the previous one. On our books, it looked like it matched, but we might be missing something perhaps.
And Jeffrey, I just want to clarify that budget supplemental was to cover the cost for the Buttermilk and the HHS leases,
Correct.
not for the airport portion.
Correct.
Okay.
Right,
That helps
this
us.
is related to SP
I know.
plus.
I'm just not sure, they're the best ones to capture that feedback on your behalf to correct in second reading for budget supplementals. So I think Kara's got you covered. Okay.
Thank you.
We'll get that clarification for second reading.
Is that going to create a problem if we approve a contract with certain numbers in it that aren't budgeted for?
I don't believe so. The number in the contract is correct, and that was the amount the board approved. And of course, it's subject to appropriation, but I believe that that will be covered due, one, to the minor nature of the discrepancy.
We can do that at second reading on the budget supplemental.
I believe Connie said she was going to catch that and fix that discrepancy.
Okay.
Okay. Keep going. What else is there to cover here?
I don't think from our end there's anything else on this one. I mean, just to reiterate, we think this is for at least for the airport and quite likely for Buttermilk and HSS, this is a better agreement, management agreement that we've had than what we've had in the past with the license plate reader technology. It offers us just a host of additional analytics and just a better business process, I think, for us to implement parking and manage parking out at the airport and at the other sites as well.
Okay, any questions for Dan or Diane? Greg, you think you have some?
Really, the only questions I have is, I know that Jeff is here from SKICO. They sent us a letter on this topic regarding the management plan for Buttermilk, and I think they raised some significant questions, and I want to make sure we address those before we just pass this along. It sounds like, the contract and all that all makes sense, but I want to make sure that every voice, stakeholders heard regarding the actual management at Buttermilk, because it does seem like there are red flags worthy of examination and contemplation by this board, because it's a public issue, and I think we have people in the community, not just SKICO, but users of that parking lot that need to be their concerns need to be addressed or assuaged.
And we will also give them the opportunity to comment publicly, but yes. Kara, did you want to?
Well, and as I believe, maybe Ray can help too, but Brian is not on, but just to clarify that this is the lease agreement that sets forth for, in addition to the airport, Buttermilk, and HHS, but
Right.
the actual operations, I believe, is still going to come back to the board in a future discussion.
So the operations agreement is separate enough from this that we could pass this today and still give a voice to people who are concerned about it. Because that may actually change the lease agreement. It may change the contractual amount with S&P.
The terms of the lease agreement are set forth, as are the operations that are covered by the agreement. And it's a license agreement. Sorry, I misspoke. Lease agreement, license agreement. It's a license agreement. With respect to the Buttermilk parking lot, the agreement is really clear that we can essentially trigger when SP starts or stops at Buttermilk and modify the terms of what they do out there pursuant to direction from staff or the BoCC, or the staff is directed by the BoCC. So there is flexibility as to when they would start out there and what they would charge, if they would charge anything, or if we would charge anything. So there's a lot of flexibility built into the agreement with respect to Buttermilk.
Okay, thank you. Patty?
Yeah, and I won't even try to speak for the ski company, but in reading the letter we got from Jeff, and thank you, I think things like staffing on site for if something came up and there was something blocking the RAFTA transit corridor through the Buttermilk parking lot, signage to help direct people to the right places, community outreach so people know what's going on and when changes are being made, those kind of things, and FAA, got the FA on the brain. RAFTA being consulted if we had a demand for more buses, because we were actually thinking good things were happening, which more people were riding buses. So, but those are just the points that jumped out at me. I know Jeff's probably going to give comment, but I don't know how we can attend to those at this time or attend to those at a later date. But that's just my thoughts for now. We'll wait and see what public comment is. Thanks, Kelly.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to ask a clarifying question. Dan and Diane, remind me, we adopted this as an emergency ordinance because our contract with the current parking company was expiring. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The end of February.
Okay. And we rolled in the additional, scope of work for them to do Buttermilk and HHS, which was pressured by the deadline of replacing the parking operator at the airport. So I just want to throw that out there as some of the context of why the lease was signed under the conditions it was, absent the operations plan that will come in the future. Greg, go ahead.
So my only concern is, say if we sign this, Dan and Diane, if we sign this agreement, we have an obligation to S&P for a scope of work, and then ski company comes to us and says, hey, we think we'd like to make an offer to manage this in some way for you, perhaps without S&P involved. I don't know what they have in mind, but the impression I get is they think this is a very hands-on, personal sort of thing. It's an interface to their operation and the skiing and all that, and S&P's not really offering what they think is necessary, but they'll get the blame for it if people don't like what's going on, and that's pretty clear. And so I'm just wondering, it could be more expensive for us than it needs to be if we sign something that before we understand the scope of the situation, what ski company may have in mind and be offering. for all I know, they might want to offer to take it over for us and pay us. I have no idea. I don't want to put words in their mouths, but it sounds like it's the agreement or what they're willing to have a conversation with us, which we probably shouldn't ignore. I'm just wondering if we can sign and forward this ordinance and still have the flexibility to make, changes if it just turns out the management isn't and the fees aren't required. So we're not paying double, for instance.
Hey, Rye, correct me if I'm wrong on this, Rye, but the agreement's set up in a modular fashion, isn't it? So that the airport is somewhat separate from Buttermilk, which is separate from HS. So, I mean, you could start an agreement with the airport and HSS, but not Buttermilk. I mean, perhaps one can be pulled out or all can be pulled out. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dan, thank you for being more clear than I was. There's a scenario under the existing agreement, I suppose, where S&P never does anything with Buttermilk because we say, hey, we don't want you to do anything with Buttermilk. And in which case there would be no wasted cost, I guess, to the county because all our obligations with respect to covering costs or operating expenses or collecting revenue, for that matter, are only triggered if S&P is directed by the county to do anything with Buttermilk. So if we tell them, hey, don't do anything with Buttermilk, nothing will happen with Buttermilk, and there's no obligation or exclusive right for S&P to do anything with that lot. So if we don't tell them to do anything, they won't, and they don't have any ability for us to interfere with, say, the status quo today.
Copy that. So what's the disadvantage of pulling out that parking lot from this agreement?
Oh, I see. I don't think there's any disadvantage other than having to renegotiate the terms of the agreement should we find it desirable for them to manage Buttermilk in the future. But if the board was not, I guess we would need to adjust the executed contract with them. But again, the way it's drafted right now, we can simply tell them don't do anything with Buttermilk and we would be okay. But we could renegotiate it or pull it from the ordinance if you wanted to.
I would propose that we pull that from the ordinance until we have a more thorough examination of what the possibilities are out there. And I apologize. I want to apologize to Brian Pettit and crew because they may have already covered this. You guys may have covered this already, but I don't know enough about it. And I'm just concerned that we might be a little hasty until we've seen what Ski Company has to offer. So I would recommend pulling it, forwarding it the other two, keeping S&P on the program with the other two. If HHS is ready, it sounds like airport is, and moving from there with the caveat that we're going to follow up as soon as possible with the Buttermilk facet of that agreement.
Francie.
I was surprised to read Jeff's letter because I thought that Brian had said that they were going to negotiate with the ski company. Now, maybe what he meant when he said that was in the future about the details about it or something about. I was surprised, and
we need Brian here.
Yeah, so I don't know whether S&P, is that what they're called?
Yep.
S&P. I don't know whether they're taking this contract because it has all three parking lots, particularly Buttermilk and the airport. I mean,
I don't think so. So when you look at the structure of the contract, the significant generator of revenue is the airport. The way the contract is structured, the Buttermilk lot may never be included as something they're engaging their operating work at. In addition, the flexibility within the contract is such that if we wanted them to manage the Buttermilk lot and not charge anything, and therefore there'd be no revenue, all we're covering is the overhead and the cost of them doing that they bill back to us. So if they've got to plow it or have an employee go out there, we would cover that, but there's no revenue generation associated with it. So it's not like they're putting any It's not like their expectation under the agreement changes financially from a significant standpoint, because the majority of the incentive under the deal is out at the airport.
Okay.
And the rest of it is hypothetical, I guess.
Okay, so, doesn't sound like we need to pull it. It just seems like that would complicate things if we later wanted to engage them to monitor the parking lot or run it or whatever. Jeff mentioned that there wasn't gonna be an employee on the lot. I thought there was, and we looked at the little cubicle they were gonna be in, but perhaps the cubicle was for the airport.
It's
but
at the airport.
It was at the airport. So, I don't know, I guess I don't
Can I
agree
just
with you
jump in?
because Rye has, I think, reassured us that we don't have to do anything at Buttermilk, even if this contract as it stands is signed.
And I would just, I think that there are some assumptions that have not been proven or disproven in the ski code letter relative to what's gonna happen out there. You know, we have not had any confirmed discussions relative to charging any fees at Buttermilk. And that's why I asked to have the revenue portion of that pulled from the budget supplemental, because we did not approve any revenue being generated out there.
The $6 a day.
You know,
thing.
or how the management is gonna happen, and this is not ideal government process. I'll say that, put it, like, all of these things would happen in a conversation that flowed together with clear outcomes for all the stakeholders, and then you enter into a contract to do those things. We're doing it a little bit different, pushed by the desire to address the airport and wrap these things together. But I just think that there's assumptions in here about how the Buttermilk lot will be managed that we've not approved, that we've not discussed, that I anticipate will be open to plenty of input, that, pulling that portion of a contract, which I think is really problematic since we already approved it under emergency ordinance and it's in effect, is challenging. We can always buy out a contract, right? We retain that, opportunity as a party entered into the contract. But, and again, none of these things are going to happen. Nothing is going to happen out there during the ski season. We had very clear assurances given to us from staff that nothing would be happening at Buttermilk before April 7th. And so I think that we have time to do this better, to resolve some concerns here that I think a lot of us share. But I don't personally think it has to structurally change today to do those things. Would be my...
Yeah, I guess I would just add, this is something that we contemplated as we were drafting the agreement. Now, maybe it wasn't as good as it could have been, but it certainly, and I will speak for Brian, I guess, he raised the issue and said, hey, the board hasn't decided anything with Buttermilk. We have the possibility, and I'll emphasize it's the possibility of SP Plus performing these services for us at Buttermilk, if desirable. Knowing that decision-making regarding charging fees or what that looks like out there are to be determined. So this, from an efficiency standpoint, is one contract that says we need you now at the airport. We may need you somewhere else in the future. And if that's the case, here's the model upon which we're going to do that.
Yeah.
So it's not perfect. It was done under emergency ordinance to try and get somebody out at the airport. I think the concerns, respectfully, with Buttermilk will be addressed, but I haven't seen the letter you all have, and we will hear what
I'll forward it to you.
the SKICO folks say as
Yes.
well here shortly, I'm sure.
And if let's tie up our questions or concerns, and then we'll go to public comment. If that works for everyone. Go ahead,
I have a
Francie.
really quick
Yep.
comment. And I feel really strongly that we should be replying to Jeff's letter right away. Whoever should respond. And because I certainly don't want to damage our cooperative relationship with SKICO, and I certainly don't want to make skiing at Buttermilk difficult for people. It is a really friendly place to learn how to ski, and so I would like to encourage that as much as we can. So I would like to move forward with Jeff's comments in mind.
Thanks, Francie. Greg?
Could have said one thing. I don't understand a contract that doesn't have specific terms or performance or compensation. Is that even a contract there with Buttermilk? Like, why is it even in the contract if it's that nebulous? I know we've passed an emergency ordinance, and so maybe we're playing catch up, but it doesn't make sense to me to make it part of a contract if there absolutely are no conditions that anyone's held to.
Sure, there certainly are conditions. The contract is drafted such that, and that would generally be referred to as a contingency, like a future contingency, which is if the county requests that services be provided by SP Plus for the Buttermilk parking lot, here are the terms upon which those services will be provided. The request, and what Brian went to great length to explain to me needed to be included in this contract, was the ability to start Buttermilk at the discretion of the county. Meaning if we never want to start it, we don't have to. If we want to start it, we can start it when we would like. Of course, we needed to make sure that SP Plus had the capability of not only handling the airport, but Buttermilk and HHS. That was part of the reason we included it in the scope of work for the RFP that we put out, was to make sure that whatever company we selected would be able to handle the scope of work identified in that document. So, in that document or in that request for proposal. So they were part of the reason SP Plus was selected because of their capability of not only handling the airport, but also handling Buttermilk and HHS. So there is no obligation for us to allow them to perform parking services at Buttermilk, nor any requirement for them to perform services there unless we ask them to, pursuant to the terms we worked out in this agreement.
Okay, that's a pretty interesting contract there.
Well, yes, I suppose that's one way to put it.
It's in the contract, page 515, letter 4D. County shall have the right to fix such hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, or other parking rates as it shall determine. A manager may not charge any additional fees or charges above and beyond the parking rates set by the county, except as specifically set forth herein. So it's covered.
Right, and I would note that the contract does have April 7th as a presumed start date for HHS and, there's Brian, for HHS and Buttermilk, with the ability, and this was something we flagged during the emergency reading on this, that staff direction to the BoCC, BoCC direction to staff should be to inform SP Plus to not begin operations at Buttermilk on April 7th. So Brian's here. I'm sure he'll clear it all up.
We're going to let you clear this up. Thanks, Brian.
And then we'll do public comment.
Thank you. I see Brian and John. We appreciate you joining, and I know you've juggled schedules, so thanks for coming. I know John isn't feeling great today, so he'll probably keep his camera off, I would imagine. Brian, do you want to? I mean, I don't know how much you've heard. There's been some deliberation here about the conditions of the contract. Greg is concerned about the Buttermilk portion in particular and has suggested that we pull that portion of the contract from this review today. This is a confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance. And there is a request to reply to Jeff from Skiko's letter that was submitted, and I forwarded it to Ryan. I'm not sure what other staff received it or not.
You're gonna get a bunch.
And that's where we're at in our discussion. We haven't gone to public comment just yet, but we will.
The contract has been signed, correct?
Yes,
It's in
it's in effect. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And so it's kind of what we talked about yesterday when we brought the supplemental to fund the SP Plus contract for Buttermilk and Health and Human Services. There are 2 seasons at Buttermilk, like we talked about. There's the summer season from, in this case, April 7th through the end of November. When we met with Ski Company, was it last week? There wasn't a lot of energy from them with regard to the summertime paid parking, which we talked about yesterday being the same program we had when we contracted out to the city of Aspen. Basically, $6 a day for up to 6 days for cars. There would be a larger fee for large vehicles like tractor trailers for up to 6 days there. There would be free parking in the front side of Buttermilk for people accessing Sky Mountain Park or using transit. And that would just be free day parking. So when I talked to Jeffrey and staff there, they didn't have any concerns about summer. The real concern that I heard from Ski Company is the winter time and paid parking at Buttermilk from November through beginning of April. What this contract will allow us to do is to have paid parking in the summer and then work with Ski Company and other stakeholders to determine what the winter time looks like there. And it could be paid parking. The county could, there'll be alternatives to bring to the board. The county could cover the cost of that management service the SP Plus is providing, and Ski Company could be at the table from a financial standpoint as well. But those alternatives will be developed over the next few months with our stakeholders, including Ski Company, and we'll bring that back to the board to see what the winter could look like. But I think there's a solution there that with creativity and with the help of SP Plus, we could bring the board a solution to pay for the cost of running Buttermilk. The county's general fund has historically covered the cost of that lot through the capital improvements, striping, and cleaning, frankly. So I'm hoping to cover those expenditures. But for right now, I'm really looking at approval for the summer season. And that buys us some time to work with Ski Company a little more closely.
Okay, thank you, Brian. John?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. And sorry I wasn't there for this, but Brian laid it out exactly correctly. The summers, we are not anticipating any change from the relationship that we had with the city of Aspen. The winter, I think we'd like to have more conversations, but that could go anywhere from the SP Plus, doing it at our cost without charging, to another program. I think the real issue is we have 3 parking lots, the airport, Buttermilk, and Health and Human Services that all need management for different reasons. Buttermilk in particular is seeing a lot more overnight and unmonitored that can create situations like we've seen and been challenged with in Brush Creek parking lots. And so regardless, what we're really talking about is, I think, who pays. And so if it is important to the board that free parking remain in the winters around Buttermilk, we will have options to bring back. And for the summers, we're suggesting doing the same thing that we have been doing. It's really a no change of condition. And we have flexibility. This isn't locking us into one model or another model. What it is doing is making sure that these parking lots are appropriately managed. And sorry, I know I'm a little hoarse. I'd like to think I've got a better radio voice now.
Yes, Francie.
I don't know who would have the answer to this, but does the Highlands bus stop at the Buttermilk stop?
Yeah.
So people can park at Buttermilk and then get on the bus and ride it to Highlands and save $50?
Okay. So let's go ahead and open public comment on this. Come on up. I hope we've assuaged some of your concern, but maybe not.
Thank you.
But please,
Do-
yeah, sit down, say your name, tell
Do I
us
have to touch this
what you'd
somehow?
like. The red light should be on.
Okay, Jeff Buckeister, I'm the CEO of Aspen Skiing Company. It's a pleasure to be in front of all of you and appreciate your attentiveness to the letter that we submitted yesterday. I really I respect the fact that you all have read and considered it, and certainly am not here to comment and rehash the letter, although I would encourage you to share with those that may not have it. I believe John and Brian do. My comment, and I think with all due respect, is certainly do not want to gum up, even Diane froze. I don't want to freeze any part of your efforts on the airport, understand the nature of the emergency ordinance that you guys have gone forward with. I do sit before you to say that I think operating an airport facility and a ski area parking lot are two very different things with much different levels of complexity. I think the airport's probably complex in its own right. I'm very familiar with ski area parking, so I'll talk about that. Ski area parking is it's complex in many ways, and to date, while it was mentioned that we don't manage the lot, we have managed the lot during the winter times for the last several years, and we plow it. We contributed to the paving of that lot last year, so we are active participants in this lot outside of just the county tending to it. The other thing that's I think very important is last fall we were a participant in submitting an RFP, and we're told that there was the possibility to split Buttermilk and the airports apart in terms of the pursuance of this contract. We submitted an RFP. We believe it was very competitive. In fact, now that I can read what has been signed, it was much more competitive than what you've engaged with SP Plus. And we just wanted to manage the lot. We wanted to care for our guests that are coming to Buttermilk to use our mountains. We believe in the beginner experience, so much so that we offer free skiing at Buttermilk on Panda Peak. And we believe that this should be a seamless way for folks to experience our mountains, our community, and the recreation that we provide. We submitted that, and I think optionality was available at that time. So my comments today really are, and the letter was to, I have had a great relationship with Brian and John through this process. This is not a smokescreen dive bomb type, hey, look at the stuff that you missed. I just wanted to make sure that all of you had the opportunity to understand the complexity as well, because I believe the airport and the Buttermilk lot are completely separate. We had an opportunity to sit with Brian and the SP Plus last week. It was made clear to us that they will start paid parking on April 7th. It was also made clear to us that their hope is to manage it through the wintertime. They don't have anything sorted out with plowing services. They asked us for information on that. They don't intend to staff the lot. It would be managed by I can't remember the name of the birdhouse or the Shake Shack or whatever you guys called it. If an area were important enough to come over from the airport, and we all know that depending on the time of day, that might not be the easiest drive over to check on to see what's going on at Buttermilk. So my urge here is to say, let's work together. Let's make sure that all stakeholders outside of SKICO, the HOAs involved at West Buttermilk and at Tyhack, along with the ARC, all have the opportunity to understand the unintended consequences of taking this lot to a paid lot and what that might mean for our community. And then finally, I would just say that regardless of what happens, I'm very well aware that the newspaper articles will be SKICO took this to paid parking and is working to increase their revenues. And that is exactly the opposite of what we're doing and why I'm passionate to sit here today. We want to continue the continuity there, and our proposal that we submitted in the RFP process On our side, what the intent was to submit that, to manage it, and to ideally, hopefully, keep free parking in the wintertime. On the comment of summertime parking, we are not opposed to paid parking in the summertime or to a thoughtful approach there. And I would just say that I think in order to do a thoughtful approach prior to April 7th, we are way, way, way behind the planning curve on doing something that lands right, that's clearly able to be communicated to the community, to the users, to the people that are driving in and out of this valley every day, summer or winter. And I'll just point you to, this has been done several times in the ski industry, and there are some notable ones that have not been done very well. And so if your curiosity piques you, you could look up the public sentiment that happened around Eldora when they went to paid parking. You can look up the public sentiment that happened at North Star when they went to paid parking, and you can look up the sentiment at Stowe in Vermont when they went to paid parking. All great examples of things that we should be watching out for as we do this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
All right. Any other individuals who'd like to comment? No? Anyone online? Please raise your hand. Oh, it's okay.
I forgot to turn my mic on.
We usually forget to turn ours on.
Yeah. All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, let's bring it back to the board. Further discussion.
Well,
Patty?
Yeah, I would like to move the contract forward, removing the buttermilk, or addressing the issue with buttermilk, to allow time to figure out what we're really gonna do there. I think April 7th doesn't give us time to work out paid parking for the summer. So I think that we'd have to reconsider the county's participation financially if we don't have any paid parking there, and how I don't know all those issues, Brian, but I think we need to better think the process before we start paid parking at Buttermilk. I think we've got the airport over here, we've got Human Health Services over there, we got Buttermilk kind of crammed in the middle. And I think we need to be a little more comprehensive in how we're educating ourselves, the community, and the partners.
Francie?
well, it does seem to make more sense to me for the ski co to be running that parking lot. I thought so from the beginning of this, but, so I don't know whether we can sign the contract or continue the contract that's already been signed as it is and still allow ski co to submit another response to RFP or to negotiate with us about running that, but, is that a possibility?
I'm happy to make some points of clarification.
Thank you.
There is nothing in this contract right now that requires paid parking at Buttermilk. Full stop.
But is there anything that
There is-
prevents ski-co from operating the parking there rather than S&P?
Theoretically, and I believe this was shaken out during first reading, there was direction from the BoCC to inform SP Plus that April 7th was not going to be the starting date for SP Plus to operate at Buttermilk. So,
Thank you.
in the event that we never tell SP Plus to begin operating at Buttermilk, there will be no cost to the county associated with that under this contract because there will be no operations there. There will be no revenue generated from Buttermilk because, of course, this board hasn't made any decision regarding parking, paid parking at Buttermilk. If we never tell SP Plus to start parking operations at Buttermilk, there would be nothing that would prevent you all from entering into some other agreement with some third party, whether that be SP Plus or the Ski Co or somebody else to do parking services at Buttermilk.
Okay.
So the way it's drafted now, in my opinion, leaves you the flexibility to direct staff to not begin the services from SP Plus at Buttermilk on April 7 and leave that question open until Brian completes the process he outlined And if we need to make it more extensive than a number of months and we need to extend that to however many months it will take, that's fine. We can continue under the terms of the contract as it's drafted. As soon as we tell SB Plus, we do not want you to start on April 7th, they will not begin until we ask them to start, or if we ever ask them to start.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Roy.
I'm gonna support
Can I just
signing
ask
it
for
now then, I mean, passing it now.
So just want to make sure it's clear, we have no obligation to SB Plus, and they don't really have an obligation to us regarding buttermilk. Even though there's a contract with them, the contract doesn't require consideration or obligation on their part or ours to, so say we change the plan and have Joe Blow handle the parking out there, SP Plus won't have a grievance.
No.
Okay, thank you. That was, I was just trying to figure out.
I just
where-
want to wait, I mean, there are consequences to that. So then who's going to manage overnight camping at Buttermilk if nobody's managing the Buttermilk lot? Like, what's going to happen with the cars that are parking to take the Highland shuttle that runs for an extra week? You know, I mean, they're saying that we're going to direct staff to not have anything happen on April 7th in Buttermilk, I think has its own host of consequences that we should consider before directing staff to do that right now. And you know, I think we can separate these conversations about whether to like approve the contract on emergency ordinance and maybe schedule time right away for work session discussion on this topic. But, you know, that I am not gonna jump on to that direction for staff. I think there has to be a management plan out there to resolve some very real issues. I mean, you know, a woman was like held in a van for 12 days and assaulted last year at Buttermilk. Like, I don't, you know, like, no.
I didn't know that.
Yes. Okay. Like, bad things happen out there, and
city
like
was
not
enforcing
managing
parking
it,
there.
to me isn't really an option. So, anyway, can I go to Brian and then go to you, or do you want to?
Real quick, though, right now, we have, the board has directed SP not to take over Buttermilk on April 7th. In any way, shape, or form, or just paid parking?
So, what the contract says, the obligation, to Greg's point, with respect to Buttermilk, is if we don't want them to begin operations on April 7, we send them an email that says we do not want you to begin operations on April 7 at Buttermilk.
So we will have no parking enforcement or management as of April 7th if we choose that
At least
direction.
using SP Plus, we won't.
Right, okay. That's the concern I think that Kelly's exhibiting.
Guys, do we have a menu of
Can I
these?
please go to John?
Oh,
I
sorry.
said Patty, and then I'm going to go to
pardon me.
staff,
Excuse me.
please. Thank you. Brian and then John, please.
Yeah, and I have told John this. Buttermilk parking use in the summer is one of our primary calls we receive repeatedly on a weekly basis. Can I park there? How long can I park there? What's the charge? And now with special events coming to Buttermilk, it becomes even more complex. They're asking for reserve spaces. They want to make sure that they've got spaces available for their events. It's the impetus for parking was really during the summertime. We have had problems there, people camping virtually all summer. And the sheriff's department just simply does not have the capacity to monitor that parking situation. So in order to manage that, we wanted to bring in a professional parking firm to take on the summertime problems. And the only way to pay for that use was to charge during the winter, because that's when you can make money for parking at Buttermilk. Otherwise, there's just not enough revenue coming in. But I can tell you, we've got problems at Buttermilk during the summer. And it was even there when the city was taken over, that 5 years, because there wasn't a lot of enforcement. SP Plus is committed to enforcing Buttermilk parking multiple times a day. That's through their contract. So we're hoping to resolve a lot of these issues by having SP Plus on board. But I can tell you, we receive calls about Buttermilk once or twice a week, and they've started already. And I can't give clear expectations to our special use events that are occurring at Buttermilk right now, who want guarantee that they've got spaces available for parking.
Okay, thanks, Brian. John?
Yeah, thanks. And I just want to make sure that the board is capturing the April 7th, the summer paid parking has somehow been presented as something that's new. It is not new. It did not happen last year because the city of Aspen had canceled their contract. We did not have a provider to do the summer enforcement. It's not something that SKICO had traditionally done. And so Brian's right, the summer is, you know, I think the challenge for us, particularly in terms of long-term parking, there's a lot of staging requests that happen, that sort of thing. And so managing the reservations, the such is important. And I'd note that not all parking would be paid parking. There'd be allowance for free parking spaces for transit users. Brian, I believe those are somewhat flexible because what we're really talking is how much revenue we generate to offset the cost of enforcement. You know, and Jeff's right. In other communities in the winter, during ski season, either the mountain itself or the community has found it's to their advantage to go ahead and subsidize. It's not that those parking lots, I can tell you in Winter Park, I can't tell you or Eldora, but they're not unmanaged. You know, they are still managed. And so there's a cost, and that would be a choice. I come back to you, but what we're proposing starting in April 7th is actually the program that was in place for a number of years. You know, and that may be something that Jeff in his comments wasn't aware of because of the conditions, you know, after the city of Aspen canceled in, is it 23, Brian, or 22? Wait. 20.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, so we have had a couple of years there where it has been unmanaged. So I just wanted to make sure that the board knew we were actually going back to what we had been doing.
Okay.
I feel
Is it possible to move forward on the contract and to direct staff to quickly schedule a work session time with us on this?
to further the opportunities for a specific management plan for Buttermilk?
Yes.
I can
Is that
I can agree to that.
a workable option here?
Because we need to have something managing that now rather than no management. But the door open for other opportunities for, like I said, a more specific plan.
Greg?
Can I?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to seek a clarification is because I think what Brian is saying that the management plan for winter is going to come back to you as they work through with the stakeholders. That's not happening right away. So I want a clarification. Are you seeking Brian and staff to come back of the management plan for Buttermilk for the summer before April 7th?
Oh, well, that was some of the energy I was picking up on, but let's clarify that.
I thought I heard Brian say that it's the same plan for this summer as it has been.
So
That's
SP
what
Plus
John
would
said
be
too.
enforcing and managing it under the same
Right.
plan. And so for me, it is not just a matter of a management plan, it's who's gonna manage the management plan for the winter. Are we gonna stay with SP or are we gonna go to a different provider?
Well, I think that's a separate conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think the clarity that Kara's asked, do we accept the management plan as starting on April 7th right now, or does that need to come back? The summer management plan, does that need to come back to us for further discussion?
I'd say
Not for
no.
me.
Not for me.
Okay.
It's the broader question.
Okay, so we're most concerned about a winter management plan that involves stakeholder input, that the board has its hands on, and opportunity for public input. Probably doesn't need to happen before April 7th then, okay?
But I want to
Yes,
add to that.
Patty?
It also, it's not just the management plan, it's the provider who's going to manage it. That it should be open for discussion, and that would then extend to winter and summer at Buttermilk. I think Buttermilk needs to be looked at as winter and summer, the management plans, and who's going to manage it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, that doesn't make
It-
sense to me.
I think what Patty, can I just maybe
Yeah,
infer
please.
what I think you're trying to say is that perhaps in a change from SP Plus being the manager in the winter.
Or
is
in the summer
manager of
next
the
year.
plan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a
Got it?
motion.
Okay.
That's okay with you?
Can I say something?
Let Francie make a motion, I'll do further discussion.
I am gonna make a motion to approve the emergency ordinance, approving a lease agreement with SP Plus Parking.
I'll second. Further discussion, Greg?
Yeah, thank you. I think I have enough information. I'm comfortable now. I think it's a really awkward contract. And I think I was getting different information from different sources, as often happens. I think I'm comfortable that staff can figure this out. I don't want to meddle. I just wanted to make sure that what sounded like a contract may really not be a contract. There's an agreement. There are some opportunities that may come to the parties, but it just doesn't seem like a very solid contract. But if it works for you, I'm fine with it, and I'm happy to move it forward.
And I'm just going to add the point of clarification in Francie's motion is that with direction provided to staff.
Well, I think the staff know what they're doing in their.
And I just want to make that clear because, yeah, it's not just we're approving the contract, we're also asking staff to come back with a contract or looking at provision of management services at Buttermilk year-round.
Well, they are coming back with that.
Yeah, because we're directing them to do that.
No, they already said they were coming back with that. If
And
you
that-
want me to add that,
No,
fine,
no.
add it. I
Francie,
just
they're
don't think
only
we need
coming
to.
back to look at management for winter. I'm looking at opening that up broader to a different provider of services and for year-round service.
I don't
Not just
support
winter
that. I think that's
management plan.
premature. So I don't, are you gonna,
I
are
don't-
you
I don't want
accepting
to.
that as a
I'm-
friendly amendment?
I trust that they got the message.
Okay, I agree with you. Is there further discussion?
Get the message.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, let me call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Anyone? Okay. And to be clear, we will have paid summer parking along with some free spaces, as we always have at Buttermilk. And we will, we do not have a plan to charge for parking in the winter at Buttermilk Ski Area at this time. And we will have further discussion of winter operations planning among staff, stakeholders, and board in the future.
It's broader than that. It's not just
I think
winter
you think it's
management.
better than that. I don't think the rest of us have directed that. So it can come up in a work session when they bring that back for us for discussion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on. We'll do our last emergency ordinance, then maybe we'll take a short break.
Vote on it? Do we
We
wanna
did. We
I have
said
a question
5-0.
about
I
the
called the
agenda.
question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question about the agenda? I'm really
Yes.
hoping to get to the championship game with all my family in it tonight. So I'm wondering about this,
Thanks, guys. Sorry.
Stay tuned. Thanks
on
for
here
coming.
it says we're gonna discuss the Darling Farm thing, but on here it says they're asking to have it continued till April 9th, and I'm wondering which it is. Are we gonna go through the whole Darling thing, or is it being continued?
91 pages of new
April
applications.
9th?
Darling Farm, we're not continuing anything.
No.
It's the item before us that's continued, the Bayou retreat.
Oh, really? It says
Where are you
request to
looking?
continue to April 9th.
That's Bayou.
It's Bayou.
My bad.
So
Okay.
let's get it continued.
Well,
Okay.
we have
Be
one
going
more to
anywhere
do.
for a while.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and Francie, I'm eager to also move expeditiously through the remainder of the agenda.
Yes, I might have to.
Um,
before seasonal farm.
Let's
Thank you.
Bye.
go
Thank
ahead
you,
and
Jeff.
take up the emergency ordinance approving the purchase of 374 South 8th Street, Donita Townhome subdivision. And this was a former employee unit. And Carol, I'll turn this over to you. We passed this. Go ahead.
Thank
This is
you.
confirmatory reading.
So this one will hopefully be a little bit briefer. So this is part of the employee deed restriction program in which the county enters into an agreement with an employee up to 40% of the purchase price, where the employee puts in 60%. They may appreciate it puts a deed restriction on that property, and that the ability to stay in that housing is tied with the employment at the county. If an employee chooses to leave the county or sell that unit, the county has the right of first refusal. The county exercise through the emergency ordinance their right of first refusal to purchase the property for $399,000 and some change. I don't have the exact. And that is with a 7% appreciation cap because that employee has still been in the, had been in the program over 5 years. So with that, I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. With that, so we did move forward. We actually closed on the property on March 7th. And so when we exercise that right of first refusal, we basically take that deed restriction back. And so we will be evaluating the likelihood of selling that back to a future employee at a still remarkably reduced free market or remarkably reduced rate from free market for a future employee housing unit. With a deed restriction, the same deed restriction. So if another employee does enter into that program, we would record that deed restriction against the property.
Okay, any questions?
This is already closed, right? It's already closed?
Yep.
Yeah.
Closed on March 7th.
Yep, so this is a
No question.
confirmatory reading and public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Is there any members of the public in the room or online that wish to comment on this included contract?
Oh, come on, let's have some discussion here, guys. Let's get totally confused.
Let's unsign it.
Okay. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Greg.
Seconded. Either
I'll
one.
give Greg the motion and Francie the second. Any further discussion? Emergency ordinances are weird, aren't they, Jeffrey? Yeah, okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
It only took me about 2 years to understand.
Let's go ahead and handle the continuance of Bayul, and then we'll take a short, we'll let Jeffrey make his recusal statement, and then we'll take a short break. So this is a resolution granting an amendment to the special review use exemption from activity envelope and site plan review and GMQS for commercial development for the Bayou Retreat Center accessory structure, known as the tent. We have heard this, and we had continued it, and then some land use violations or building code violations, I forget which one, were identified on that property, and so we've been advised to postpone the deliberation of their request until those have been resolved, and we've targeted April 9th for that to be the case. This was a public hearing. We will continue the public hearing until April 9th. Is there anyone here who wishes to comment on this application? I see. Oh, I see. I think that's Melanie. You have your hand raised. Go ahead, Melanie.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I just wanted to point out that under ordinance number 036-2023, no application for any building should be submitted for consideration if the property has already reached the maximum allowable floor area. For the Frying Pan River Valley, that would be 5,750 feet. Only 4,000 of which would be the primary property. The rest is for accessory structures. Bayul filed their application after this ordinance went into effect. And to me, this is a waste of time because they should have never even been allowed to file the application. So continuing it just is an additional waste of time when it shouldn't have been filed in the first place.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. I appreciate you adding comment to the
So
public.
I guess
record.
I just wanted to bring that forth. I've talked to community development, and I think about that discussion and asked them how it's possible that they've been able to file that, knowing that Bayul has claimed that they have an exception to that because of a 2004 building approval for square footage. However, that was specific to a guest house or a guest cabin and a staff cabin, both of which were built. And then it was specific to 165 square feet added to 4 different cabins that were already on the property. So it was very specific for use, and it cannot be put towards an event tent or an event structure. And so there's no qualifying event for them to be able to apply for that building permit now. Additionally, in 2008, the Frying Pan Caucus went to the county and requested that the maximum allowable floor area be limited to 5,750 feet. And since then, any possibility of them being able to claim this additional square footage was squashed. And that was done then as well. So therefore, this application should have never been filed. We should not be hearing it or spending any more time on it, the county's resources. And so that I would request that the application be withdrawn based on ordinance 036-2023.
Great, thank you, Melanie. I appreciate that. Leslie, I see you. If it's okay, I'd like to just see if there's other public comment on this, and then we'll go to you. Unless, okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item that we have intended to continue. Leslie, did you want to weigh in on Bayul, or were you raising your hand to join for the next item?
She's not on the next item.
To the next item, she's joining as a panelist.
I mean, I don't know that there's anything that Leslie needs to add.
Okay.
I mean, I think everything was in the memo related to the continuance and kind of where we stand at this point.
Okay. All
I
right.
agree.
Close public comment?
I have a
I
question.
Did, yeah,
Are we setting a site visit?
good question. Leslie, did you want to weigh in, or are you good?
That's a good question. If you guys do want to do a site visit, I'm happy to organize and create the agenda for that. We're recommending continuation to April 9th, so the site visit would ideally happen before April 9th.
I don't think we have enough time between now and April 9th.
Right, you look like you wanted to say something.
Got that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No.
If you want to schedule a site visit before the 9th or after the 9th, that's fine.
Okay. I thought we canceled our last site visit because there was some conflict between the violations and us doing the site visit.
No, I think we rescheduled the last site visit for Bayul because there was an attempt to schedule it before the noticing for the quasi judicial hearing had
Okay.
opened.
Okay.
But
Thanks for
I
the
would add, yeah,
clarification.
there was also, once we, brought on the violations and we're pursuing those, that was a piece of wanting to not move forward with the site visit at that time. Again, the hope is that the violations will be resolved before the April 9th meeting. So again, timing-wise, if you were trying to do a site visit, we'd sort of be in that same, I guess, posture of, trying to pick the date that works, and we can see as we get closer to that, where we stand on the enforcement action.
Okay, who wishes to do a site visit?
I do.
I do. Jeffrey does. All right, we have a quorum. Are there dates? Yeah, ideally we would do it as close to the 9th as possible. Would the 4th or the 7th work for people?
The 4th or the 7th works for me.
And me?
I like going up there, I'll go.
You want to go on a Friday or a Monday? Friday is better for me. Can we do April 4th?
4th.
All right, so we'll just take the agenda from the
Right,
March
we
date
can-
and move it to.
And we'll work on the same time frame.
So do we identify the continuance to the 4th or the continuance to the 9th?
To
we
the
had.
9th.
I would say the continuance to the 9th, I think what we did last time, yeah, continuance to the 9th, and just on the record saying that you'll do the site visit on the 4th.
Okay.
If the
I think we
applicant can do
said
it that day.
11:30? Yes, Jeffrey?
Right, we'll have to check with the applicants, but I'm sure they'll
The
make it
applicants
work.
online, I was gonna ask
Oh.
if we could confirm that April 4th is not an event, that we're just trespassing.
Are they still
Hey, Abby,
online?
go ahead.
Glad she came back.
She needs to unmute.
Unmute, and then we can hear you, hopefully. Go ahead.
Sorry, unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
April 4th works great for us.
Perfect, thank you.
Perfect,
All
thank
right.
you.
Can I have a motion to continue this with the public hearing to April 9th, please? Thanks, Francie. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thanks, Patty. So we have a motion to continue the discussion of the application to the 9th, and we will schedule a site visit for the 4th. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. We're gonna take a little break. How long? 13 minutes? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, we are gonna move to item 13 here, because we have a statement here by one of our board members, and this is for 143 Darling Farm. We have two items: an ordinance rezoning with planned unit development overlay, a second reading, and a resolution approving the activity envelope and site plan review, PUD review, special review, and GMQS exemption for a caretaker dwelling unit and major amendment. Also second reading. And I'm gonna turn it over to Jeffrey Woodrow.
So, Mitch and Forrest, I apologize. I voted on this on April 2nd, 2024 at a planning and zoning meeting. Therefore, I wish to recuse from this hearing.
As is appropriate. Okay. Okay, so with that, we're gonna have a 12-minute break. Does that work for folks? We'll be back at 5:10. Thank you. right, welcome back, everyone. Are we live? I don't see us, Michaela. Can you see us? This is the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session. Are we live? Okay. Yeah, okay. It's Wednesday, March 12th, and we are discussing the Darling Farm proposal, which we reviewed at first reading last summer, and some changes have been made, and we will hear it now on second reading, and I'll turn it over to Tammy, Coach Enta.
Yep.
And I'll just check in with the board. Does the board want the deep dive, or do you all feel comfortable with the packet as presented in terms, we were checking in with staff and applicant about how far down we'd like to go. Of course, we want a thorough review.
I want more info on the way along the way, but.
All right. Is that enough? I think we'll move through, see how we go. You good?
I remember.
I remember it as well.
I'm easy too,
So.
if you want to jump in and ask me to address something in the
Okay.
middle, okay with me.
Yeah.
So
Thank
is it
you.
the light version?
Don't be
Is that what you're
shy.
asking for?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay,
We want to
good.
be
I'm
thorough,
with
but,
that.
maybe we don't need the dissertation.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so as you mentioned, this was previously reviewed by the board on July 10th. It was voted, the resolution and ordinance were recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. And similarly, the P&Z also reviewed this application and recommended approval to the BoCC. During that first reading, the board asked that some of the APSHA comments be included in the second reading, so that was included in your packet, and those comments were in regard to the EDU and the deed restriction and the request to modify that deed restriction. I'm going to let Mitch present first because he has the pretty slides and the background and overview of what is being proposed, and then I'll follow up with the code, the land use code standards that apply to this review. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mitch.
Great.
Thank you. Good evening
Nice
now,
to see
right?
you.
Mitch Haas, representing 143 Darling Farms LLC, who's the owners of lots 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7 of the Weeben Ranch subdivision. Joined with Forrest Thomas is the ranch manager at the property, who's here just to
Very patient.
questions or moral support, and he's
Great.
been actively involved in everything on the property for the last couple of years now. So I'll try to keep I'll try to stay brief on this. I don't know why it's already not moving. Okay, there we go. If I'm skipping over something you don't remember from last time, please just jump in, let me know. But basically, I'll refresh a little on where we were and provide the updates because, as you know, we continued the hearings on our own accord, mainly for the applicants to look at some value engineering and redesign of things to just improve efficiency and make so construction won't be quite as expensive or last quite as long as it would have otherwise. And I think we've been really successful in that regard. And then there have just been some other changes that just tighten things up. But we'll run through, that's just an intro. You know where the property is, right? I don't think we need to rehash that. It's the end of Capitol Creek Road, right? Well, the end of the pavement on Capitol Creek Road. Ranch on the other, right on the side there. It's this property, these 5 lots are 307 or so acres combined. And it is the old Weeben Ranch, which has been a ranch property since the 1800s. Long history of ranching in Pickens County. There are, like I said, 5 lots owned by this applicant and that are this application and PUD. The other 2 lots are separate and we're not messing with those in any way. So this lot shows sort of the layout of the lots today, this map. You could see they're a little jogged around, which is not unusual in trying to make lots work and keep them over 35 acres and avoid constrained areas so that you have somewhere buildable on each lot. So that's kind of how it lays out today. Adjacent properties that you should know of, the whole property back is the Lost Marbles or McBride Ranch. St. Benedict's Monastery off to the other side. Everything across the street is the former Child Ranch, or still partly Child Ranch, and known as the Capitol Creek Ranch. And then the other two lots that we're not addressing are down in this part of the map. The property is basically a lower pasture plateau, lower flat area, then a hillside that runs across it through here with the vegetation on it, and an upper mesa, and continues up into the woodlands as well, which is all those woodlands up there are in a conservation easement. And the proposed development doesn't touch the conservation easement or do anything to at all affect it. This was our slide addressing the updated master plan, which we're still very, very much consistent with, not inconsistent, but inconsistency with, so consistent with. The caucus looked at this application. It's been a while now, but we had what I would, there wasn't a formal vote, but seemed to be unanimous support from the caucus, which in my experience is very unusual, with no negative comments really at all. And since then, if anything, the project's only gotten better. The one possible negative you could say that came out of the caucus was they'd like to see an additional employee housing unit in the project, which it now has, which I'll get to in a little bit. The development rights on the property, as you can see, these are the existing, the shaded up here is the conservation easement. I don't want you to confuse that with an envelope. Everything else you're seeing in gray are existing envelopes, and they accommodate quite a bit of existing development approval that's still vested, spread across the property kind of randomly, and each of these envelopes also accommodates agricultural structures under the agricultural exemptions of the code. We're changing a lot of that in what I believe are very positive ways. So for instance, today's approvals allow 31,500 square feet of residential floor area. We are eliminating 11,500 of that. We're taking off all the approvals that are perpetual approvals. We're forfeiting those, the approvals that allow use of TDRs here to increase floor area. Instead, we're sticking only with the 20,000 square feet that have been earned through growth management competitions. And in that way, cutting the residential floor area by, I forget the number, it's a large percentage. And you could see that the lower chart is what's allowed today as exempt agricultural floor area on each of these 5 lots. It ranges from 7,500 up to, or 7,100 roughly, up to close to 11,000 square feet per lot, and 39,000 to over 40,000 square feet of agricultural structure spread across the property. We have what we've done, we'll get to, is we've created a common agricultural parcel that doesn't allow residential and not allowing agricultural development on the other parcels. And what we've done is, typically the code says on a common agricultural parcel you get unlimited agricultural square footage. We've volunteered a limit of 15,000, which, as you go back here, as you can see today, we're allowed about almost 41,000 square feet. So dropping it to 15,000 and putting it all in one place is a major improvement under the county code and the master plans, as compared with what could be going on out there today.
Did you have a question? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so you said the common agricultural lands will have agriculture, but the others won't be able to?
They'll have agriculture on the lots, but not agricultural buildings.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, great.
Good clarification. So the proposed changes here, this is what our new lotting plan looks like. It's unusual. It's not what you typically see. It's because we tried to bring the lot lines together to converge in one place so that all the residential can happen in one cluster rather than spread across the whole property. So, and the other reason for the odd lot line shapes is to keep each lot over 35 acres so as not to lose their well rights that exist today. So what we have here is we've eliminated the envelopes that were in here. We've shrunken the envelope up on the Upper Mesa. Lot 5, we've just left it alone because we're not proposing any development up there at this point. We're just saying whatever floor area is left from the residential that's used on the other lots can be on Lot 5, subject to site plan review in the future. The residential cluster will all occur in this area, and the agricultural development will all be mainly in here. There's another agricultural envelope here where right now nothing is proposed other than a solar array that would serve all of the residential cluster. And we have a agricultural envelope up here, much smaller than the one that exists today. No development really proposed up there other than planting fruit trees for orchard use. So I'll explain that a little bit in a minute, because that's moved essentially from where it was before going to be. So as you see, it's 2 clusters of development. The rest of, and eventually a small home up here with leftover floor area. I think as the numbers work out now, that's right around a maximum of 2,500 square feet in this envelope, and no agricultural buildings up here. So keeping the development next to the conservation easement real small and appropriate, and not piling a bunch of agricultural structures up there either. So all of this is down low on the property in the bottom, where there's very little in the way of constraints, no real wildfire hazard, and we've done things to mitigate any scenic impacts or concerns. So the summary of the kind of proposal here is we've eliminated 1 residence altogether, because we're allowed 5 today and we're dropping it to 4 by creating that common agricultural parcel. We were previously approved for up to 5 caretaker units. Our proposal includes only 1, so we're eliminating up to 4 caretaker units as well. We've decreased agricultural floor area by as much as 63%. We're going to be restoring and reusing 3 existing non-designated but historic old buildings that are out there, rather than just all new build like was previously considered. I'll go over some of this in a minute. We've done quite a bit already, but doing more to improve irrigation operations and efficiency. We're going to have no net loss in agricultural preservation acreage on the property, even though we're creating an agricultural cluster in the pastures today. We're restoring old areas that haven't been irrigated or used for any production in at least 20, 25 years to agricultural use and productivity. We're eliminating 36.5% of the current residential floor area rights by forfeiting that 11,500 square feet of rights. Shrinking potential habitat losses throughout the site. That's the result of clustering and putting the homes and buildings all in tight areas. There's zones of influences that wildlife ecologists talk about, and we've greatly shrunk those by doing the clustering. We are providing an emphasis in renewable energy sources. We have the solar array for the residential. We're planning to use geothermal wells as well. And we've made improvements just in the agricultural building designs to reduce energy uses as well. We already have an on-site ranch manager unit that Forrest lives in. And the proposal now involves in the main barn in adding another seasonal employee unit. It could be used year-round, but we're envisioning it more seasonally. Forrest has been able to handle everything in the wintertime up there. In the summer, when there's a lot more going on in the growing seasons, there's a need for for more help. So that would be the idea for that unit too. And that was recommended, like I said, by the caucus, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended adding this second unit here for on-site employees. The development, the cluster, the residential cluster, right now there's an envelope right up against Capitol Creek Road today that's 11 or 12 acres in size for residential development. We're moving the entire residential cluster to the biggest developed structure in that cluster will be 900 feet from the road. And it sits at an elevation that's 35 feet to 40 feet below the road. So if you're looking from the road and can manage to catch glimpses of the residential cluster out there through the Gamble Oak that we're keeping and that we're supplementing with, you'd be looking at roofs because you're looking down in that direction. And we've, again, reduced the land area subject to disturbance just by greatly reducing the envelope sizes. This image you've seen before. This is kind of using drone footage. This is updated to show us today's envelope configurations. They're pretty much the same envelopes that you saw back in July, just little tweaks here and there. The little tweaks kind of resulted in overall our envelopes are, let's see, we've lost a little bit of acreage within activity envelopes from July when you last saw it. Percent, I think it's 0.41 acres. The total changes represent approximately 0.41 acre reduction in activity envelopes.
So the orange is going away and the gray is staying?
That's right. Well, and the orange has become landscape restoration envelope. So no structures, no anything, just back to irrigation and planting of appropriate groupings of trees that look natural and let views permeate through so people it's always been, oh, I don't know why my screen just disappeared for me.
So the orange is currently
There we go. Okay.
vested activity envelopes.
I'm sorry, what you said?
The orange.
Yeah, the orange are envelopes that exist today and are vested and can still be used.
Yeah.
And these are going away, right? So the envelopes you see on the hillside disappear altogether, not being replaced at all. A big chunk of the envelope up here is being reduced and made smaller. There was some envelope in the back of the upper pasture that's just going away also and being reclaimed for agricultural use. And the blue is more or less where the existing ditches run. Nobody knows exactly where Elk Creek is, but it seems to run partly in this ditch. It was rerouted 25, 30 something years ago and runs in the ditch and is piped, and nobody knows where it is. It pops back up out of the ground back in this area where there are ponds, and then it starts again and runs to what people know of as Little Elk Creek. At any rate, we've maintained 100-foot setbacks, minimum 100-foot setbacks from those, even though they may or may not be blue line streams under the code. And that one big wetland complex back there stays well away from any envelopes as well. So this was what we were getting at here, is this cluster is, well, I might as well, that helps. There we go. Those are the main view lines that we were trying to preserve for the public, right? So the ones from out here are coming from towards the monastery, near the monastery as you look across the landscape to the property. So there's always been concern from the caucus about these envelopes because of those view lines, and this being so close to the top of the hillside that things might be visible. So we eliminated those to address those concerns, even though any development up there would be subject to a site plan review anyway. We figured eliminating those envelopes means we know there's not going to be visual impacts from there. The other main view concern has been from this curve that people often set up, I don't know, maybe often's overstating, but people set up out here easels to paint in either direction looking, often across this property. And that was, Michael Kinsley set up out here and done a painting of this field, and he was a big supporter of this when we were at the caucus meeting. And so we've made sure that the landscape plan you'll see in here still keeps opening so the views across the pastures are maintained, and the types of plantings that are done for restoration are natural groupings and not like a wall.
Yes,
And the upper left gray, what is that again?
That is that Lot 5 envelope that still just
that
exists.
you're not doing anything with, but you may use leftover square footage.
Yeah, and I know at the time comes for a site plan review up there, we'll shrink that envelope because we just don't want to hem ourselves in too much yet because nothing's been thought of or designed.
And that's
but we are
contiguous
not
with
going to
the-
need nearly that much area.
And that's contiguous with the conservation easement?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
The back of it backs up to the conservation easement. Okay, so here's what I was talking about before. So we've got, the beginning of the envelope is around 600-700 feet from the road. The main big house that would be in here, the primary home, sits 900 feet away from the road. We're maintaining what's under this writing, this group, big clump of Gamble Oaks, and kind of adding to it in natural looking ways. And these two clumps stay as well. And the drop in elevation, all combined with our scenic studies, what we've been able to model to show that there's going to be negligible to no visual impacts of this. And that location's also largely imperceptible from the surrounding properties. When you're in a drone or something like this, looking down, of course, that's different. Sure. But not many of us get that view. Some of the McBrides, they fly over. That's it. So this is what the proposed site plan kind of looks like in more of a real world kind of view, right? So what we've done here is what was going on down in this complex before. Let me get back to my notes here so I don't get all this wrong. The agricultural complex is where we've seen the most changes in what we looked at last time. So before, down here, the proposal involved a new barn structure that was to be, just stick built here, with stables, a new greenhouse structure, 2 new hay storage buildings that were going to be connected by one roof, so it would look like one structure. The relocation and reconstruction of 2 existing structures out there. And the third existing structure out there today was to be demolished. And then we were looking at demolishing the existing ranch manager's unit and redeveloping it, and then developing an outdoor horse riding arena and a warm-up ring. And then there was also going to be some planting and orchard areas on the way in. Today, as you could see, it's a really simplified plan, very much scaled back. So what we've done under this proposal now is the agricultural compound's more or less in the same place. But what we've done is made simpler development. It should be a shorter development timetable, less disturbance, more efficient use of building materials. The revised proposal now involves the development of only 2 new buildings. One is a barn, and that barn is going to be a prefab barn, so should go up pretty quickly. It's a prefab barn that the interior will be customized, but the outside should go up real quick. And it's made by Barn Pros Nationwide. Is a lovely website if you care to visit it sometime.
If you want to buy a barn.
Yes, you could buy a barn, and it's a lot easier and just more efficient than starting from scratch. And the other new building is the greenhouse that was previously proposed, but it's been redesigned and reoriented for efficiency and for better growing potential. So let's see.
Is there still a riding arena?
There's an outdoor riding pen, shrunk. It's not as big as it was before, and the warm-up ring has been removed altogether. And it moved over a little just to make the layout work better for what it is now. And so what you're seeing is, so this would be the, if I can move that a little, that's the new barn that gets built, the prefab barn. These 2 buildings here and this building here are all existing structures that 2 of them are severely dilapidated, I'd say, but they're going to get structural support, new roofing, and be the same size as they are today, and just used for agricultural purposes, agricultural storage, equipment, hay, whatever it may be. And the third one is out there today. It's an open on one side structure. It's been used for equipment storage, and that's what it'll continue to be, hay storage, because it actually works well for that being open on one side. And then the new structure is the greenhouse. That's been oriented now in an east-west orientation. Design has been changed a little bit to maximize its solar gain and to allow its north wall to be insulated. Because the north wall doesn't provide much greenhouse use, but if it's not insulated, you just get heat loss, and that affects the efficiency and use of the greenhouse. So that north wall will be insulated a little more thickly, probably stone, and greenhouse on the rest of the sides. And to achieve a 4-season performance, the idea will also be the intention is to install a climate battery. So under the greenhouse will be excavated to a depth of 3 to 5 feet. And that'll allow, under the footprint of the building, to enable installation of heat exchange pipes to bank heat in the soil and regulate the greenhouse climate and make for a more 4-season greenhouse.
Cool. Orchard.
The orchards are no longer down here. Partly already built under county permits and approvals up in the envelope in the Upper Mesa.
So I thought they got moved out.
And then this is just the black and white drawings of what you were just looking at. Well, why don't I just look at these and then we'll get back to the orchard, right? So this is our views today out towards the main residential cluster, which sits back behind all of these trees you're seeing in this area and the trees behind it. And then our analysis of what it looks like afterwards. You know, everything's still earth tones and the designs of the architecture out there have changed. It's now, the residential is much more Colorado vernacular, much more typical of what you find in Old Snowmass and ranching. Before, the designs might have been considered more Connecticut.
That's exactly what came to mind.
Now I think they're much more appropriate and more efficiently laid out, you know, taking out all these crazy angles so that the construction is a lot easier as well. It's hard to see in this. I don't know how to get it to blow up to the full 100% in here, but there are little buildings sticking out back in here. They're just blend in well enough and they're far enough away that it's really hard to make them out. I'm not sure how to get it on Zoom to blow up any bigger, but they're there. They are represented. This is the view today from the main entrance to the ranch and looking at the ranch manager unit that's there and the parking area in front of it. And this is sort of the proposed view. The big building you see here is the new prefab barn that you'd see back there. Looks like a barn. You know, nobody's going to confuse it for anything other than a barn. The second floor of it on this corner is where that second employee unit would be located.
So the remodel on the ranch manager's house is interior?
Yes, yes. You know, maybe it'll get painted. I'd like it to get painted, but we'll see if that happens. So that's the plan for now. There's a possibility we might come back in a later date to amend it to do a different ranch manager unit, but we know we would at least, we don't have to worry about that. That's not on the table right now. What we're doing here is the idea will be that this barn gets built first and that employee unit that's in it will be built first. That way, when we need to decommission this building for remodeling, Forest still has a place to live and we don't have a downtime without a ranch manager and on-site employee at all. And then you can move back into here, and that opens up the other unit. These are the two, what I called more severely dilapidated buildings that are going to be maintained on the property and reused and just stabilized. And obviously the one on the right needs some roofing help.
Yeah, a little bit.
The idea is to do as minimal work on these as we can. Keep them looking like they do, but make them function and stay on the property. And I believe these add to the character of the ranching area and enhance the character of the Snowmass, Upper Snowmass, Capitol Creek Caucus area.
Hell yeah.
So I'm happy that they're staying and being reused. The other buildings maybe not as attractive, so that's why we're hiding it behind the barn. So this is just showing that, you know, all our envelopes are in low wildfire hazard. The only one that stays in medium is up here because we're just not moving it or doing anything up there. But we're limiting the development that there'll be no problem with defensible space around it, providing a defensible space. This again is we work really hard to keep our grading needs tight to the project, tight to the roads for access, tight to the buildings, not spreading out much, keeping the disturbance minimalized. we're using the existing driveway into the property that gets, there used to be a residence right here that's been torn down. It needs some restoration area in that area. There was a failed septic system there. It needs to be some love and care that it's gonna get. But this driveway exists. It's just gonna be improved and extended to get to our residential compound, which, as you see, is the primary residence, 2 additional residences that are smaller, and an accessory structure over here. The accessory structure includes the 1 caretaker unit we talked about. The accessory structure, while it is a little over, I think, 4,200 square feet, some 2,000 plus square feet of that is below ground, so it will not read like a 4,200 square foot building. And then, you know, the design of the main house has been broken up and articulated such that it'll read like smaller structures than it is. No building here as proposed is exceeding the caucus 8250 limit for previously approved properties. So we've kept them all within the same reasonable size, and like I said, all add up to under, well, what's proposed now adds up to 17,000 something square feet for the between the 3 residences and their accessory structures.
Can I jump in real quick and clarify the
Yeah.
allowed square footage? So they got a lot of that square footage originally through GMQS competitions. That doesn't lapse. And they submitted this application prior to the rezoning with the overlays, which reduced the floor area in this caucus area to 5,750. So that's.
So they're good.
They're good. They're good.
5750 now.
Right. Okay, so even if you did.
Yes, you can. Go ahead,
Just a quick question for Forrest, actually. Are you haying up there now? Have you been haying last summer and stuff?
Yeah, we do about 120 acres of hay.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you some good updates on what's been going on with the agriculture.
It's
too.
coming?
Yeah.
Okay,
great. This again, we've hired Heinz. We're redoing all of the irrigation out there. Everything's just been flood irrigated in the past. We're gonna be moving to a hybrid of every type of irrigation where appropriate and as makes sense. So some flood, some cannons, some sprinkler, some, you know, but much more efficient use, and it's actually being planned in a master plan as opposed to just kind of willy-nilly has been the case for a long, long time. This is just showing, you know, so these grade areas you see kind of in fish scales, that's the agricultural preservation easements on the property today. Obviously, this darker gray is areas that are being consumed by our proposed envelopes from there. And these green areas are areas that are going to be restored to agricultural use. The net, what we have right now is a net gain in in irrigated agricultural lands. We've written the condition so that under no condition is there any net loss, because we'd rather just not be held to that. But the intention and the representation we've got right now is we will have a net gain in irrigated area. Okay, so getting to the orchard. So this is looking at that Upper Mesa envelope, the shrunken version that's proposed today. Not including all of that land around it back here that is in the envelope before we make these changes. What you're seeing is in this envelope, everything, if we did make believe there's a line across here, this stuff has all already been permitted through the county. This is all orchard plantings. There's some aviary going on up there, beehives, and this is a small kind of temporary, if you will, loop structure kind of greenhouse building. So this envelope, the way we're planning it right now, we're not leaving much, if any, room for buildings. What we're wanting to add is more orchard planting up there, more fruit trees. And there's already fencing, orchard fencing, exclusion fencing to keep bears out of there.
I was gonna say.
It's all kinds, apple, plum, pears, yeah, a lot. It's a pretty good mix, actually.
You have to be permitted to plant fruit trees in Pitkin County?
Francie, you know the rule.
I think there, if I can remember back to when it happened, I think it was more regarding the fencing, some of the bare fencing. And the
probably
area,
this greenhouse.
yeah, and the area that they were doing the planting.
Can't just use them for regular landscaping. You have to use them for orchard purposes with a significant fencing.
Yeah, it needs to be, I think it's like 8 to 12 feet tall.
Pretty significant.
Yeah, and typically, I've seen recommendations that at least in the summer times when bears are out of hibernation, that those fences be electrified.
Yeah, we should get you some heritage apple.
We do have fencing recommendations from Jonathan Lowski from when we were planning the orchards lower on the property.
Remember they were down.
So same recommendations apply up here. And then the other part of this is what we've already found with the orchard plantings here is we need a windbreak. So this is natural, native species plantings around the backside, trying to do them in groupings and clumps so it doesn't look like a straight wall of trees. But the idea is to build off the existing vegetation down in here and along the ditch, which if the aerial photo showed up better under here, you'd see. But there is vegetation that spreads out this way, so the idea is to build off of that and provide these tree plantings and shrubs as a windbreak behind the orchard plantings.
Yes,
I
Greg.
just wanted to ask about the orchard themselves. The elevation there is what? Is it at 8,000 or almost? And
Give or take, yeah.
you grow crab apples. What else can you grow?
We've
grow
been having
pears
some
and
pretty good
cherries
success
and
actually
carrots.
up there,
Is
yeah.
there some success in the neighborhood?
Yeah, well, right here, even. And I'll tell you, let me escape here and move over to what I can tell you more about the agriculture, because I find this exciting. It doesn't really relate to any land use code standards, but I feel it talks to these applicants and how much they've been working already without anyone pushing them to do these things towards what are really in harmony with the caucus goals and with county objectives and goals. So
They're
they,
gonna live there? They're gonna live there.
yeah, yep. Aubrey wants to raise her young daughter, on this property. So that's part of the push is get this done and get right to building permits so they could build a house before her daughter's too old.
College.
Doesn't want to live there.
1 year old?
Yeah, a year and a half.
She's a year and a half at the point. So.
Didn't the mom and daughter, not the little one, but come to one of the, yeah.
Yeah, they were here
Talked
in
about the greenhouse
July.
and the orchards and yeah, I remember
Yeah, and
that now.
they're here all the time. They happen to be out of town now, so Forrest is here for them.
You're there too, hiding in the back.
By the way, Forrest is on the caucus now too. He's actually and the treasurer. I just learned.
Brave soul.
So they the Epsteins have hired Galen and Cooper Means, their company, SMF?
Mountain Farm.
Shiny Mountain
Grows
Farm.
mushrooms too.
Basically just to consult and making all the agriculture as efficient and strong as it can be on this property.
He has some heritage apple, I think.
They've already, so this is sort of the presentation that Cooper gave to my clients, to the applicants, just tell them what he's already been doing and the direction what their achievements have already been. And this was from September of last year, of 2024. So they've already removed over 1.5 miles of wire fence from the property. The removals being mostly up around and through the conservation easement land, which is a vast improvement that, nobody told them they have to do. They're just doing these
If
things.
Steve Child needs an activity, he's just right across the street.
He
He loves
Fences.
remove wire fencing.
They have installed over 2.5 miles of new CPW, county compliant wildlife fencing, some of which is wood, some of which is wire. In the green and yellow areas you see.
So the wire was up there because they grazed cattle up there on that hillside?
Yeah, it was sort of open range previously with the when the Weavins had it. Yeah. The irrigation practices been optimized for efficiency, really improved. Minor irrigation infrastructure upgrades have already taken place. We've looked at alternative options for getting water where it needs to be. Those are some pictures of forest in action that you can see there. So here, the orchard, right? Phase 1 of the orchard is the part that's already been permitted. And well, we've done part 1. We're trying to do part 2 of it now. 110 trees, 27 varieties of fruit up there, right? So as you see, apple, cherry, peach, pear, plum, and then we've got a little greenhouse, some fencing. Yeah, so
Peach is gonna be interesting.
they grow all over basalt, so we'll see if they
Haven't you heard about frozen peaches?
There's also apiary up there. We've got 16 hives already going on, which has been assisting in pollination for the orchard and producing honey as well. 63 tons of hay were produced in 2023 with the help of what's the improvements that have gone on. In 2024, that jumped already to 69.3 tons. We're expecting that to keep increasing. Because we've been doing lots of work. I say we, but they have been doing lots of work on weed management and improving the content of the grasses that grow up there, the species mix. They did a baseline study survey of all the grasses and soil testing to know where we're starting, kind of a control going forward. Lots of noxious weeds up there that were found to be part of the mix. Mapped all the weeds for weed management purposes and began 2 rounds of removals. The first year was some herbicides and physical removals. Second year was mostly mechanical removals. And I've gotten the weeds down to very, very little at this point. And hopefully will be fully eradicated with the continued work.
No alfalfa?
There's some alfalfa.
Some, yeah. Trying to improve that, right?
Yep. Yeah, we reseeded last fall.
In the grass?
Yep.
They've already been doing some habitat thinning, allowing for passage of wildlife, things like that. This one I found interesting. Been 8 applications, or at least back in September. You've probably done more maybe since then, I don't know, of compost tea to improve the soil life and function and diversity. And they've also keyline plowed the pastures, which just, as you can see on the right, that's kind of what keyline plowing is. It makes the growing and the seeds do better. For those of us who aren't experts in these things. And already, after one single season, the benefits were clear and evident in just the amount of hay produced and in the content of the hay, the species present. The legume counts, everything's gone up quite. It's just gotten, you could even see it to the untrained eye. You go out there today versus what it looked like 2-3 years ago, and it's day and night. So much more green and obviously more lush and growing. So this has all still been going on. So that's kind of that background, and that's where we're going still with the orchards, and that work's still, ongoing. Cooper and Galen are still underemployed and consulting out there because they've been doing such good work. In fact, I recommended them to Barrett Dorr, who owns the 1,400 acres across the road too. So this plan, let's see, let me go back to where you can see the whole thing on here. Oh, page display, where is it? Full screen mode, okay. Getting better at this. All right, so back to, this is trying to show a little bit of the planting strategies, right? So you can see we're trying not to overplant. It's still a irrigation farm ranch property. The plantings down here, the idea is to fill it in looking more natural, take care of the areas that have been not given much attention over the years and degraded, trying to restore the landscaping in there. And then just, light plantings around the buildings to break them up. And then out here, you can see all this gray is existing clumps and edges of vegetation. We're trying to vegetate around the residential cluster in a way that looks like a continuation of what's already out there, so that this vegetation just kind of moves out that way, and the pastures stay pastures. One change I haven't mentioned yet from previous is this tiny little building here. That has been added to the proposal that's on Lot 2, the common agricultural parcel. It's a summer barn. It's less than 400 square feet. The idea is just that the owners, the people living in the homes, don't need to take their horse or 2 horses all the way back to the agricultural area overnight. They could just stay here overnight for use, and Forrest can have some equipment over here where he's going to be doing some work rather than having to always run back over here for everything. So it's a tiny little building, fits right in. I don't know that anyone will ever see it unless you're out there. Otherwise, the plan is really mostly the same out here, just the architecture's changed mostly on this building. Before we were here last July, these 2 buildings had swapped place. That's still the case. So now we're just showing them in their swapped places. Everything else, we've run this by fire rescue, fire district. The plan works. They're good with it. We've worked out that access. This is sort of how the landscape, well, we've gone over this. Design workshop likes to do their visioning for landscape feel type of things. This is mostly the type of feel that would be in the residential cluster. We're cognizant of the dark sky ordinances and the caucus's real push to even take that further. So we've taken those steps with the greenhouses proposed. We will make sure that no light emanates from them at night. And we know that we're subject to the new lighting code, even though this land use application started who knows when, a while back. Again, renewable energy, the solar array, in this location, we picked this location, 1, because it's close to the residential cluster, and 2, because it sits in a spot that is really hard to find. From on Capitol Creek Road, you can't see it. Even on the property, it's this weird spot that's just hard to find because of the topography and vegetation. And then the other thing we're showing is the plan we built into our residential cluster envelope space to accommodate geothermal wells. Where exactly they'll sit, we don't know yet, but we built in the space for them. So that's part of the rationale behind there.
And they'll assist the heat pump operation? The
Right,
geothermal?
for the homes, exactly, and keep their efficiency down so they're not just purely heating and cooling from electric.
How much solar are you planning to put in?
Right now, we're sticking to what the county allows, which is
It's the 10th of an acre.
a 1/10 of an acre and whatever the kilowatt limit is. Every residential building has been designed so that the roofs are solar ready. Before, the roofs were really questionable as to whether anyone would want to put solar up there. With the simplified architecture, it's less uninviting, I'll say.
Are you incorporating storage, like energy storage?
Yeah, we have a
batteries?
little accessory building meant just for that purpose, yep. And the feeling is the array, it's hidden, but allows for greater efficiency because in the winter it's really easy to get to it and clean it off, whereas rooftop ones, you probably, according to SunSense, I think they lose almost 80% of their efficiency in the winter because people don't go up and get the snow and ice off of them. And so they're just not getting as much solar gain for large chunks of the year. For large chunks of the year, yeah. So the array here just made a lot more sense. And it doesn't preclude the rooftop. The designs actually make sure the rooftop can happen.
So I thought we had sort of discouraged ground-mounted arrays.
Yeah, the code says that it's preferable to do roof-mounted unless there's a good cause why you can't do it. In this case, they really demonstrated that because there's so many houses together to cluster it, to put this, I mean, I guess you can talk more to that, but that it's a lot more efficient and they can get a lot more energy to all the structures with the array.
And the maintenance issue in the winter times was another
They are,
consideration.
and they're being required to make their roof solar ready and wire
Right,
it
and
to
wire
be,
it and-
so
yep.
it can accommodate it if need be.
Yeah, the goal on this project is efficiency. So, if we have rent problems, we might find that there's more panels on the roofs than we think will be the case. But that's the goal. Geothermal, solar. We've looked into things like micro hydro. It's just got too complicated to try to figure out right now, but it's not off the table in the future. Other alternative means we've considered, but we didn't want to pursue right now.
I should know this, but does the energy requirement from solar have to match the load from the buildings? How do we determine that? I don't know how that works. Sorry. Like, how much solar can or should they put in for the?
Our land use code doesn't tell them how much. That's the building code. So
Energy code, right?
Yeah.
So.
Energy code, remember the one?
Which I was gray on before it changed today. Yeah.
Yeah, I realize I don't know the exact.
We will be under the new energy code because we're not going to have a
Enough to get
building
it down
permit
to
in by
0.
April. So.
Enough to get it down to
15.
0. We're close
Or
to
50
it, right?
or 15 or by 2020.
Yeah, and we will not have building permits in before April's over, so we'll be under the new energy code, and we're aware of that. We're not.
All right. Well, it sounds great. I hope you can drill those wells deep enough.
Yeah, we haven't really figured out how deep. We looked at whether they can go under the pond, but apparently geothermal people don't prefer that they not be under ponds. So we've accommodated areas around the homes in that envelope for that purpose. And that's kind of the gist of it. I've already probably driven Tammy crazy. We've worked through the conditions. I think they're in a place where we don't need to really say much about them. I woke up in the middle of the night last night and realized we didn't say anything about the second employee unit being a potentially seasonal use. Hopefully that's okay, that we could just work that into the conditions some way. Not requiring that it be occupied year-round, but being allowed to be occupied year-round if that's the
In
case.
case it takes longer to redo his house.
Yeah, or, maybe we find we're doing so well out there with the agriculture that you do need somebody else year-round, but it's envisioned now as a seasonal use. We don't want to have to, what we're worried about is if it's, unoccupied in the winter, we don't want to knock on the door from APSHA saying we're putting someone in there. The intent is to keep on-site employees there and do that in the summertime for the seasonal one. So other than
On
that,
that
the conditions,
note,
I
I don't
think
think
we've worked it
APSHA
all out.
weighed in
and
on the second
I should
one.
probably say a thank you to Tammy for being so patient and helpful through this process.
Beautiful property.
Yeah, and it's a project, frankly, I'm really proud of. From what little I had to do to convince my clients there was very little convincing. They wanted to do the right thing at every turn. So all I had to do was say, this would be the right thing to do here, and they'd say, okay, let's do that. And I think the project really reflects that. I think it was already there last July, August when we were here. I think it's only gotten better. Things have gotten more efficient, tightened up as we've studied it, and we've added the second employee unit, which I think is a real bonus, just to keep somebody from having to travel back and forth to this property from somewhere else, and just be able to be on the property working it.
And that's the seasonal one?
Yes. The ranch manager, we already have that unit. I don't know if I should maybe mention this. I probably should mention it. The other part of the update to the proposal had to do with, we wanted to ask for, and I didn't want to try to start figuring out numbers. I assumed you didn't want to start figuring out numbers either, but we've worked in and we have a condition of approval now allowing us to work with community development and RI before a building permit to see if we can agree on an offset to affordable housing impact fees that would be due. The logic here is when this approval was originally done, the ranch manager's unit mitigated 7 homes. all 7 lots. We've eliminated one home, so it's kind of over mitigating, plus we've added another employee unit, right? In addition to that, the way the existing deed restriction is on that ranch manager unit is the ranch manager owns the unit. That means all maintenance and upkeep and costs associated with the unit are borne by the employee, which isn't making it very affordable. It's not a tenable situation for affordable housing, right? Under this proposal, by their volunteering, the applicants have said, we're going to take ownership of that unit and we will rent it back to our ranch manager at category deed restricted rates. And we will take on all the responsibilities for upkeep, maintenance, renovation, etc. So there's substantial costs that they just voluntarily took on, plus the cost of building another unit, plus eliminating some of what needed to be mitigated in the first place. So we feel it's just reasonable to say, let us work with staff to see if we can agree on some sort of credit, partial or whole, whatever it may be. I haven't even begun trying to figure out numbers because I've got too much brain damage already before getting into that. So that was on the table. Staff agreed that it's reasonable and written a condition of approval that says as much.
Can work with Rye. They'll work with you.
Yeah, Suzanne and I have taken into consideration some of the things. We obviously got to look at the exact circumstance of this one, but in other circumstances, and I don't want to speak for Suzanne, where there's been subdivisions that have made commitments or properties that have made commitments in the form of whether it's prior payment or a prior construction of affordable housing, that does get considered when the fees are recalculated now.
Okay.
So.
One more quick question.
Yes.
Forrest, are you going to continue to have cattle on the property?
Yeah, we currently don't have any of our own cattle.
Yeah,
but
you lease it? Or?
Yeah, they come through and we hold like McCabe's cattle in the fall. And then we'll be starting to get more of our own animals.
Oh, really?
As construction happens and once the barn's up.
Are you going to have just steers or cow calf or?
Probably all of it, and then some Highland cattle, and then an array of a lot of other things as well, goats and pigs and all of that.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
I think Suzanne wanted to jump in on something. Did you?
No, I was just giving the thumbs up to Rye's response
Okay.
on how we would work with them on figuring out the credit based on meeting it.
And I just want to clarify, I think there's just a little, I need some clarity on the seasonal nature of the employee dwelling, or the CDU we call. We have 2 here, so I don't know if we refer to them by the same thing, but the language says the 6-month rentals shall not be of less than 6 consecutive months.
That's the caretaker unit,
Okay.
which is in one of the residential buildings.
Okay,
That's all fine. We're not,
Okay.
no worries there.
So where then, because APSHA's recommendation was to not have it vacant for more than 45 days, which would not allow for a seasonal.
So there's the CDU, that's totally different. And then there's the ranch manager house, and that's where APSHA's comments came in that you're reading into. And I take it that Mitch is okay with those comments and that condition. It's the EDU within the barn that they want as a seasonal unit.
Yeah, it's in the barn.
Where did we, so can we just walk through in the resolution where the ranch manager conditions are codified, and then, if we need to add any language relative to the barn
To the seasonal part.
employee unit?
You mean in the conditions of approval?
Yeah.
Oh,
I just
wanna
don't know
say-
where,
I'll
like,
find it for you quickly, I think.
Yeah.
It's down
like
in
the
20
number of
somewhere or
the,
something, but,
So you're saying an EDU can't be unoccupied for more than 45 days?
the
Well,
ranch
that-
manager unit.
The ranch manager, right.
yeah,
that's
the
in
APSHA did
letter.
not weigh in on the other one because of it came forward after their.
Right, on the EDU.
Yeah,
Yeah, the CDU is
right.
not restricted. that
Standard
way.
language for what,
Okay.
but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's
it would fit somewhere in
unclear as to
condition 21.
where we're looking.
I think condition 21 is
Let's see, okay.
the one talking about that unit.
Well, and just to be clear, like the covenant will run to the benefit of the county. And so I think, I guess, I think the conversation is yours to have. I mean, I'm not sure about the seasonal nature of the unit versus, I don't know if that was part of the discussion ahead of time or not. I think, again, when everybody said, right, great, if we could get 2 units instead of 1, these guys have been willing to do that. So I think maybe that's a conversation in terms of if you're willing to allow it to have a limited occupancy as seasonal versus, what would be, I think we would be looking at otherwise would be more of a full-time year-round.
I mean, right now, the resolution is silent to either.
Yeah.
So do we
Is
need
there
to
a separate,
specify?
there's a separate condition for the ranch manager unit?
There should be 2, and there's a
So
lot.
21 was the one related to the unit in the barn.
Yep.
The one in the primary barn. But, the recommendation from P&Z and the caucus, it was in the Planning and Zoning Commission resolution, as it was written, was recommend construction of a second deed-restricted unit for purpose of housing a Weeben Ranch employee in order to reduce vehicle miles traveled by employees and to further support the agricultural operations. So our feeling and our updated application was just saying, we right now only need that extra employee to help with the agricultural operations and reduce traffic on a seasonal basis.
Right, I'm just saying now it's silent to either. So does it make sense to add clarity in there by adding, a statement, this can be seasonal or full-time?
Yeah,
Or
that's
does
what I'm
it,
asking for.
Yes, because you're going to want the covenant to reflect whatever that is. If you want it to be, we would hope to see full-time, a full-time resident in that, then you want the covenant to reflect that. Or if you're willing to allow for flexibility with that, you're going to want the condition to speak to that.
Does
so
the
then
board have
covenant
energy
can-
on that?
Yeah, I think it should be a covenant that clarifies seasonal use, or if it's such time, full-time, year-round. I think that's what's.
Yeah, that's all we're
explained
asking
to us.
for is the deed restriction
You
to
just want it
allow
in
for
the
seasonal
language.
use, and allow that flexibility, yeah.
Other board members
I'm okay
nodding,
with that.
not nodding?
I'm not
You're
doing
ambivalent?
anything except yawning.
Well,
Excuse
I'm
me.
trying to,
Excuse me, Mitch,
resolve.
not about you.
Do you have an opinion on whether, and
I don't.
language that says a seasonal use is acceptable for the,
Well, it's interesting the way it's going to interact with our next issue. So, I guess if we have seasonal one place, we can have seasonal another place.
okay.
The hope
But I
is
guess
that
there,
it'll
do you want to define a minimum for a season? Like, they just have
From when
somebody
the
who comes
crops
in.
come up to when the crops go down.
I mean,
cows
is it
are
a
the-
6-month minimum? Because again, it's going to be, it sounds like if it's seasonal, it's going to be sitting empty part of the time. Do you have interest in ensuring that it's not somebody who's there for a month and then gone, and then maybe it's, I don't know. I mean, I
Well, the
guess I
season
don't
is
know
3
enough
months.
about- Or-
So should we go with a season?
Like 90 days,
A 90-day
Seasonal use is
minimum?
permitted with a 90-day minimum
90-day
occupancy.
minimum? You're good with
Oh,
that?
yeah,
90
totally
day
works, yeah.
minimum, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Like I said, our only concern was usually deed restrictions say, if it's not occupied, we're putting somebody in there. And
Right.
I didn't want to, after, in the middle of the winter, have a knock on the door saying, hey,
The goats need to come in.
Well, and that is what we're indicating for at least the ranch manager's house.
Yes, the ranch manager, it's a
Okay.
year-round position, a year-round job, and
Okay.
Forrest lives there, and we're even trying to make the unit better so that he can plan
Live
for a
there.
family, that kind of thing.
Okay. Okay, well, that resolves that concern. Tammy, is there any elements of the criteria you want to walk us through?
Yeah, I should
for-
Yeah, sure.
probably do that.
I have to stop sharing, right?
Yep.
I mean, the proposal is a reduction from what we passed on first reading, in terms of
Right.
intensity and improvements to clustering.
Right. Okay.
She's saying, are there any outstanding issues, or are we gonna go back through all of this again?
Well, I don't know. I mean, what do folks want to hear? I thought Tammy was gonna cover,
Oops.
the changes are what are most relevant.
Really?
For what?
You don't feel they've been covered enough, the changes?
No, I do. I'm
Oh.
just,
I'll breeze through the changes and we'll just talk about the code sections. So, kind of
Okay.
a downer after we talk about compost tea and honeybees. Here on the screen are the 6 different types of reviews that are associated with what's being proposed. The first is the subdivision exemption for a lot line adjustment. The second, a major amendment to a development permit, and there's kind of 3 parts to that one. The activity envelope and site plan review, the special review, and GMQS exemption for the CDU, the rezoning with the PUD overlay, and then the last in red is the new addition of that second employee dwelling unit, so the GMQS exemption for that deed restricted unit. Like Mitch just ran through, the architecture has become more Colorado ranching style. The activity envelope, as he went through, has adjusted in very minor ways. There have been changes to the residential floor area that you first saw at first reading, but it stays consistent in that they're still committing to that 20,000 square feet total on all of the lots. It just gets kind of shuffled here and there. With the agricultural compound, the changes there, as he covered, is that mainly that barn unit is going to contain that EDU, and it's going to also have hay storage. And then the ranch manager's unit, instead of being demolished, is just being remodeled.
So I think we went through all this. Is there just
Nope.
like criteria for approval? I'm sorry to rush
Yeah,
us
no,
along,
no,
but
no.
I feel
That's
like we
good.
don't
Yeah.
need to
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Okay.
rehash all that.
Yep. And so really the biggest thing is this EDU, and staff felt that it was appropriate to still take it forward and not start back at the beginning with it, just because the caucus had contemplated it and recommended approval. The P&Z also contemplated it, and it was a finding in the BoCC.
And you're saying so
memo.
it wasn't a major enough change to have to go back to planning and zoning?
Right, and it's within this barn, so there's no new Chapter 7 implications with constraints. And then there's no additional criteria in the Section 63040, which allows for it. Okay, so the criteria for that lot line adjustment is on the screen. The lot line adjustment complies with all the criteria in this section. It doesn't create new lots. The lots are still conforming in size, and they've drafted a lot line adjustment that is appropriate, or a lot line adjustment plan. The next review type is this major amendment to a development permit. So like I said, there's 3 parts to this. The first is the request to reshuffle the floor area between the 5 lots. And the second is the amended agricultural area, as Mitch talked about. They're doing a little bit of shuffling, but they're still having a net gain of agricultural area. And then the third is the request to amend the deed restriction for the ranch manager house to be rented instead of owned. And those comments from APSHA were provided in the packet, as I said earlier. So here's a summary of what Mitch talked about with the floor area. Don't need to go back on that. So with those floor area shifts, staff believes that this major amendment is consistent with the criteria 22150, and that it doesn't change the basic character of the subdivision. It's not a new land use activity. It doesn't increase offsite impacts, all that criteria on the screen. So we recommend approval of that. The agricultural area amendments, we believe it's consistent with that 22150 section in that it doesn't change the basic character of the land. It's not a new land use. It doesn't increase offsite impacts. It doesn't endanger public health, etc. And then third is the request to amend the deed restriction, and it's the same exact criteria, and we believe it complies with that criteria as well. The next review type is the activity envelope and site plan review. And we went through all of this at first reading. There's really not that many constraints on this site. They've dealt with the wildlife habitat areas and the wildfire requirements. The biggest one is probably the scenic view protection section, and as Mitch demonstrated here, they're proposing new planting and revegetation along Capitol Creek Road. I think I was just thinking, if they do propose to reside or resurface the exterior of that ranch manager house, we could put in the condition that they do some kind of earth tone colors or earth tone materials to make that blend in a little bit more if the BoCC would like to add a condition like that.
It's kind of a historic color.
I know. I don't think they're going to do shocking pink or anything out there, so I think we're good. Never know.
You never know. So, all in all, we felt that it complied with those scenic view protection standards with the screening and setting everything far back from the road. And they really have cited things on our site visit. It was really apparent that they've cited things very carefully so that they're in the right spots where you can't see them from the road. So, special review for a CDU. As Mitch said, the CDU is going to be subgrade on Lot 6. It's going to contain 825 square feet in net livable area. And the special review criteria for that are addressed on the screen. A CDU is an acceptable use in that caucus area. We didn't believe it conflicts with any of the land use code standards. It doesn't endanger public health or safety, and the visual impacts will be mitigated. Okay, so one of the biggest reviews in this application is the PDU approval and review. So, as Mitch noted, the reason for this PDU is to cluster all the development into one area in order to preserve a lot of the agricultural and wildlife and scenic conditions on the site. But to do that, they're basically putting all the development on the corners of the lot lines. So what they're requesting is the yard setback variance with that PDU, and they're requesting that it just be basically what the site plan is showing. In staff's opinion, it's a little bit ballsy because if they ever do want to make changes, that could be troublesome. But they seem confident that this is what they want. So all in all, staff believes that all these PDU criteria have been met. I can read through them. There's a lot to it, or I can just let you guys read it.
I've read it.
Okay. Keep going. All right. So here's another screen of some of that criteria. A lot of it is very repetitive, in that does it comply or is it compatible with the surrounding areas and the rural areas. Okay, so that's the end. So all in all, staff and the P&Z have recommended approval to the board for the ordinance and the resolution that was put forward.
Wonderful. I think this was an excellent expedited review of this application. Kudos. Are there questions from board members for staff or applicant before I open the public hearing?
I think I asked all my questions, and I appreciate the answers.
Seems like a really lovely,
A beautiful property. I do have one question.
Yes, Patty.
Where do we add the new language, under the first approval or the second approval? I mean, because we have to add that into into our motion.
The EDU language?
You know, the
That
language
does,
that you, yeah.
Item 21, I think condition
Yeah.
21.
And the,
Yeah, the
yeah.
resolution.
Okay, just so, okay, the ordinance is number 1, resos number 2.
Yes. And it's under condition 21, we'll add amended language that we approve seasonal
I just
use
don't wanna
for a
forget to
minimum
add that
90
in our-
days.
No.
Yes,
I didn't.
Question
I was
on
asking.
that front, since we talked a little bit about putting it in Rise in My Hands later to determine if they get a credit. Clearly, the branch manager is a full-time occupied residence that would provide credit against the fee. I'm sort of questioning if a seasonal unit would be treated the same. Again, it's a different, I mean, it definitely serves a need and provides housing, but I think the intent of the housing impact fee is to provide full-time housing. So I think it's just helpful to clarify that. My first thought was, I don't think this would provide a credit, but I sort of wanted to make sure how that felt with you guys.
Patty?
I would hate to not give them credit for it and in a year have them realize they need to rent it year-round because they have increased need on this parcel, which I think with all the planning they have and all the new amenities, they're gonna probably need help year-round. So I'd rather give them credit now than have, they can't come back after the fact.
Forrest likes that.
Build
Could
up
use
with
some help,
DD
could you,
Well,
Forrest?
just you can't, I mean, you're asking for both benefits, right? The benefit of a seasonal flexibility and the benefit of
Yeah.
I'm saying
credit
that,
towards
yeah.
it. So can you do a quarter credit?
We
Or
don't have
quarter
any
year?
mechanism in the code to start chopping up credits for employee housing impact fee mitigation. You could sort of either get credit for the unit, and of course the rationale behind the calculation behind the employee housing impact fee is to offset the creation of, I think it's one full-time employee for a year, or no, for 40 years, I believe. Sorry.
Sort of the
Yeah.
the work life
The
of.
work life of the employee.
Right.
So it would be challenging to try and parse that out.
Yeah.
If I was looking at it afresh, I'd say you don't get a credit for the part-time occupied unit under our existing code. So that I would see.
So then what happens in a
Well-
year if it becomes a full-time?
Well, then I suppose if they wanted to come in and restrict it to full-time use, then we could give them a credit for the entire thing.
After the fact.
What are we talking about in money?
That's what I was trying not to figure out. And that's what I was trying not to get into is like how much credit, and because I figure when the time comes, we'll
Yeah.
make our
none
case
of us can
and
answer that
they'll
question.
consider
Okay.
it and tell us what the
I think we should
decision
leave
is.
it open for further discussion between the two of you.
Yeah,
I
I'm not-
kind of agree with Patty, though. I think if we're going to go into the next, number 14, and make some allowances for farmer housing there, that we should consider that as a valuable thing here as well. They're not the same issue, but they are related. So I would agree with Patty that a credit seems reasonable, and that I'm pretty sure they'll keep it occupied as much as they need to, and we don't really know how long that's going to be. So I would agree with Patty.
Yeah, let me clarify what I said a little bit. I don't have a way of like calculating the credit. I do have, there is a methodology that construction or providing housing in lieu of the fee is an appropriate metric to utilize for some kind of offset. And as Mitch said, I don't really have a way of saying, well, this is going to be worth 50% or 25% of what a full-time deed restricted unit is. It very well may be, given the number of housing units they have on this property already, that they would be fully mitigated anyway. I don't know the answer to that. But I can't put a dollar number on it,
I'm
but
not
we can
asking you
consider
for
it.
that. I'm not asking for the
I
dollar.
guess I'll be compelled simply because the unit can't otherwise be used for anyone that's not a worker.
Correct.
Yeah.
It is,
Right,
it is
right,
subject to a deed restriction.
Right.
They will have to qualify.
So that's fine
Yes.
Okay.
for me.
Yeah, others might disagree with me. My experience in trying to figure these things out with Suzanne and Rye has been very fair. So I'm trusting
never
it'll
fair.
continue to be fair.
Always fair.
So that's kind of why I tried not to get into the brain damage of what
We don't
the
need to
credit will
change
look
the
like.
language because the
Just-
resolution already contemplates that credit. We just didn't specify exactly. Okay.
We need to open.
We have to open the public hearing. So if there's no other questions, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to take public hearing on both the ordinance and the resolution at the same time. If there is anyone here in the room or online that wishes to comment on Darling Farm. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I would love to, if it's okay with you.
Please.
Make a motion to approve on second reading an ordinance rezoning the 143 Darling Farm LLC lots with the planned unit development overlay and amending the zoning map to reflect this change.
Thank you, Patty. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion on the PUD overlay? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's 4-0.
I would like to make another motion to approve on second reading a resolution approving the 143 Darling Farm LLC subdivision exemption for lot line adjustment, PUD review, special review, and GMQS exemption for CDU, activity envelope, and the site plan review, major amendment to a development permit, and GMQS exemption for deed restricted dwelling units, and to add the language regarding the EDU into the conditions of approval.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
But I do have to comment first. I love, is that your brand? Yeah. You know what it looks like to me? It's a glass of wine.
You have to try some high altitude grapes.
That is really cool.
When I see that is Defy.
Ah, there you go. All right, cool. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was
Good to see you.
Great
Thanks for your
presentation,
patience.
Mitch.
Thank you.
Seems like a beautiful
We
project.
appreciate
I
it.
really like the changes made. It looks
Jeffrey,
really
you come
great.
back.
He's gonna come back. I texted him. But I think we'll just also keep going, and he'll arrive as he arrives.
Pack up while you're.
Thank you.
All right, yeah, we're gonna move on to our last
see you.
item. I know, Rye, how important is the exec session
Not
for-
important enough to keep you all any longer today.
Okay, thank you.
Or
So
you.
we will not hold the exec session that we thought we might hold, and I know there was a couple of things on open discussion that,
Just gonna bring it up and
Got the
ask
letter
for a
done,
time.
so we're good.
I know, but Steve's letter has sort of timeliness. Did you read it?
Yes, thank you.
About Nicholson Creek?
You want me to do mine while we're waiting?
We get the
I opened it-
information.
Well, I guess
Okay,
Jeffrey
yeah,
should hear it
yeah,
though.
he should be. So
And Greg's
Eden, you
not
wanna
here,
come
so-
on up?
Did somebody call? Could he come? should we have-
I texted him. Hopefully, he said he was upstairs. Hopefully he's coming.
I saw him
If
go
anyone sees
upstairs.
Jeffrey in the
He's up
hallway, please send him down.
He was in my office when I left.
And
so
you
he
might
should
want to
be
stay for
down
my
here
open
any-
discussion. It'll be very short, but you'll be
Okay.
interested.
Oh, I didn't even see
Okay.
Greg escape.
It's about the commission, your commission.
Okay. We are going to discuss item number 14, an ordinance approving text amendments to the 2006 Pickens County Land Use Code, Title 8 of the Pickens County Code, specifically amending Chapter 4, Section 4-30-50B3, accessory and temporary uses, use-specific standards for temporary land uses and activities, seasonal farm worker housing unit. And this is our second reading, and I thought I'd read the whole thing to give Jeffrey Woodruff time to join us. So welcome back, Jeffrey. We have a full board. No, I'm not gonna call you darling. Okay, so we heard this on first reading after another long day of hearings. So thank you all for returning. Thank you, Ed. Suzanne, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Kelly. I'll be brief, right? You heard this on first reading. Again, the short version of the amendments is, again, there's a provision in the code today that allows for somebody to get a temporary use permit for a seasonal housing unit. The changes would allow them to store that unit on site over the winter. The original provision required that it be removed off-site during the winter, and that's obviously a problem to try and find a home for whatever that unit might be for a couple of months. The other would be to allow that unit to be occupied through an additional temporary use permit over the winter for a full-time overwinter producing operation. Really, the discussion that came up last time, I mean, I think Greg had questions about how many farms do we have? How many people are going to use this? How many RVs might we see out there? So I brought in the experts, Eden being one of them, of course, but Paul and Drew had a lot of thoughtful information that they provided that they can convey to you a lot better than I can try and secondhand provide to you. So thanks to both of them for jumping on late. To kind of, again, that's my version of kind of your question generally, but anyway, so I'll turn it over to them to provide a little more grounding, I think, for that, your question. And
Who should we go to first?
I don't know, you guys wave, who wants up first?
Something about Drew looks.
Paul or Drew, there you go, all right.
I barely recognize you, Drew, without a hat on.
And as I was thinking, he looks so different.
Yeah, thank you all. Drew Walters, agriculture specialist with Pickton County Open Space. So I think with regards to the question, we looked at some data. What we can pull, and probably the most reliable information that we have is from the 2022 census of agriculture. Eden had a good point of just kind of, you have to kind of sift through those numbers to get an idea of the amount of farms that, could reasonably kind of apply for this with full-time staff and things like that. We kind of made a educated guess there with, having farm income or total value of farm goods sold being around $25,000 as a benchmark. In 2022, there were 30 farms that reported that figure. There's not a great way to delineate how many of those farms are, like hay horse only. We were estimating maybe around 50%, and that's sort of based on other statistics that show about 50% of farms have some sort of like cow calves, other livestock, or non-hay crops. So, I think that was useful information to look into. Regarding the issue at hand, we did a fairly detailed survey in 2023 with farm workers in the Valley. Is when we were doing our assessment for the food hub at Emma. And we looked at top farming challenges. Availability and cost of labor was, by a significant margin, the most challenging issue that farmers are facing. Worker housing is also in the top 4 for those really challenging issues. And on a personal note, I kind of look at this policy as really kind of a little bit of a safety net for farm workers. We've had one of our leaseholders utilize this policy for one of their farm workers, and it was something where it was hiring farm labor. They didn't have stable housing here. They utilized a unit for, I think it was less than a month before they could really get settled and find housing. So I don't think it's, necessarily anyone's first choice, but it is kind of the nature. And, I know Pickton County does a whole lot with regards to worker housing, but this is sort of a little bit of a safety for it.
I heard something like 15 units.
Yeah. 30 possible, but they looked at 50% of that.
30 farmers claim $25,000 or more, so half of those maybe.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Paul, did you want to add anything?
No, I think Drew did a really good job. I would just add that, Open Space and Trails Board did talk about this, and when we did, knowing that agriculture is in our mission, it felt like a good thing to support, especially considering the pretty long list of compliance standards that are attached to this. It goes from A to Q. And given kind of the spotlight that's on there, ComDev is all over it. And making sure that does happen. And like I said, I think maybe 2 folks have applied for it so far. It made us feel pretty confident that this is going to be used and not really abused just because of all these assurances on here, which I think is where a lot of folks were thinking the first time around. But other than that, I do think this will be a good thing to put into the system. It's not going to be utilized on open space and trails properties yet. We need to assess our properties, and we haven't adopted, well, we're not going to adopt this language right at, if this goes forward, we're going to take a look at it again and see how it applies to our properties. But I think for the greater county, with that list of assurances and compliance reviews, it's a good thing for our group to support, and the Open Space Board did support it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Paul or Drew?
Thanks, guys.
Okay, Eden,
Yeah, I
would you
guess
like
I
to
would
weigh
just,
in on it? Oh,
I
sorry.
would just comment to
Yeah.
Drew and Paul that I prefer yurts and teepees to these things for temporary housing for farmers, but that seems to be rather passé now, I guess.
You kind of look more like a yurt girl to me, so.
I
Eden,
think-
yes, go ahead.
Well, for to answer your question, first, Eden Vardy for the record with the Farm Collaborative. Thank you again for considering this and for listening to me here at 6:30 again. Francie, to answer your question, we have no opposition to yurts or teepees. I think the reason the ordinance was written as it is because we were looking for health and safety, and there really isn't a lot of code language available out there for temporary or self-contained units, other than the Q Jeffrey. What was the name
For
of that? The
NSTB 35.
NFPA.
He's got it with him.
There's
two sections in the NFPA.
You have it in your
but
pocket,
I
don't
can't
you?
Don't get him started.
And Francie, actually, to yurts and teepees, I mean, if you're erecting a yurt, that's actually a building permit. Like, that's not a we don't look at that as a temporary seasonal unit. You're having to pull essentially a permit for that. Somebody could.
Of course you are.
Of course you are.
It's
But
Pitkin
so
County.
the interesting piece about this is the RVs, it's not a building permit. It's a self-contained unit, and it's meeting those safety requirements. of
I
NFPA.
understand. It
But
was
yeah,
a bit
but
of
I know,
a little
I know.
bit tongue in cheek, you know, but
How
aesthetically,
easily we get.
I'd much rather look at a teepee or a yurt than a RV.
A yurt on
Aesthetically,
wheels
yes.
would be okay.
What?
A yurt on wheels would be all right.
Yeah, or a tiny
You call
house.
that like a pop-up
have a
trailer.
clue.
And Epic and BoCC are building tiny houses. So anything except for an RV. But here we are.
And the
I
ones
have a tiny
Eden
house
has
on
are,
wheels.
you would say, look more like it's a tiny house.
Okay. Further questions on this?
Is that all from you?
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, I'm good. I don't have any questions. I think we've thought about this.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing on accessory and temporary uses for seasonal farm worker housing units. I do not see anyone else in the room or online, so I will just go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I would like to propose a motion, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to say approving the motion. I'm approving the item before us, which is approving text amendments to the 1006 Picking County Land Use Code.
Should say two.
I know, that doesn't, is that right?
2006 Picking
Whatever
County
I
Land
said.
This
Use
one
Code.
says 1006.
Oh, it's the 2006. That's a typo.
Old land use
With,
code.
with that.
I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right.
It's
Title
correct
8
on
of the
the
Picking County
ordinance.
Code, specifically Chapter 4.
Thank you.
That would have been teepees.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes, please.
Yes, Francie.
I would appreciate it if you would work towards something like tiny houses or something like that, that are more in keeping with the culture of the county and you know, would look a lot better on Cozy Point and could be implemented at other places as well. And I ran into Mike Lowe today, who we gave money to for his Epic and BoCC things, and they are on their, like, I can't remember the number he said. They've built quite a few tiny houses, one of them in Aspen. So I would encourage you to go that direction, especially since you get funding, that would be a nice thing to do with some of the funding to change the character of your seasonal housing.
We don't really have a good land use code for
Well,
tiny
we're
homes
going to
in
have to
Pickens
develop
County.
one because it's up
I
and coming. You've been talking about tiny houses for
I
4
know, and I
years.
can't get Glenwood Springs to do one, but
know.
we'll work it
Anyway,
Thank you for your comment.
even if we have to change the code to accommodate it, which we just did to accommodate
out. I have one I
this.
can,
Other discussion?
on a trailer.
All in favor, please say
Aye.
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 Thank you, Ed.
Okay.
Thanks for bearing with
Thank you,
us.
Ed, and thanks for hanging in
Good to
there.
see you.
Congrats.
Are you going to the
Appreciate it.
thing at True Nature on
Okay, so Rye indicated that exec is not so important that we need to stay for it. I think there are two items. Let's try and run through open discussion quickly. I don't know if Kara was able to join us. I'm just gonna start with the letter that Steve Child circulated for our request to submit to the federal name change agency that said name changes are very quickly, happen very quickly. Or name corrections can happen very quickly. If you can get us a letter within the next 30 days from 3 different organizations, we will, consider it. And so I forwarded to you all that request. Jeffrey had a question relative to access to the road, which I hope you saw the email communication from Rye that said the name correction will not have any effect on the
Trail access.
the road access and the trail head access. Are folks willing to sign on to the letter?
Are we renaming the state of Colorado?
Renaming the state of
No,
Colorado.
we're renaming you.
You should spell it right.
Yes, I'm willing to sign that letter.
Colorado.
I'll sign it.
I'm gonna clean this up just a little bit.
Oh, I-
'cause, for
I
my
thought your name was
signature,
in
but
there
yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine. I
Use
think
the
Steve's
detail
done a great job. We're gonna have to find him another job
Yeah,
after
we have to
this
figure
one.
out what else he's gonna do next.
All right, thanks for the support and look forward to letting Steve know. Francie had a short item.
Yeah. Well, so my son Ty is on the Wildlife Commission, as you guys know, as is Eden. And at their last meeting, it was brought up about the 26 bears at our landfill and how dangerous that is for the bears, and not to mention the people who work at the landfill, and why the hell don't we have a fence around it? And I guess there were some comments, it's Pitkin County, why can't they afford to build a fence around it? Is that what they said? Yeah. So I think that we should revisit that situation and do something about it. And at the time, there was concern on our part, as you guys may remember, about euthanizing a bunch of bears. We just couldn't pull the trigger on that, so to speak. And when I talked to Ty about it, he said he thinks that they would go away and maybe we'd have to euthanize 5 bears or something, but not 26. But anyway, he would like to come and present to you about it at some time, or maybe he and Eden would like to come together and talk about it. So I'm asking if you guys would be okay with the Wildlife Commission coming and talking to you about the bear situation at the landfill.
Definitely.
I have to tell you that my concern is where those bears gonna go. They're
Well, I
gonna go
know.
to Aspen Village.
I know,
and
I
eat
know.
young
I
children,
explained all
and I
that
can't
to Ty.
support that.
So we can't just ignore it, though.
Well, but when I talked to Kathy Hall before she left, she said the bear problem was a lot less this last year. So I want to know where they're getting the number 26.
Yeah, well, we're habituating the baby bears. So anyway, I'm just asking to have a discussion
Okay,
about it. I'm
okay,
not
I'm
saying
just-
you have to take any action.
I would, and
I support it.
I still think
putting an electric
birth
fence.
control should be considered a viable option.
That what should?
Birth control
Yeah, well,
for the bears, so they don't have babies that are habituated there.
they do okay?
Well,
Okay, so we will
Can I-
find some
can I-
work session time. I don't know when, but we can get with staff to revisit that conversation at your request.
Can I
Greg?
I just want to say, I'd like to expand it enough to bring in, I don't know if our local wildlife guys, if they'd be company, Curtis or whomever, it's my understanding that we've culled more bears in Pitkin County than pretty much anywhere else in the state this last year.
Culled more?
Culled. And it kind of really just it signals what the problem is, how they've had to handle it. So it's not foreign to us to cull bears. It's happening. We can't ignore it, and I think we should just know and lay it all out so we all know what's going on and look at the solutions, because it seems to me it's time.
I did explain to Ty that we are increasing the size of the landfill, and we just passed a bond to do that. And so to build a big fence now when we're expanding is a waste of money unless we include the whole area that we're expanding to. So, because he said at this point I think he said 235 acres, it would cost about $70,000. He did a little,
And then there's maintenance, then
back of
there's
the envelope work
electricity.
on it. But if we expand, it'll be a lot more. So
And
anyway.
the maintenance.
Good, so I trust you to remember and put it on somewhere.
I kept it on my note folder that keeps track of everything.
Thanks, Francie.
Thank you, guys.
And just a little quick side note, I think one of the problems we have with bears in our community as a whole is the people who live here, and I wish we could call a few of them. Those are the
can't
ones
say
who
that
violate
stuff
their
out
trash ordinance 3 or 4 times.
This is
What
a
we do
public
we
meeting.
slap them on the wrist. I've said this before. We slap them on the wrist, but if a bear does it 3 times, we put the bear down.
Yeah.
And we have people who blatantly violate our trash
Well,
ordinance.
we do it all day, every day at the landfill. We feed the bears.
That's because it's
So-
trash.
We
need
will
to stop doing
have
that.
passionate conversation about this, no doubt, at a future meeting. Is there
January of
other?
2027 sounds
Okay.
great.
Is there other?
What are you leaving?
Now,
Friday morning.
In the
Luckily,
do you have any?
I'll just take
storm's
20 seconds of
coming
your
less.
time since I got you. Mr. Stoney Davis came in and made a public comment 2 weeks ago, I think. And he and I have had a fair amount of back and forth about one of the
I hadn't, thank
mining
you.
claims on the backside.
Right.
And we're working on it. So I just wanted to let you know that continues.
Great, thanks for following up.
Speaking of backcountry, rural and remote, Jeffrey has raised an important topic with me that was important to come to the board with relative to potential federal divestiture of public lands in Pitkin County, and being proactive about land use regulations that would protect our public lands in Pitkin County. And we wanted to see if there was board support to help direct staff to pull together some mapping resources and potential brainstorming around possible land use code amendments should the federal government start to divest public lands. Is that a fair?
In favor of that.
It doesn't seem like something we could have a full conversation on right
We're
now.
not having it right now. The request is, can we as a board direct staff to,
Put together a work session information.
yeah, to sort of start contemplating that problem and how we might,
What we can
wrap our arms
legally.
around
do
it
on
with
the
At a
land use
meeting
code.
or
At a meeting.
independently from us? At a meeting with us.
yeah.
Great.
But they have to, we have to be able to direct them to sort of spend some of their staff capacity.
To get ready for the meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds great.
Is that fair? Is that a
Very
way?
fair.
Okay.
I would bring it back with an exec to begin with.
Okay. And I think you have approval to request whatever mapping resources you need to get your hands
We
on
will
for
get
that
that
conversation. Okay. Any others? I don't know if Kara's online. I don't see a hand from anyone wanting to jump in. So
Everybody bailed
before
on
anyone
us. Take
jumps,
for a
she had to go
ride.
get her dog. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Seconded.
Thank you. All in favor? Please say aye. Aye. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Grassroots.
Good job.